In a world where humanity has tamed the skies, dragons are woven into the very fabric of daily existence. Ever since mankind mastered dragon breeding a century ago, these magnificent beasts have been categorized by size, from versatile small breeds that transport goods and people to massive behemoths suited for battle as elite cavalry. Medium dragons, rivaling the size of large houses, serve as crucial military forces and major transport vessels, while those brave enough to command them are revered across the land as dragon knights, organized within specialized guilds. Standing among the busy thoroughfares, Cyril LaRose observes a formidable winged Vritra dragon. Recognized for their vast stamina and fierce loyalty, these soaring creatures are invaluable for carrying heavy freight across massive distances. Nearby, townspeople gaze in awe at the passing beasts, marveling at their impressive presence. Among them are nidhogg dragons, medium-sized creatures that, despite their aggressive nature, remain remarkably loyal and essential for military troop deployment. Inspiring young dreamers across the kingdom, the path of a dragon knight remains a highly sought-after and lucrative profession. As excitement fills the air around him, Cyril pauses as a call interrupts his thoughts. Further down the street, a young dragon handler struggles to keep his restless, growling beast moving steadily forward along the crowded path. Observing the animal's agitated movement, Cyril recognizes it as a Tarrasque, a small-sized transport dragon famous for providing exceptionally smooth rides for passengers. The Tarrasque grows increasingly agitated and continues to growl at passers-by. The handler attempts to soothe the creature, completely baffled by its sudden burst of hostility. Stepping forward calmly through the crowd, Cyril excuses himself and addresses the perplexed handler directly. The handler quickly apologizes, explaining that they cannot take any customers due to the creature's strange behavior. But Cyril immediately points out the true cause, an injury hidden on the dragon's right hind leg. He stood by in silence as the handler urged the creature to walk, only to discover the subtle leg injury and fret over the setback to his business. Asking if they shared the same profession, the young man accepted gratitude from the handler, who entrusted the dragon's care to him before taking his leave. Offering a calm farewell, he looked back at the beast, sensing that the creature was not merely injured, but deeply dispirited. He suggested granting the dragon a day of rest. The handler chuckled in disbelief, claiming he had never heard of a dragon feeling down. The man grumbled in skepticism, finding it strange that anyone would attribute emotional depth to a working beast. He bristled at the idea of treating these creatures as mere tools. Ever since childhood, he had possessed the unique ability to understand the language of dragons, a gift that ultimately led him to become a dragon knight. Unlike conventional tamers who rely on strict commands and physical signals, he achieved results by communicating directly with the dragons and asking for their cooperation, a talent that had secured his recruitment into Lindworm, an elite S-rank guild. In this world, guilds are ranked by their achievements, with S-rank standing at the absolute pinnacle, requiring continuous high-level quest completions and strict compliance. This rigid and authoritative methodology was an approach he found utterly unbearable. Walking away from the guild hall barely a month after being recruited, he took pride in having been branded useless and expelled for rebelling against their senseless demands. He knew that despite his sudden dismissal from the guild, he still needed to find work to make a living. Sitting inside the local public office, he sought independent Dragon Knight requests, accepting that freelancing was his only path forward. Browsing through the notice board, he weighed his options, fully aware that lacking a personal dragon or an established reputation made finding suitable work difficult. His attention caught on a specific posting requesting the taming of a newborn dragon, a task that immediately piqued his interest. Meeting with the client, a refined man named Patrick Forget, he introduced himself politely as Cyril LaRose. Getting straight to the point, he inquired about the client's specific expectations, learning that the newborn dragon was intended as a gift for Patrick's young son. Patrick explained that raising a dragon alongside a child had become popular, as the growing beast would become deeply attached and serve as a reliable bodyguard. However, despite purchasing the creature and hiring several tamers, the dragon remained completely disobedient, prompting Patrick to seek out a specialized dragon knight for help. Out to see the restless young creature bound in heavy chains, Cyril immediately recognized the dragon as a Tarrasque. As Patrick voiced his worries about the beast's resistance, Cyril knelt down quietly beside the young Tarrasque, promising to see what he could do. He introduced himself calmly to the creature, asking its name while examining it closely. The young dragon immediately cried out for its sister, pleading to be let go as it tried to explain what had happened. Surprised by the dragon's reaction, Cyril realized it could actually understand human speech. The beast gaped in shock upon realizing that the young man could comprehend its cries as well. The creature explained that it had been separated from its sister when buyers brought it here alone, begging to be reunited. It offered to obey any order and lend its strength as long as it could remain by its sister's side, reminiscing on how they had supported each other since hatching. Turning to the dragon, Cyril pointed back toward Patrick and asked if it would be willing to listen to the new master, provided the sister dragon was brought along too. The beast eagerly agreed, saying anything would be fine as long as they were together, just as Patrick walked over to inquire about the progress. Patrick asked how things were going, and Cyril confirmed everything was under control before asking where the dragon was originally purchased. Upon hearing it came from a local dragon merchant, he suggested quickly buying the sibling dragon if it was still available. He explained to Patrick that the creature was actually female and insisted on being reunited with her sister, promising total obedience if they remained together. Patrick was taken aback by the revelation. Sensing Patrick's hesitation, Cyril urged him to follow the dragon's request. Left with little choice, Patrick agreed to look into purchasing the second dragon. Shortly after, Patrick returned with the second dragon in tow, reuniting the siblings. As the young dragon joyfully called out to its sister, Cyril suggested stepping back to give the pair some space. The group quietly withdrew to let the two dragons catch up with one another after their ordeal. Watching from a distance, Cyril and Patrick smiled as the sister expressed her immense relief and joy at seeing her sibling unharmed. He watched silently as the reunited dragon sisters embraced, weeping tears of joy at finally seeing each other again. Observing their dramatic reunion, he admitted how surprising the display was, while Patrick looked on in awe at the creatures calling out to one another. Patrick marveled at how human-like the dragons acted, but the young tamer pointed out that their deep bond was simply because they were sisters. Closing his eyes, he sighed quietly, content that the emotional root of the problem had been addressed. Seeing how attached the siblings were, Patrick agreed to fetch the payment, realizing it was best to keep them together while the young dragons offered their heartfelt gratitude. Addressing the dragons gently, he assured them he would listen to their needs, while the creatures happily pledged their total obedience so long as they remained side by side. The gentle pat on their heads, he wished them luck as the cheerful dragons chirped back their thanks. Patrick expressed immense gratitude, overwhelmed with relief and happiness at the successful outcome. While Patrick commended his extraordinary taming skills after so many others had failed, the skilled youth politely accepted the compliment and firmly advised him never to separate the dragons again. Patrick promised to keep that advice in mind, acknowledging that as the dragons grow larger, separating them could lead to severe trouble. Leaving the young client behind, the tamer glances back one last time at the two small dragons, sleeping peacefully side by side in total harmony. Steps out into the crisp air, reflecting on how he was cast out from the country's top guild. He harbors no regrets, knowing he can truly understand the feelings of dragons and remaining steadfast in his core belief to always put dragons first. Arriving at the local guild hall, he scans the bustling notice board where adventurers debate various high-paying work notices and heavy rental fees. Moving closer to the board, a particular request catches his eye, specifically the distinguished name listed for the client. The faint, confident smile, he pulls the request sheet from the board, resolved to accept this new task. Meanwhile, inside an elegant estate, a attentive maid serves tea to her young mistress. Remarking on the vast stack of correspondence she has been endlessly writing, noblewoman rests her head in exasperation, complaining that ordinary dragon knights take far too long to deliver urgent correspondence, putting her vital work at risk. She lets out a deep, weary sigh, wondering aloud if a truly capable and trustworthy dragon knight even exists to take on her. Arriving at a grand, sprawling estate, Cyril paused to take in the impressive mansion before him. He pondered meeting his client in person, considering how impressive the setting was even though he had anticipated a wealthy employer. Inside the grand residence, he reviewed the terms of the contract. Although it was a simple letter delivery request, the pay was remarkably high, even if dragon maintenance costs were not covered, making a lucrative task for an independent courier. Seated gracefully across from him, the young noblewoman composedly introduced herself as Catherine Morinier. Observing his youthful appearance, she questioned whether he genuinely possessed the skill to handle a dragon and fulfill such a task. After a brief silence, he gave a quiet, confident affirmative. Acknowledging his calm demeanor, she revealed that he was not the only individual she had hired for the job. When he inquired whether the missive was an important document, she confirmed that it was. She explained that she had drafted multiple duplicate copies to guarantee that at least one would reach its destination on time, adding that her family possessed vast wealth as counts of the territory. He requested to know the specific nature of the letter, explaining that understanding its content allowed him to gauge whether it required urgent haste or heightened security. The noblewoman peered at him with sudden skepticism, asking if he was attempting to spy on her. Dismissing any notion of espionage, he waited as she relented and disclosed that the document was a reply to a love letter from a baron, leaving him momentarily speechless at the revelation. She laid out the geographical details of the destination in Rabault, remarking on the tedious nature of maintaining diplomatic ties between noble clans, while he carefully calculated the route and distance involved. With absolute assurance, he promised to deliver the letter within a single day. Surprised by his claim, given that standard messengers required 3, she readily accepted, emphasizing that swift delivery was her sole concern. He listened carefully as Catherine instructed him to bring back proof of receipt to secure his payment, calmly accepting the task before departing her estate. As he walked through the town, he realized the assignment was far grander than anticipated, requiring him to borrow a swift dragon since he did not possess one of his own. Success in this mission meant not only serving the influential Morinier clan, but also forming a direct connection with the prestigious Baron family. Determined to give the task his best effort, he entered a dragon rental establishment, where a clerk warmly greeted him from behind a desk and asked what type of creature he required. He immediately inquired if any high-speed wyverns were available. The clerk informed him that they had 3 available, prompting him to emphasize that he traveled light and needed the fastest option available. Guided into the stables, he observed how dragon riders possessed secret methods of communication with their beasts as he stepped toward the pens. As he approached, a dragon suddenly reacted to his presence, leaving the rental owner unfazed by the sudden commotion. Dragons inside began squawking in unison, shouting amongst themselves that a human was approaching. The creatures openly mocked his appearance. He surprised them completely by speaking directly back to them, revealing his ability to understand their language. He casually brushed off their astonishment as the surrounding wyverns expressed shock at a human speaking their tongue, eagerly asking if he had been raised by dragons. He admitted it was nothing so grand, prompting them to probe into his reasons for visiting their stables. Explaining that he was seeking the fastest partner available to urgent deliver a letter, Cyril caught the attention of several beasts. One claimed to be the swift pursuit master, but curiosity quickly shifted to the letter itself, with one dragon cheekily inquiring if it was a love letter, a question that left him awkwardly confirming it. Intrigued by the romantic nature of the delivery, the reptilian beast pressed further, demanding to know the gender of the sender and receiver. He reluctantly clarified that the message was addressed from a woman to a man. Hearing this revelation, the dragon burst into intense excitement, enthusiastically volunteering to take the contract right on the spot. Leaning in with an exaggerated, sparkling enthusiasm, the creature begged to be allowed to hold the precious love letter, leaving the young courier thoroughly bewildered as to why that detail mattered so much. While the surrounding wyverns grumbled in disapproval at their peers' perverted antics, one of them begrudgingly conceded that for a task involving a human noblewoman's letter, this particular dragon was indeed the fastest candidate. Confirming that motivation alone made him the swiftest option for the job, the dragon proudly stood tall, leading Cyril to make his final choice and inform the stable master that he would hire the eager wyvern on the right. Stable attendant questioned his choice, pointing out that the middle wyvern was technically the fastest beast in the pens, but Cyril maintained his decision, knowing the selected dragon's unique motivation would guarantee maximum speed. As he produced the envelope, the wyverns went wild, crowding around to catch a whiff of the paper and swooning over the scent of a young noblewoman. Beasts erupted into chaotic excitement over the elegant handwriting on the parchment, swarming Cyril so fiercely that he struggled to maintain his balance amidst the sudden dragon frenzy. He watched in awe as the small wyvern soared through the sky at incredible speed. Choosing the beast for its swift flight to Rabot had paid off, as it hurtled forward without slowing down the moment the letter was entrusted to it. A mere half-day, they arrived at their destination, where Patrick was overwhelmed with joy upon receiving Catherine's response. Though Patrick expressed his deep gratitude, Cyril casually dismissed the thanks, leaving the nobleman thinking he was quite an eccentric individual. Swift delivery was completed in half the promised time, leaving Lady Catherine utterly delighted and impressed by such extraordinary speed. Surprised that not even a day had passed, she praised his exceptional capability and inquired about his identity, to which he calmly introduced himself as Cyril LaRose. With a warm and charming smile, she promised to keep him in mind for future assignments, marking the job as a resounding success. Having finished his business, he departed from the estate into the clear day. Later at the dragon market, he browsed the stalls, knowing that while renting dragons was currently beyond his means, acquiring a reliable beast of his own would be essential for tackling harder quests in the future. His eyes caught a listing for a dragon named Balor, leaving him bewildered as to why such a creature was being offered at an unusually low price. Arriving at the shop in the dragon market, Cyril questioned why a Balor species dragon outside was priced so remarkably low. The cost roughly matched his accumulated savings from his guild days, and seeing the tattered poster filled him with a strange sense of sympathy. Inside the counter, the shopkeeper welcomed him warm-heartedly, realizing immediately which creature had caught the young man's eye. Inquiring if there was something physically wrong with the dragon, he listened as the shopkeeper assured him that its health was actually exceptional for a Balor. Pressed further, demanding to know the real reason behind the cheap price tag if health was not an issue. The merchant scratched his chin hesitatingly before bluntly admitting the core problem. The creature was exceptionally lazy, explaining how glaring the contrast was between when the dragon obeyed and when it defied commands. The shopkeeper advised against buying it, though he willingly agreed to let the young man examine the beast up close. Guiding him toward the back area, they approached the doorway, leading directly out to where the creature rested. Stepping outside, they found the shaggy dragon lying completely flat on the ground, sound asleep without a care in the world. Floor dragons were commonly used for transportation. Although not particularly fast, their broad backs, great stamina, and herbivorous nature made them easy to maintain in grassy regions. Crouching down beside the slumbering dragon, Cyril offered a gentle greeting, apologizing for interrupting its nap. He leaned down toward the resting dragon, inquiring why it seemed so completely devoid of spirit despite the tales he had heard. Yet, the black-furred beast remained entirely unresponsive, ignoring his greetings. The young man persisted and asked if it would speak with him. The dragon flatly retorted that there was no point in communicating with a human. Unfazed by the cold response, he playfully remarked on the creature's distant personality, urging it to engage in conversation rather than giving him the cold shoulder. Surprised by his direct reaction, the beast lifted its head slightly, suddenly realizing the human was actually comprehending its words. Nodded calmly in confirmation, verifying that he could indeed understand everything it was saying. Continuing the thought, the swordsman explained how remarkably useful such a gift could be when dealing with creatures like it, while the beast stared back in utter disbelief. Brushing aside the significance of his unique gift, the lethargic creature simply grumbled that all it truly desired was to sleep. Intrigued by its obsession with rest, he questioned why a mighty creature would be so preoccupied with sleeping. Dark Dragon clarified that it required a full 12 hours of rest each day just to function, prompting him to remark how remarkably strange that was for a dragon. Indeed, most dragons required as little as 2 hours of sleep per day to thrive, with some formidable species even remaining fully active while asleep. The dark beast began to doze off right in front of him. Cyril chuckled softly, recalling the old saying that every dragon possessed its own unique nature. Proposing a clear arrangement, he offered to let the creature rest a full 12 hours each day if it agreed to work for him in return. Calling him a liar, the The beast voiced its deep skepticism, but he assured it that he was telling the truth, reminding it that he could easily select a different companion if he wished. Still surprised by such an unheard-of offer, the dragon asked if it truly could sleep that long, and Cyril instantly confirmed without hesitation. He made sure to establish a strict condition, stating that once fully rested, the beast had to work diligently. After considering his terms, the dragon finally agreed to trust him. Inside the shop, the clerk double-checked if Cyril was entirely sure of his choice, warning that no refunds would be given. But Cyril remained entirely confident in his abilities. The transaction complete, the young tamer and his newly acquired companion set off together down the open village road. As they walked, Cyril asked if he could grant the dragon a proper name, explaining that having one would make their daily interactions much simpler. Creature noted that humans usually assign numbers to dragons rather than real names, but Cyril replied that since he understood its speech, a proper name was far more appropriate. Considering options, Cyril proposed the name Louise, leaving the dragon to quietly repeat the word as it pondered its new identity. Creature reflected on receiving a proper name, admitting it felt strange rather than unpleasant. She ultimately decided the name was acceptable enough as they continued walking together. Arriving at his residence, he expressed satisfaction with her response and introduced her to their new home. She inquired about where to rest. He pointed out a spacious garden area located directly behind the house. Yet, upon stepping into the open space, they found the garden completely bare and devoid of anything comfortable. Apologizing awkwardly, he confessed he had rented the property intending to share it with a dragon, but hadn't furnished the large yard yet. She remained completely indifferent to the lack of amenities, reaffirming that any spot was suitable as long as she could sleep. Noticing how late it had gotten, he offered to let her turn in immediately since no work remained for the day. She paused near the yard. He turned back, wondering what had caught her attention. She questioned if he was truly comfortable with her terms, to which he calmly reaffirmed his agreement without any reservations. He stood quietly as the dragon-like creature remarked on his unusual nature, noting that such comments were a frequent occurrence for him. Addressing him directly, the creature offered to call him master, though he preferred to simply be called Big Boss. Turning to face him, the beast promised to reveal a secret exclusively to him, piquing his curiosity. Suddenly, the creature unleashed a massive burst of energy, roaring as light surged violently from its form. Taken aback by the sudden display of light spears, he shielded himself while expressing his shock at the unexpected magic. He noted that despite seeing hundreds of her species, he had never witnessed a Balor utilize such power, while she admitted discovering the technique purely by chance. Continuing his analysis, he emphasized that this ability was complete. Her eyes grew heavy as she confessed the drawback. Utilizing this mysterious power instantly drained her energy and made her extremely sleepy. He reasoned that such a potent ability naturally consumed vast amounts of energy, reassuring her even if he didn't fully understand its mechanics. Though she offered to push herself and use the power whenever ordered, he gently advised her that she didn't need to strain herself so recklessly. He offered a gentle, appreciative stroke to his companion's dark crest, expressing his sincere gratitude for her help despite the unusual nature of her magic. Wishing her a good morning, he mentioned his plan to head out and search for work, asking what she intended to do. Exhausted from her magic, she simply grunted that she was going back to sleep. Nodding in agreement, he assured her she could rest as much as she needed until the afternoon tasks began, realizing that she was still accustomed to harsh conditions and had yet to fully trust his gentle care. Upon arriving at the request board, he pondered taking on transportation work now that he had a powerful dragon companion, when a familiar voice suddenly called out his name from behind. Turning around, he greeted the guild's receptionist, confirming her name was Rose as she acknowledged him with a polite nod. She informed him that a specific request had been entrusted directly to him, inviting him to sit down and discuss the details. Inquiring why he was chosen specifically for this task, he learned that Catherine had been high in her praise of his abilities, recommending him personally. Relieved to hear that his hard work had borne fruit, he listened as Rose noted how rare it was for that young noblewoman to praise an independent knight. He asked about the nature of the job, and she emphasized that it was assigned to him precisely because of his solid reputation and credibility. Looking at him intently, she revealed that the mission required him to track someone down. She nodded in agreement as Cyril expressed doubt that such a simple assignment fit the duties of a dragon knight. Stepping closer, the receptionist clarified that this was no routine tracking job, emphasizing that the nature of the request was a strictly top-secret mission. Leaning in with a grave expression, she delivered the true gravity of the task. The princess herself had gone missing. Sudden revelation hung heavy in the quiet room, leaving Cyril utterly stunned by the magnitude of the... Sitting across from a receptionist inside the office, Cyril asked for clarification regarding the request, stunned by the revelation that the job involved the country's princess. Inquiring further about the nature of the assignment, he was asked if he was familiar with Mount Himyar, the prominent peak situated to the north. He immediately pieced the clues together, seeking confirmation on whether that dangerous northern mountain was indeed his intended destination. Guild attendant revealed that the royal entourage had vanished without a trace while crossing the terrain just the previous night. Explaining the delicate nature of the matter, she noted that the client wished to assess the true situation discreetly before making a public scene, prompting Cyril to carefully weigh the request. Accepting the perilous assignment, Cyril departed the guild and set off across the countryside, though his troubled expression did not escape the notice of his dragon companion. As they made their way toward the mountain, Cyril pondered the true weight of his mission, fully aware that missing could mean dead and that the outcome would carry immense consequences. Reaching for a letter written by the princess, he produced the document and asked if the beast could track her scent. Cyril's utter astonishment, the dragon caught a strong whiff almost instantly, identifying a heavy fragrance laced with spices. Explaining that its heightened dragon senses made the pungent perfume overwhelming, the creature took off at full speed along the trail with Cyril close behind. Trudged up the steep mountain path, expressing his sincere gratitude to his dragon companion. Cyril admitted that scaling such dangerous terrain alone with bag and baggage would have been nearly impossible, praising Louise for her strength, though she casually brushed off the compliment. Curious about their task, she inquired if they were officially on the job, asking if a reward awaited them should they successfully locate the missing person. He offered to grant whatever desire she had in mind. The creature promptly voiced a very specific request for proper bedding. Surprised by such a simple demand, he confirmed her request, prompting her to happily describe the unmatched comfort of a bed made from thoroughly dried hay. Overjoyed by his ready agreement, the dragon burst into a triumphant roar, practically bounding forward with excitement. With renewed enthusiasm, they rallied their spirits to make the search mission a complete success, sprinting ahead along the rocky ledge. As they made their way, he reflected grimly on the callous attitude of the guild members who had dismissed the gravity of their assignment. Suddenly, a sharp sound drew their attention, forcing them to halt near the cliff edge as she sensed something lying down in the gorge. Peering over the sheer precipice, they spotted signs of a massive landslide that had crushed a carriage at the bottom of the ravine. Observing the wreckage below, he asked if she could navigate the steep descent to check if the target was trapped inside, which she confidently dismissed as a simple task. He stood amidst the wreckage, surveying the terrible devastation scattered across the ravine while Louise remained close at his side. Approaching the overturned transport, he began to examine the shattered frame and heavy wooden panels up close. Noticing the distinct crest insignia stamped upon the door, he confirmed this was indeed the missing royal vehicle, though no survivors were visible outside. As he reached out to open the door, his hand struck an invisible, protective magical barrier envelopment. Louise eagerly offered to shatter the barrier with her own power, to which he readily agreed. The burst of draconic energy, she unleashed a powerful strike that fractured the barrier into brilliant glowing shards. Praised her prompt work, leaving the beast-like companion grinning with pride. Peering inside the cleared cabin, he discovered Princess Catherine lying unharmed within, her breathing steady thanks to the barrier's protection. Reaching in gently, he called out her title to stir her back to consciousness, causing her eyelids to flutter open. Groggily coming to her senses, she winced from mild soreness before suddenly realizing his face was leaning inches from hers. She recoiled in alarm, demandingly questioning who had dared to break into her carriage, while the dark-haired youth raised his hands to reassure her that he posed no threat. Upon hearing his explanation that he had come specifically searching for her, Her eyes widened in realization as the initial panic began to fade. After learning the context of the accident, she quietly absorbed the news, inquiring if anyone else had survived, though he calmly admitted that it was improbable. He suggested they descend the mountain to seek medical attention, but she hesitated, anxiously asking about the fate of the escorting soldiers. Gently reassured her that while he understood her concern, they lacked the resources to search now and would have to return for the soldiers later, leaving her with no choice but to agree. Stepping out of the wreckage, her eyes immediately caught sight of the large dark creature waiting beside them, causing her to gasp in amazement. The young man introduced his companion as Louise, offering a generous reward if the beast could carry both of them safely back down the path. The dragon eagerly accepting the deal, he expressed mild concern over whether she would feel comfortable riding atop such a massive beast. Noticing her sudden silence and flustered expression, he politely checked on her well-being, addressing her formally as Her Highness. Gathering her composure, she looked at him with newfound realization, asking if he was indeed a revered dragon knight, to which he simply affirmed. She reacts in complete disbelief when Cyril reveals that he does not belong to any guild, astonished that a warrior of his immense skill remains unaffiliated. Looking at Cyril's modest appearance, she struggles to reconcile his immense power with his youthful look, realizing he is just a boy. Turning her attention to the black dragon beside him, she gently observes how deeply devoted the creature is to Cyril, noting the affection in its gaze. Recalling tales that the most renowned dragon knights are cherished by their beasts, she wonders aloud why someone as capable as Cyril chooses to operate as an independent freelancer. Cyril offers only a subtle smile in return, cryptically stating that a great deal has happened to bring him to this path. Meanwhile, nearby soldiers arrive on scene, stunned to find that the princess has already been rescued. As a panicked official scrambles to contact high-ranking superintendents to announce the princess's safety, Catherine remains focused on her savior, wondering how she could ever repay him. Stepping forward, she offers her heartfelt gratitude once more, insistently asking what she can do to reward his extraordinary efforts. Cyril politely declines any additional reward, explaining that he has already received his compensation from the public office. Undeterred, she reaches for a personal item to present to him. She presents him with a delicate handkerchief bearing her family's official crest, assuring him that presenting this item will allow him to seek her aid at any time. With a warm and gentle smile, she promises Cyril that whenever he calls upon her, she will do everything within her power to assist him. She extended the crest-emblazoned cloth toward him with a gentle smile, offering her sincere gratitude for his heroism. With the rescue mission concluding in total success, a quiet moment of peace settled over. Having successfully rescued Princess Catherine, the reward was paid out without delay. Pocketing the pouch, Cyril turned to his companion, eager to spend their fresh earnings on something worthwhile. Checking inside the bag, he counted an impressive sum of 1,000 reals. Delighted by the sizable payout, he addressed his dragon companion, acknowledging the success of their very first contract. Louise instantly demanded straw betting, but Cyril hesitated. Sensing his reluctance, the dragon leaned in close, sternly reminding him of the promise he had made. Quickly backtracked, explaining that 1,000 reals was an extraordinary sum, an amount a normal person would have to work a full month to earn. Pointed out that with so much money, they could afford something vastly superior. Louise's eyes gleamed with curiosity, though she struggled to imagine anything grander than high-quality straw. As he stepped forward onto the cobblestone path, he assured her that she would understand the moment she saw what he had in mind. Directing her toward the town center, he suggested visiting the local shops first, an idea Louise happily embraced as she trotted along beside him. Here into a nearby storefront, Louise observed the strange wares on display, noting with surprise that the shops in this quarter seemed specifically stocked for non-human customers. Walking past the glass displays, Cyril remarked that while these specialty stores sold various toys and trinkets, he doubted she would have much interest in such novelties. Deciding to explore the entrance of a promising shop, Cyril suddenly gasped as a sharp sound startled him, halting him in his tracks. He turned to see a familiar face calling out to him, a fellow dragon knight from Lindworm named Louis. Former comrade explained that upon returning from a mission, he was shocked to find that Cyril had already left the guild. Offering a solution, Louis proposed mediating on his behalf, so he could rejoin their ranks. Surprised by the unexpected generosity, he listened quietly as Louis offered to speak with the guild master. Despite the gesture, he made his stance clear, stating he had no desire to return. Louis countered that reinstatement would first require abandoning his lingering obsession. Knight reminded him of the guild's unwavering core creed, Dragon First. Acknowledging Cyril's exceptional talent, Louis insisted that setting aside that fixation was all it would take to be welcomed back, prompting a dry smirk from Cyril. Without hesitation, he rejected the offer, declaring that he would never abandon his solemn oath despite Louis calling him stubborn. Even as Louis warned him of the hardships faced by independent knights, he remained steadfast, determined to forge his own path. He offered a quick apology as his beast companion pressed him about her betting, attempting to clarify the point of their discussion. As he explained that Louis had suggested cutting back her 12 hours of sleep, the dragon beast gasped in utter shock. Enraged, the creature spun around with a fierce growl, lunging toward the visiting knight in a sudden flash of fury. Startled by the sudden aggression, Louis stumbled backward, demanding to know what the beast intended to do. Shaken, the young knight shouted for Cyril to command his dragon to back off, but Cyril calmly noted that he hadn't issued any order at all. Louis clicked his tongue in frustration, convinced that some hidden magic was at play, and demanded to know what secret technique was being used. Cyril met his glare steadily, explaining that the true secret was simply caring deeply for his companion. Unable to comprehend such a perspective, Louis could only let out a disbelieving laugh as Cyril and his dragon turned away. Dismissing the knights scoffing as meaningless nonsense, Cyril reassured his companion that there was no need to pay mind to someone who could not understand them. Opening the door to their residence, Cyril promised her that as long as she stayed with him, her full 12 hours of sleep every day were guaranteed. He stepped into the shop alongside his black dragon, greeted immediately by the warm voice of the attendant inside. The shopkeeper politely inquired how she might assist them. Cyril explained that he was searching for suitable bedding for his beloved dragon. Understanding his request, the clerk led the way into a massive showroom lined with various dragon beds. Louise's eyes sparkled with sheer delight as she caught sight of the miniature dragon houses on display. Overwhelmed by the vast selection of comfortable options, the little dragon darted forward in amazement. She leapt recklessly onto one of the plush cushions with a soft thump, prompting Cyril to call out her name in surprise. As Louise happily rubbed her face against the soft fabric, her companion could only sigh and remark on how quickly she had lost her composure. Quickly offered an apology for her sudden behavior, but the attendant warmly assured him it was perfectly fine, explaining that those were display samples intended for customers to test. Relieved by her gracious response, Cyril watched as Louise continued to wriggle with joy, declaring her fondness for the soft bedding. Noticing her snuggled deeply into a particularly unusual cushion, he asked if it was a slime bed, which the clerk proudly confirmed. She curled up contentedly within the plush container, sinking into the soft cushion that mimicked the unique elasticity of slime. The luxurious bedding offered an unparalleled resting experience, designed specifically to yield gently under a dragon's weight. Overwhelmed by comfort, the creature declared with absolute enthusiasm that this was truly the ultimate cushion, while her companion acknowledged her joy with a knowing nod. He asked if she genuinely favored this option above all others. She eagerly confirmed it, rubbing her face against the soothing fabric and declaring it vastly superior to coarse straw. Turning to the shopkeeper, the young man inquired about the price of the luxurious bed. The clerk promptly informed him that the high-quality item was priced at 1,200 reals. Pondering the steep price tag for such an exquisite product, he looked back to his companion to make sure, receiving another emphatic declaration of her desire for it. Noticing his hesitation, she suddenly faltered, asking nervously if the expense was too great, but he swiftly reassured her that everything was completely fine. With a gentle smile, he reassured her that her satisfaction was all that truly mattered, prompting an ecstatic cheer of gratitude from the dragon. Confirming the purchase with the attendant, Cyril finalized the transaction, leaving the shopkeeper deeply moved as he observed the unique bond between them. The merchant reflected aloud, noting that although he had encountered many dragon knights who spoke to their steeds, he had never seen anyone engage in a genuine two-way conversation with one before. Looking at the wrap package on the counter, Cyril offered a simple, warm explanation. He spoke with her in such a manner simply because he considered her family. He stepped out of the shop alongside his companion, accepting the merchant's warm farewell and promise of future business as they set off down the street. As they walked away, Louise hoisted the massive box slime bed onto her back. Turning to her with a gentle smile, Cyril expressed his genuine happiness that she had found something she truly desired. Observing the sheer size of the package balanced on her back, Cyril asked if she was genuinely fine carrying such a heavy load. Footsteps suddenly ground to a halt against the stone street, calling out to him to pause. Noticing her sudden stillness, Cyril turned back and inquired what was wrong and why she was asking such an unexpected question when she hesitated, asking if it was truly okay. He confessed that it felt a bit late to bring it up, but pointed out that 1,200 reals was a far greater sum than what they had just earned from their latest quest. Looking away with a hint of guilt, she admitted that she felt as though she were being far too selfish. Chuckling softly, Cyril reached out and gently patted her dark, furry head, reassuring her not to worry because he had already made her a promise. He went on to explain that ever since she had arrived, she had provided immense assistance with his work and had helped generate a significant income. The warm expression, Cyril offered that this was simply his way of rewarding her hard work, leaving Louise staring at him in quiet astonishment. She offers a bright, affectionate smile, overflowing with gratitude toward her partner. A few days later, the duo sets out under the bright morning sun as they head toward the town square. Reflecting on their progress, Cyril remarks cheerfully that their work for the day went smoothly. She suddenly stops in her tracks and remains silent. He looks back in concern, calling out her name to ask if something is wrong. She blinks drowsily, her eyes heavy as a wave of sudden exhaustion washes over her. Recognizing that the task took longer than expected, Cyril ponders his next steps, while remembering he still needs to deliver his report to the town hall. Mindful of his promise not to overwork her, he gently suggests that she head home on her own to rest. Seeing her hesitation, he offers a reassuring smile and gives her permission to go ahead without him. She nods in understanding, checking if that plan is all right before preparing to part ways. After thanking her for her hard work, Cyril watches as she turns around, staggering slightly from tiredness as she heads toward home. She should be perfectly safe making her way home on her own, as the town presents no real dangers, giving Cyril peace of mind. However, as he continues walking, a sudden thought pauses his momentum, causing him to second-guess himself. He realizes that his dragon can only navigate back independently because of their unique ability to communicate, prompting him to wonder about normal dragon tamers. Standing in the middle of the cobblestone street, he contemplates whether an ordinary person can even instruct a dragon to return home unattended. He considers that while his own peculiar bond allows his beast to act autonomously, the same might not hold true for others. Musing over whether he should purchase another dragon, his attention is suddenly caught by the loud rattling of a heavy wagon passing nearby. Large wooden cage mounted on a cart rolls past, dragged along the road by sturdy draft animals. Inside the passing transport, someone enjoys a slice of cake, oblivious to the grim sight below. A creature locked within the dark enclosure, its solitary eye filled with quiet melancholy. Curled up on the floor of the wooden cage, the trapped beast emits a faint, low growl, isolated from the outside. Seeking to expand his options, Cyril headed back to the dragon market where he had previously acquired his Balor dragon. Upon stepping inside, the shopkeeper immediately recognized him as the customer from before. Approaching the counter, the young man exchanged polite pleasantries with the merchant, both expressing gratitude for their previous transaction. Curious about the rare creature he had sold, the shopkeeper cautiously inquired whether the Balor dragon was doing well, prompting a thoughtful glance from the youth. Reassuring the merchant, he clarified that he had no intention of complaining or returning her, emphasizing how robust and hard-working she had proven to be. The calm smile, the youth directly revealed his true motive for visiting, stating clearly that he was looking to acquire another dragon. While the merchant appreciated his continued patronage, the dark-haired youth admitted that having recently made a major purchase, his current financial budget was somewhat limited. Looking over his listings, the shopkeeper regretfully explained that they currently lacked any dragons within such a low price range. Accepting the news without disappointment, the young man acknowledged the situation with a simple nod of understanding. Turning toward the exit, he remarked that the matter was not urgent, requesting only to be notified if a similar bargain happened to become available. As he prepared to leave, the merchant suddenly called out after him, noticing that he had inadvertently dropped an item on the wooden counter. He recoiled in complete shock, his eyes widening in total disbelief as he stared at the small token resting on the counter. Noticing his sudden, frozen reaction, the young traveler offered a brief, calm apology, pausing to ask if something was wrong with the item. Stammering in hesitation, the merchant could barely articulate his disbelief, wondering silently if the emblem truly belonged to the royal princess. Confirming the connection, the dark-haired youth explained that he had received the crest after rescuing the princess on his previous job, prompting the storekeeper to instantly shift his tone and warmly address him as a valued customer. Eager to accommodate someone connected to royalty, the merchant enthusiastically proposed an installment payment plan, an offer that was readily accepted. Observing the sudden change in demeanor, the youth realized the merchant was acting with the exact same opportunistic mindset as himself. He recognized that the shopkeeper sought favor by accommodating someone who possessed ties to the royal princess, granting favorable payment terms as a result. Expressing his gratitude as they finalized the deal, he walked out toward the dragon, pinned alongside the cheerful merchant, who warmly thanked him for his business. As they walked together through the market compound, the shopkeeper asked what specific dragon species he had in mind, to which the young man inquired directly about the availability of a mushkashu. Heading toward the stables, the chronicler's notes record that mushkashu are dwarf dragon species equipped with 4 distinct stomachs, 3 of which function purely as storerooms devoid of digestive processes. He stood before a slender mushkashu dragon resting chained inside its pen, its unique anatomy allowing its stomach to inflate like a balloon to store immense quantities of food. Approaching the creature, he introduced himself simply as Cyril, offering a quiet greeting as the dragon peered back at him curiously. Inwardly, the dragon scoffed at his approach, dismissively viewing him as just another fool attempting to converse with a beast that could not comprehend speech. Cyril questioned why that was a problem. The dragon expressed its annoyance, puzzled by how this human seemed to be reacting directly to its thoughts. Dragon reasoned that even if it were to reply, humans could never comprehend its words, only to be utterly stunned when Cyril directly understood its speech. Astonished, the dragon asked if Cyril could truly understand it, wondering how such a thing was possible, to which Cyril explained he was simply born with the ability. Cyril then revealed his intention to purchase the dragon and asked for its thoughts. Resigned, the dragon merely muttered for him to do as he wished. Deeply distrustful, the dragon quietly pleaded for him to stop, harboring a bitter resentment toward human masters. Lashing out, the dragon declared that humans were nothing more than disgusting animals who would force their will upon it regardless of its wishes. Rather than forcing compliance, Cyril gently assured the dragon that he wished to persuade it with words, promising to walk away if it truly objected. He quietly admitted that while he wanted the creature to work for him, his true desire was simply for it to accompany him, leaving the dragon utterly bewildered as to why. Continuing his honest confession, he added that beyond any practical reasons, he simply found a majestic beast utterly cute and beautiful. Stunned by his unabashed compliment, the dragon staggered backward in complete disbelief, questioning what on earth this strange human was thinking. Reluctantly relenting, the creature grunted and declared that it had one strict condition, prompting him to gently ask what it was. Speaking with deep earnestness, the dragon revealed that while still in its egg, it had been bestowed the name Colette, demanding that he never try to give a new one. Appreciating the beauty of the name, he readily accepted without hesitation and invited Colette once more to join him. Dragon turned its head away with a haughty huff, attempting to maintain a facade of defiance. Sternly insisting that he not misunderstand or think it actually liked him, the proud creature grumpily conceded to travel with him as a special exception. As Colette tried to justify her decision by emphasizing how important her name was, he offered a warm, reassuring nod. With the official paperwork being finalized, he warmly welcomed Colette, marking the beginning of their official bond. Having finalized the paperwork inside, he stepped back out into the open square with his newly bound dragon right behind him. Glancing up at the sky, he noted that plenty of daylight remained. He suggested making a quick detour before returning, explaining to Colette that he wanted to show her his workplace. They traveled together, toward the rugged, rocky slopes of Mount Millreef. Lifting a gleaming specimen from the earth, he asked Colette to collect the bright blue ore, prompting an admiring look from the dragon. He explained that natural cobanium ores lay exposed right on the surface across the mountain. Continuing his breakdown, he detailed how valuable the material was due to its wide range of uses, instructing her to store the gathered rocks in her storeroom stomachs and transport them back to town. He asked if she could manage it. The dragon huffed confidently, asserting that such a task would be a total breeze, then dropped a surprising revelation, asking if she could handle the job entirely on her own without his assistance. Though she enthusiastically agreed at first, the realization of what he meant suddenly left her utterly stunned. She could hardly believe her ears, asking if he truly expected her to handle everything by herself, while he quietly affirmed that the task involved far more than merely gathering raw ore. Looking out across the sweeping mountain landscape, he explained his desire for her to mine the ore independently and transport directly to the buyer in town without any aid. Stunned by the unexpected proposal, the creature stammered in shock, questioning how she could possibly proceed without any supervision. The calm expression, he plainly stated he had no intention of overseeing her, prompting her to gasp in disbelief and raise the concern of what would happen if she slacked off. Instead of offering strict warnings, he offered a gentle smile and declared his complete trust in her, leaving her utterly speechless. Reaffirming his faith, he assured her that his belief in her capabilities was more than enough to ensure success. After a brief pause to internalize his words, she softened her posture and steadfastly agreed to undertake the entire duty alone. Down in the village, the local buyer was thoroughly astonished by the arrangement, yet they successfully reached a formal agreement. Without any hand-holding, she executed every step of the process flawlessly, mining the mountain, hauling the cargo, and conducting business entirely on her own. Patting her affectionately on the head, he smiled with genuine pride as she successfully brought his vision to life. He led Colette toward the garden, asking if she would be willing to sleep outside despite the lack of amenities. She assured him that the quiet open space was far preferable to her previous confinement at the shop, before suddenly noticing a figure resting nearby. As he explained to the newcomer that another dragon resided on the premises, Louise stirred sluggishly from her slumber. She blinked open her eyes, sensing an unfamiliar presence stepping into her resting area. He offered a quiet apology for waking Louise, who explained that she had detected an aura other than her master's. Turning her sharp gaze toward the visitor, she inquired about the newcomer's identity. Introducing Louise to Colette, he acknowledged that the arrangement was sudden, but explained she would be living alongside them from now on. Colette politely offered her name and greeting. Louise welcomed Colette, sharing that she too had arrived only recently. Colette listened intently, accepting the explanation with calm understanding. Confirmed that the two dragons would now share the garden together, pondering how the dynamic between them would unfold. He admitted that the space might be a bit cramped for two massive creatures, a reality that both dragons immediately confirmed. Colette insisted she was completely content with the situation, and Louise agreed, provided she could continue sleeping undisturbed. Hearing this, he lightheartedly teased Louise about her unusual obsession, setting off once more alongside a new companion. The group resumed their journey through the town streets. Gentle teasing filled the air regarding Louise's relentless desire for sleep, to which the dragon lazily murmured that she was still drowsy. Cyril simply smiled, acknowledging that such slumber was merely a core part of who Louise was. Curious about their dynamic, the accompanying dragon inquired if Cyril had chosen Louise despite knowing her lazy habits. Cyril confirmed with a light nod, explaining that he had explicitly promised her 12 hours of sleep each day. He reflected on how his ability to understand dragon speech allowed him to appreciate these unique preferences, such as Louise's rest or Colette's refusal to take a new name. Hearing this thoughtful sentiment, the dragon remarked that their meeting truly felt like a fateful encounter. Dark Dragon snorted in annoyance, scoffing that such grand talk of fate sounded cheap. Cyril couldn't help but chuckle in agreement, while the other dragon trailed off softly, her expression turning distant. As they continued walking, a sudden movement caught Cyril's eye, causing him to pause instantly. Beside him, the companions halted, sensing his sudden change in posture. Noticing Colette trembling slightly while staring off toward the distant buildings, Cyril asked what was wrong. She stammered nervously, trying to claim it was nothing, but Cyril insisted that she was definitely reacting to something on the horizon. Flustered by his keen observation, Colette vehemently denied it, shouting defensively that she hadn't been looking at anything at all. Cyril watched her closely, unconvinced by her frantic outburst. Eager to change the subject, Colette abruptly hurried ahead down the cobblestone path, loudly declaring that her workplace was just in this direction. She offered a quick, cheerful farewell as she trotted off ahead, leaving Cyril and the dark dragon standing together in the street. Cyril glanced back toward the distant skyline, where Colette's gaze had lingered, quietly pondering what could have shaken her so deeply. Praised his companion's hard work as they arrived near the establishment under the clear sky, asking the dark dragon to wait outside while he attended to some business inside. He pushed open the entrance, causing the door chime to ring softly. As he stepped into the shop, the shopkeeper warmly welcomed him and offered a polite afternoon greeting. Without delay, the young knight inquired whether Colette had already paid a visit to the shop. Confirming her visit, the storekeeper pointed out a heavy pouch left squarely on the counter, explaining that the dragon had indeed delivered it earlier. Cyril clarified that he had instructed her to bring her first earnings to cover his ongoing installment payment. Expressing deep admiration, the merchant acknowledged how remarkable it was to train a dragon to execute such a precise task in just a single day, readily agreeing to future deliveries. Shopkeeper went on to commend Cyril, highlighting that his exceptional character was just as impressive as his skill as a dragon knight, which drew a modest laugh from the young man. Merchant admitted his pleasant surprise at receiving the payment so early, noting that most customers usually delay until repeatedly reminded. Expressing sincere appreciation for the flexible payment terms, Cyril reiterated his desire to maintain a long and strong bond with the shop. Glanced out toward the dragon resting comfortably outside, noting how rare it was to find a shop that treated beasts so exceptionally well. Merchant offered a warm smile, remarking that dragons were precious merchandise after all, a point the young man could only quietly acknowledge. Bringing up his current living situation, the shopkeeper asked if his place had gotten cramped now that he was caring for 2 dragons, which he readily confirmed. Shopkeeper explained the local housing market, pointing out that options in town varied drastically between small residences that could barely fit 2 dragons and expansive properties capable of housing a dozen. The knowing gesture, he offered to introduce him to a fine property, though he cautioned that it came under a very peculiar condition. Revealed that despite being a newly constructed home, dragons mysteriously refused to go near it, piquing the young man's intrigue as he asked for more details. Deciding to inspect the location, he walked through the town alongside his dragon companions, considering the spacious stable quarters originally intended for seasoned dragon knights. Standing before the grand estate, he admitted it looked like a wonderful house, even as the strange truth remained that dragons inexplicably hated entering it. Opening the front gates, he explained to his companions that because the place had remained completely vacant due to its reputation, they were able to secure it at an exceptionally cheap price. Stepping across the threshold into the human living quarters, he realized that because he could understand his dragon's thoughts, they were in a unique position to finally uncover why no beast would set foot inside. Led his dragon companions toward the spacious dragon stable adjacent to the house, encouraging them to step inside and check the interior. However, as soon as they approached the doorway, the dragons froze, recoiling in sudden hesitation and discomfort. Inside the high-ceilinged wooden structure, everything appeared like a standard dragon stable. Yet both dragons groaned in visible distress, hesitant to take another step. Their feet shuffled nervously across the soil as they confessed their deep-seated aversion to the location. Observing their uneasiness, he inquired if a particular scent was disturbing them, something imperceptible to human senses, and asked if they could pinpoint its source, to which they affirmed it seemed to emanate directly from the ground. As his boots crunched against the dirt path, the dragon behind him panicked, declaring she couldn't stand it any longer and retreated back outside. Pressing them further on the nature of the odor, he learned that the scent carried the dark aura of a slain dragon and the lingering residue of a tragedy left behind. Understanding now that the property was essentially stigmatized by this traumatic history, he acknowledged why his companions found the atmosphere so unbearable. Formulating a straightforward solution, he decided that replacing the tainted soil might eradicate the lingering scent once and for all. He requested Colette to gather fresh earth from the wild within her extra-dimensional stomach, while reassuring a hesitant Louise that she could rest while he handled the heavy digging himself. Equipped with a sturdy shovel, he relentlessly dug up the foul earth in the stable, working alongside Colette to systematically haul out the old dirt and replace it with pristine soil. He wiped his brow with a weary sigh, reflecting on the grueling, full day of labor it had taken to clear and replace the tainted soil. Turning toward the doorway of the structure, he called inside to ask the dragons how the ground felt to them now. Dragons chirped and nodded cheerfully in agreement, confirming that the foul scent was completely gone and that their effort had been well worth it. Relief washed over him as he confirmed that replacing the soil had indeed been the correct choice all along. Dusting himself off, the young man stood tall and announced enthusiastically that this newly restored space would now serve as their home. The dragons admired the surprisingly spacious and cozy interior. Feeling almost spoiled by its size, he expressed his deepest gratitude for all their hard work in making it possible. He singled out the pink dragon with particular praise for her relentless effort, causing her to flutter her wings in flustered modesty. Announcing that he had a special gift prepared for her, he pulled back a covering sheet to reveal his surprise, leaving the dragon wide-eyed with anticipation. Unveiled before them was an extravagant, colossal spread of freshly baked desserts, featuring towering multi-tiered cakes, giant donuts, and delicate pastries sized perfectly for a dragon's appetite. Observing her shock, he explained that after noticing her eyeing human sweets the previous morning, he had commissioned the bakers to craft giant-size versions tailored specifically for her to enjoy. He watched as the dragon gaped in complete shock, wide-eyed and barely able to process that the vast feast of towering desserts before her had been crafted entirely for her sake. Her dark-furred dragon companion teased her for being an oddity among their kind, but she quickly retorted in defense, taking a slow step backward as their banter continued. She insisted flusteredly that a proud dragon like herself had no true affection for human sweets, yet her tail thumped against the floor and wagged uncontrollably in betrayal of her words. The sparkling gleam in her eyes, she rationalized that it would be a tragic waste to leave the feast untouched, diving eagerly into the massive pile of sweet treats with pure delight. As time passed, bright sunlight washed over the quiet skyline of the city, marking the beginning of a fresh day over the guild grounds. Turning from his early rounds, the young knight stepped up to the counter to inform the desk attendant that their patrol had yielded no anomalies whatsoever. She acknowledged his report with a warm smile, remarking on how smoothly he seemed to be managing two distinct dragons now. Continuing her praise, the clerk noted how impressive it was that he was completing requests so efficiently so soon after going independent, to which he offered a quiet note of thanks. Her expression grew slightly more inquisitive as she turned her focus to his future, asking whether he intended to remain an independent dragon knight for the long term. He paused to contemplate her inquiry, admitting internally that he had no immediate intentions of joining a formal guild anytime soon. He reflected on his past, noting that while his former affiliation with Lindworm was an extreme case, most guilds and dragon knights ultimately viewed dragons as mere tools. The receptionist gently clarified that she understood his disinterest in standard organizations, explaining that she was referring to a completely different path, prompting him to ask what she had in mind. The gentle wave of her hand, she prepared to present her idea. She directly asked if he had ever considered establishing a guild of his very own, leaving the young knight momentarily caught off guard by the unexpected. Inside the administration hall, the attendant explained the fundamentals of establishing an official guild. Recognized directly by the national government, guilds fell under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Knight associations. Because Dragon Knights and their companions played such a vital role in national security, the government granted substantial privileges and support to those who formed approved guilds. As Cyril pondered the possibilities, She pointed out that chief among these benefits were significant tax exemptions. Surprised to hear about income and dragon-related tax cuts, Cyril listened as she offered to act as a sponsor if he wished to expand his roster of dragons. His eyes widened in disbelief when she added that a guild's overall capability could directly enhance a dragon's inherent power. Curious, Cyril inquired how such a boost was even possible. She admitted that while high-ranking guilds could see enhancements of around 10%, the exact inner workings remained a mystery, even to her. She went on to explain that the phenomenon was tied to an ancient covenant between the supreme god, Roman Seer, and the Dragon King NM. Bringing the discussion back to practical matters, she noted that registering required a deposit, offering once again to act as his guarantor if he agreed. She revealed that the deposit amounted to 10,000 reals. Cyril froze, stunned by the exorbitant fee. Without a word, Cyril reached into his travel pouch and unceremoniously dumped a staggering fortune of silver coins directly onto the desk, leaving the attendant completely speech-bound. Recalled the previous day, when Colette had stumbled upon a peculiar and rare piece of, or during their travels. Young companion had handed over the strange stone, noting how its coloration seemed to shift continuously from the moment it was unearthed. Taking it to an appraiser shortly after, he learned that the item was a 4-color polyolite, an extraordinarily valuable mineral. Merchant's eyes had widened in astonishment before immediately offering 10,000 reals on the spot to acquire it. Turning to the present, the guild receptionist verified the exact sum with awe, marveling at his incredible stroke of luck as she prepared the official application. She slid the official form across the counter, prompting and directing him to fill out details regarding the guild representative, address, and dragon registration count. Reminding him that choosing a guild name was the most critical step, she watched as he readily accepted the task with absolute confidence. Moments later, she picked up the completed document, reading aloud the chosen title with a tone of quiet surprise. Dragons First. Confirming the title with a satisfied nod, he finalized his signature, believing that a true name ought to reflect one's deepest principles. As the ink settled, a brilliant magic circle burst into light upon the counter, rumbling softly as the contract bound the guild into existence. Blinked in surprise as a tiny, winged girl floated gracefully right in front of his face, leaving him wondering what kind of creature she could possibly be. The receptionist behind the counter explained that the diminutive spirit was known as a guild fairy, serving as a form of official identification, though he privately noted that no such detail had existed in the original story. While the fairy hovered quietly and stared up at him, he inquired about her purpose, only for the clerk to reassure him that the fairy would simply trail behind him of her own accord without needing any management. Handing over the official documentation along with a supplementary wooden case, the clerk bade him to take good care of his new companion. Opening the container revealed a selection of collars and ankle bands, which the clerk explained were essential tools used to measure dragon energy and track the guild's progression, recalling to his mind similar gear worn by the dragons at Lindworm. Seeing the contents, he paused with an uneasy expression, prompting the staff member to ask what was troubling him. He openly confessed his discomfort with forcing restrictive collars onto his companions, to which the clerk sympathetically suggested visiting a specialized dragon tool shop that offered far broader decorative choices. Taking her advice to heart, he escorted his draconic allies to the local boutique, bringing up the idea of acquiring personal accessories for them. Clarified that the store offered a wide range of options, including elegant earrings and ribbons, because he wanted them to personally choose items they would actually enjoy wearing. Two dragons pondered thoughtfully, thrilled by the opportunity to select their very own attire. They expressed a surprising preference, asking for a sleeping bag instead of traditional jewelry or gear. Cyril was taken aback by the unusual request. Following up on the suggestion, the dark dragon pondered whether an eye mask might be a more suitable option. Processed the idea, realizing that Louise had been wearing an eye mask the entire time anyway, and agreed to have a custom one made. Turning his attention to Colette next, he asked what she would like, offering to custom order whatever accessory she desired. She hesitated thoughtfully, pausing for a moment before quietly stating her choice. Confirming her request for a ribbon, He promised to get her exactly what she wanted. Made a mental note to visit the Dragon Tool shop the following day to arrange the orders, surprised that Colette wanted something so girly. Carefully measured Louise's head to ensure the customized mask would fit perfectly. The shop counter, he placed the order for 100 reals, asking for 2 of each item, including a spare, which the clerk accepted. Having provided temporary collars in the meantime, he reassured Louise that everything was handled properly. He harbored a lingering worry despite his companion's silent acceptance, wondering if they were truly satisfied with the outcome. He reassured him that their requests were genuine, putting his doubts to rest as they walked together. Expressing deep gratitude, Louise softly thanked her master for accommodating her unusual request. Suddenly, a bright glow emanating from inside his pocket startled him into stopping mid-step. Pulling out his guild card, he watched in complete disbelief as the shimmering surface began to transform before his eyes. He stared blankly at the newly updated status, realizing his guild rank had inexplicably increased to level 2. Perplexed by the sudden advancement, he questioned how such a rapid progression could be possible for a solitary guild master. The guild reception, the attendant expressed equal surprise, explaining that solo members with 2 dragons normally required at least a month to reach level 2. Checking her records thoroughly, she confirmed there were no errors or signs of foul play, though she mused on how some might exploit temporary dragon transfers to boost levels. Clapping his hands together in realization, he understood that people always seek loopholes, though he questioned how anyone could truly cheat the system. Listened intently as the guild receptionist congratulated him on elevating dragons first to level 2. Curious about what privileges this new rank conferred, he handed his card over to the tiny guild fairy at her direction. As he watched closely, the miniature fairy hovered above the parchment and began magically tracing intricate patterns directly onto the paper. Examining the freshly etched paper, he realized it was a detailed map outlining the surrounding city of Borussel. Receptionist clarified that the glowing indicator marked the real-time position of his registered companion, pointing out that Louise was currently near the town hall. She inquired about his second dragon, Colette. He noted she was currently far off in the Millleaf Mountains, well beyond the map's default display area. Demonstrating the map's interactive touch capabilities, the receptionist zoomed the scale outward until Colette's distant signal came into view, leaving him thoroughly impressed by the interface. She explained that higher ranks unlock increasingly advanced tools. He remained puzzled over how his progression had occurred so rapidly. Stepping back outside, he was greeted by Colette, who had patiently awaited his return despite his lingering questions regarding his sudden rank gain. Turning to his faithful dragon, he reached into his bag to reveal a surprise he had picked up earlier. Presented a beautifully crafted decorative ribbon, specially tailored to compliment her, just as he had done for Louise. Presented the small package to Colette, whose eyes sparkled with overwhelming delight as she stammered in sheer happiness. Watching her bashful reaction, a quiet smile played across his lips. Outside the wooden structure, he gently reassured her as he reached up to fasten the gift, while she let out startled, flustered noises at his sudden closeness. Smiling warmly, he assured her that everything was set, carefully adjusting the decorative piece into place. Striped ribbon now rested elegantly near her horn, complementing her features nicely. Looking down with a bashful glance, she softly asked if it truly suited her, reaffirmed without hesitation that she looked adorable. Turning her head away with a proud huff, she claimed she already knew it, though her flustered demeanor betrayed her true joy. Playfully accepted her stubborn response, preparing to wrap things up. Softening her tone, she offered him a quiet, genuine word of thanks. Sudden gust of wind swept past his bag, catching his attention. Pulling out his guild card, he noticed it emitted a mysterious glow once more, even though his level remained unchanged. Colette affectionately nuzzled against his face, showering him with deep devotion. Looking at the shining device, he suddenly pieced together the puzzle, realizing that an increase in a dragon's affection directly boosts guild experience. As morning broke over the realm, Cyril and his companions made their way toward town to officially establish their guild. Watching the steady stream of early activity, he remarked on how busy Colette had already been despite the early hour. Riding atop his dark dragon companion, he was surprised when she pointed out that Colette was simply eager to impress him. The beast confessed that Colette had been giggling unnaturally to herself all through the night after receiving his praise, an observation that left him quietly startled by how much his words meant to her. He explained to the dragon that he had only offered a compliment because Colette's earnings had turned out so remarkably well. Recalling the moment, he reflected on how the dragon energy measuring ribbon attached to the guild card had begun to glow brightly, reinforcing his suspicion that praise directly heightened her power. Looking at Louise, he felt a sense of quiet satisfaction seeing her comfortably wearing the new specialized eye mask that had been custom-made for her. Arriving outside the local bulletin hall, he instructed his companion to wait outside while he stepped inside to scout for their first official job. Inside, his attention was immediately drawn to an official notice displayed prominently on the board, recognizing the prestigious Lindworm Guild. Framed document detailed how the kingdom had officially commended the Lindworm Guild as an exemplary faction based on their remarkable achievements over the past year. Though he personally disapproved of their ruthless methods, he acknowledged that such recognition provided clients with deep trust, inspiring him to earn a similar commendation for his own guild. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through his thoughts with mocking laughter. Turning around, he found the young knight Louis approaching him, scoffing at the idea that a newly formed one-man guild could ever dream of receiving royal recognition. He continued to boast openly, explaining how the recognition had attracted seasoned ranked dragon knights and veterans with over a decade of experience to their unit. Cyril acknowledged that such high ranks proved their skill at the forefront of their trade, while the knight expressed mild regret that Cyril hadn't remained with them a bit longer. Turning away from the notice board, Cyril resolved that he had no intention of returning to his former group regardless. As he stepped outside, a sudden commotion in the street caught his attention, prompting him to ask a nearby townsman about the disturbance. The onlooker explained that an escaped dragon was causing a stir, though Cyril found the idea of a dragon simply fleeing quite unusual. Gathering more details from the townspeople, Cyril learned that no one knew the current whereabouts of the missing creature. Glancing at Louise, who was already looking sleepy, he decided against pushing her too hard despite his curiosity about the escape. He decided he would report the incident at the town hall, but just as he began walking up the steps, a sudden loud crash startled him. The injured dragon crashed right before him, desperately calling out Cyril's name and begging for his help. For the gathering crowd, the desperate dragon collapsed on its knees, pleading that it could no longer endure staying at its current location. He made his stance clear, expressing his dissatisfaction with the guild before inviting the small dragon to come along with him for the time being. Caught off guard by the unexpected offer, she could only offer a hesitant agreement. Addressing her directly, he gently asked if her name was Emma. The small creature's eyes widened in sheer astonishment that he actually remembered who she was. May-type dragons were notoriously small, even compared to other diminutive species, yet their absence of specialized combat traits made them a common sight across most working guilds. Turning his gaze back toward her, he inquired why she had fled her former home in the first place. She fell silent for a moment, weighing her memory. She confessed that despite feeling terribly unwell, her handlers ignored her pleas and forced her to work, leading to a botched job where she sustained injuries. Worse still, her guild master showed zero sympathy for her plight. The ruthless guild master had declared that a dragon incapable of flawless work was useless, ordering that if she made even one more mistake, she was to be worked to death or simply discarded. Reflecting on how cold most humans were despite knowing dragons possess speech, he listened as Emma explained that she had heard of his daily visits to the town hall and decided to wait there for him. Desperate for safety, she implored him to let her stay by his side. He quietly contemplated the situation, wondering if her current owners at Lindworm would prove open to negotiating a transfer. Heavy, aggressive thuds suddenly echoed against the outer gate, causing the frightened dragon to cower in fear of her pursuers. Reaching out a comforting hand, he gently patted her snout and assured her that everything would be all right. He promised to handle the situation personally and do whatever was necessary to keep her safe, just as an incoming voice shouted out to greet him from the entrance. He stood calmly inside as the frustrated dragon knight shouted from the doorway, claiming witnesses had seen him with the escaped creature. Unmoved by the angry demands to hand her over, he casually confirmed that the dragon was indeed in his custody, sending the knight into a state of fury. Instead of backing down, he demanded that the dragon's ownership be officially transferred to him, drawing a sharp, annoyed recoil from the knight. The knight protested that he could not simply surrender a runaway beast, but his arguments faltered when confronted with rumors that their guild master intended to overwork the creature to death. Maintaining a composed resolve, the young man made it clear that he had no intention of returning the dragon to a master who would mistreat it. He offered a compromise, proposing to negotiate a fair trade once the message was delivered to the guild, though the knight stubbornly rejected the idea. Losing his patience, the knight shoved his way past the threshold, shouting for the dragon and frightening her in the process. Stomping forward with heavy boots, the intruder ordered the dragon to come along, while she huddled nervously out of sight. Looking up at her master, the small dragon asked if the intruder was an enemy. Receiving a somber nod in confirmation, her demeanor instantly shifted to lethal focus. The fierce snarl, she lunged aggressively at the unwary knight, taking a violent swipe at him as he recoiled in sheer panic. She lay nearby as the dark-haired youth observed that their opponents were already swarming the area, intercepting anyone they considered a trespasser as a matter of course. Warning his companion that reckless action would only result in defeat, he urged her to leave the negotiating to him while the dragon rested on the grass behind them. A short time later, he sat across from the guildmaster in a quiet, wooden room, acknowledging that word of the recent incident had already reached the master's ears. Guildmaster Dicky Raj brought up the youth's request to take in one of their dragons, expressing his distaste for seeing creatures overworked to the point of exhaustion. Went on to state firmly that they had no need for a dragon ruined by incompetence, dismissively calling the youth whatever insults came to mind. Guildmaster made it clear that despite everything, the creature remained Lindworm's property, and they would not surrender it without a fight. Asked how much payment would be required to settle the matter, the master countered that compensation was not the issue at hand. He reminded the young man that asking a favor of someone requires a proper attitude and a specific manner of approach. In response, he lowered himself completely, bowing deeply across the table to plead his request with absolute humility. Guildmaster watched the display in silence, letting out a soft sigh as he considered the young man's sudden posture of total submission. He turned toward the doorway with a casual disdain, dismissing Cyril as a freak and telling him he was free to do whatever he pleased. Stepping through the threshold, the guildmaster called out to the dragons gathered outside. As Cyril emerged, Colette anxiously greeted him, asking if the guildmaster was an enemy, but Cyril quickly reassured them all that everything was fine. Gently touching Emma, he announced that the transaction was complete and she was officially free, prompting a wave of immense gratitude from the dragon. He asked Emma what she planned to do next, or if she wished to go elsewhere. She eagerly protested, declaring that she wanted to stay by his side. Reassured by her devotion, he gladly agreed to take responsibility for her care from that moment forward. Suddenly, an unexpected shift in the air caused the guild master to freeze in utter bewilderment as the dragons gasped around them. Mysterious, brilliant light enveloped the space surrounding Emma and leaving everyone present startled and confused. Drawn by a subtle, buzzing aura that seemed to beckon him, the young man reached his hand into the shimmering glow. In the center of the radiant light, he retrieved an unexpected artifact, a mysterious ring, under the stunned gazes of the dragons. Stared down in disbelief as the sudden realization as a brilliant light emerges. Cyril gazes at the glowing object in disbelief, wondering if it could truly be a legendary artifact. Standing beside him, the dragons explained that it is known as a secret treasure of their kind. They reveal that long ago, the dragon time created this power alongside the supreme god, Roman Seer, and it manifests only to those who possess the love and favor of dragons. Curious, Cyril turns to ask if they know anything more about the Dragon King NM, but the dragon admits to only knowing the figure by name. Companion adds that the ruler reigned back when dragons governed the earth, though specific details remain lost to history. Reflecting on the myths, Cyril considers Roman Ser, the supreme god said to command all living creatures with a single spoken word, dismissing such tales as mere figures of mythology. Surprised by the revelation, the young swordsman and his dragon companions confess to one another that none of them have ever seen a genuine artifact before. Questioned on how they recognized it as an artifact, the dragon explains that to them, it simply looks like a plain ring, guided entirely by an innate instinct. Holding up the sparkling ring, Cyril realizes that if all three dragons felt such a powerful, intuitive reaction, it must truly be a treasure of extraordinary significance. Pauses to lift his arm, turning back to his companion as a new realization dawns on him regarding the nature of their discovery. Examining the ring in his hand, Cyril wonders aloud why he was the one holding these dragon treasures instead of them being kept safely inside Colette's stomach. He listened in astonishment as the dragon vehemently refused the suggestion, shouting that there was no way an artifact could ever be stored in its stomach. Realizing the dragons were far too intimidated to take responsibility for such a valuable treasure, Cyril offered a sigh of relief and decided he would keep it himself. Slowing his breath, he slid the mysterious ring onto his finger and turned his hand over, carefully checking to see if it triggered any immediate changes or magical effects. As he inspected the ring, his companions gathered closely around him, watching his every move with wide, curious eyes. Quiet realization suddenly dawned on him as a strange vision flickered into view. Noticing his intense gaze, the small dragon leaned in closer, urging him to share whatever it was he was beginning to see. Concerned by his sudden distraction, she gently asked if he was feeling unwell, though he quickly reassured her that he was completely fine. He went on to explain that the artifact was granting him a vision of two status bars floating above everyone's heads. He elaborated further, explaining that one indicator measured physical health while the other reflected mental stability. Misunderstanding his explanation, the dragon apologized profusely, assuming he was merely hallucinating from sheer physical exhaustion. He dismissed the concern casually, reassuring Colette that it was no trouble at all and encouraging her to rest well the following day so she wouldn't push herself too hard. Glancing down at the newly equipped artifact, Cyril pondered if its ability to reveal status bars was bestowed upon him precisely so he could keep his companions from overworking. Flustered by the strange sight, the creature frantically repeated that it simply needed rest, attempting to rationalize the bizarre situation while Cyril looked on. Short time later, he clenched his fist with resolve, realizing that this ring was the absolute best tool he had ever possessed to safeguard the dragons from exhaustion. Later that night, as he sat quietly inside with a hot drink, an unexpected knock sounded at the door. Surprised that anyone would visit so close to midnight, Cyril unlocked the latch and opened the door to find a well-dressed caller stepping inside with a polite greeting. The visitor offered a swift apology for disturbing him at such an ungodly hour before confirming whether he was indeed addressing Cyril LaRose. Introducing himself as Roland Flory, the refined gentleman explained that he had come to ask a crucial favor. Curious, Cyril inquired why he was selected for such a request, to which Roland revealed that Lady Mornier herself had recommended him. The noble name echoed in Cyril's mind. Roland elaborated that his task was to deliver a vital letter directly to Katrina Mornier. He listened carefully as his visitor began to explain the nature of the requested favor, revealing that a specific Dragon Knight guild had recently failed to complete a high-stakes suppression mission. Processing the surprising news, he noted that while suppression quests against monster hordes were notoriously hazardous, they offered immense rewards and prestige to those capable of completing them. The visitor acknowledged the risks and injuries typical of such dangerous deployments. The young swordsman cut straight to the point, inquiring about the exact scale of the failure. Adjusting his glasses, Roland delivered the solemn truth. An entire vanguard battalion stationed on the front lines had been completely annihilated. Tense silence fell over the room as Cyril swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of a catastrophe that had not occurred in over 5 years. Roland went on to detail the guild's protocol regarding suppression operations, where every knight is required to carry a written will before formally asking Cyril to retrieve those lost documents. Although Cyril questioned whether he possessed the strength to venture alone into hostile territory, Roland reassured him that main guild reinforcements were already en route, making swift recovery of the wills the sole priority. Deciding to take on the quest, Cyril accepted the offer, prompting a sigh of relief from Roland, who revealed the target location as Danzig Valley with a substantial reward of 5,000 riels. Sweetened the deal, Roland added that Cyril was welcome to keep any dragon gear he salvaged from the fallen knights, a term Cyril readily agreed to. Tying up his gear in preparation for the journey, he noted Roland's estimate that reaching Danzig Valley would require 3 days of travel each way, factoring in necessary rest for his dragon companion. He turned his attention back to his companion as Louise called out to him, addressing him directly. Louise brought up the conversation from the previous evening, questioning the claim that any dragon equipment found along the way could be claimed by them. Surprised by her sharp ears, he confirmed that she had indeed heard correctly. She complimented his keen sense of hearing, leaving him quietly cursing under his breath as he realized just how much she had managed to overhear. Continuing their journey along the path, the companions discussed the nature of their destination, with the dragons musing that a fallen battlefield sounded almost like a treasure trove. The companion expressed disgust at the idea of scavenging gear from fallen warriors, but he acknowledged that stripping battlefield for valuable equipment to sell was simply common practice. He warned her that looting was not without risk, recounting tales of individuals who accidentally touched cursed magic items on past battlefields, prompting her to agree that it was a dangerous endeavor. He went on to explain that the gear worn by dragon knights was far superior and more valuable than that of ordinary soldiers, confirming that keeping whatever they retrieved served as an extra reward. The trail wound through the scenic mountain pass. A slight feeling of guilt crossed his mind, though he knew the necessity of their mission. Over the course of the 3-day trek, the group traversed dense forests, camped by roaring fires at night, and pressed onward through cold mountain terrain. Last, the journey brought them to the edge of the rocky gorge, standing before the entrance of Danzig Valley. He stood at the jagged entrance of Danzig Valley, map in hand, gazing upon the desolate terrain, while his dragon companion uttered a soft murmur of disbelief at the ominous sight before them. Spread across the valley floor lay a gruesome massacre, with dozens of human bodies and fallen dragons strewn across mountains of rubble and streams of fresh blood. Surveying the grim carnage, he estimated at least 20 human fallen and 30 dragons scattered in the slaughter. Checking their surroundings, he asked if she could sense any lingering enemies nearby. Looking around carefully, she confirmed that the perimeter was clear of hostiles. Holding up one of the small metallic vials, he instructed the group to split up and search the fallen bodies for similar items, explaining that each fallen warrior should possess one by protocol. Nodding in understanding, her smaller companion agreed to help. She admitted with a heavy sigh that she deeply disliked searching through the dead. Seeing her reluctance, he kindly offered to let her take the day off, but she resolutely stomped forward, insisting that it was her duty to fulfill. Once the tedious search was complete, he expressed his sincere gratitude for her effort, while she offered only a quiet grunt toward the valley horizon. She handed over a cloth wrapped around a bundle of gathered metallic vials. Taking the heavy bundle, he acknowledged the haul with a quiet nod. Turning away from the desolate battlefield, she urged them to leave immediately, unable to bear staying in a place steeped in so much death any longer. Before she could walk away, he called out for her to wait a moment, stopping her in her tracks. Hesitating slightly, he scratched his cheek and timidly asked if she would be willing to assist him with one final task. He paused briefly before speaking again, prompting his dragon companions to turn to him with curiosity, wondering what additional request he could possibly have. Standing amidst the desolate expanse of the battlefield, the young swordsman proposed that they give a proper burial to all the fallen dragons and dragon knights lying scattered across the valley. Questioned about his intention to honor total strangers, he looked down with a gentle expression, struggling to put his solemn empathy into words. Turning his gaze away toward the landscape, he quietly explained that leaving the bodies abandoned in the open felt far too sorrowful, causing his dark dragon companion to murmur in quiet disbelief. As a soft breeze swept across the high cliffs, the companions conversed among themselves, trying to make sense of the human's unusual sentimentality. Clarifying the scope of his plan, the youth made it clear that the fallen dragons deserved grave markers just as much as their human riders. Dark Dragon stared at him in quiet astonishment, baffled by a human who held such deep reverence for fallen beasts. Shaking her head, she blunt spirit bluntly declared that she had long known he was unusual, but caring so deeply for dead dragons made him truly weird. Smaller, beastly companions chimed in right away, nodding along in complete agreement about how strange their master's heart was. He offered a sheepish apology for his unusual nature, while the dark dragon sarcastically commiserated with the other beasts for being forced to tag along with such a weird human. They exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging that while his methods and outlook were undeniably unusual, there was something undeniable about his character. Completing the thought, they called him a genuinely good person, prompting Cyril to pause in surprise before offering a soft, heartfelt thank you toward the guild building. A sudden summons had been issued for Cyril. Apologizing for the abrupt call, the official noted the urgency, though Cyril casually replied that he did not mind at all, wondering if something serious had occurred to warrant a formal letter. Cyril listened as Rose revealed that his guild had surprisingly reached level 3, an achievement that normally required at least 3 months of effort. Relieved that no dire incident had occurred, Cyril realized the cause of this rapid advancement: the recent addition of powerful companions to his ranks. She corrected herself, declaring that Cyril's progress was likely the fastest in recorded history for a solo guild leveling up. Reflecting on this record-breaking pace, she expressed her sheer amazement at being associated with such an extraordinary milestone. Puzzled by the rapid promotion, Cyril questioned if the name of his guild, Dragon First, might have had something to do with it, prompting Rose to ask if anything came to mind. Concluding that the name held no special influence on the system, Rose dismissed the idea, accepting that the outcome was simply a reality. Informing Cyril that reaching level 3 unlocked access to the guild storage facility, she watched as he stepped outside toward the designated area. Examining the guild storage building, Cyril noted that while it resembled a standard structure from the outside, magic restricted access solely to verified guild members. As onlookers whispered amongst themselves, Cyril pondered how quickly the news of Dragon First reaching level 3 had already spread throughout the town. Pondered the unwanted attention his guild's rapid advancement might draw, fully aware that rising too quickly would breed suspicion among observers. Turning around in surprise, he recognized Princess Catherine standing before him with a radiant smile. She eagerly expressed how much she had wished to meet him after hearing of his latest achievements, leaving him caught off guard. He praised his remarkable feats, highlighting how he had completed countless quests and led his guild to level 3 faster than anyone in history. Calling him the Dragon Knight, currently commanding all the spotlight, she showered him with praise while he could only offer a modest acknowledgement. Lightly steering the conversation inward, the young man invited the princess inside to speak away from prying eyes. Once seated comfortably at the table, he directly asked her what official matter had brought her to his home today. After continuing her effusive praise for his status as the greatest Dragon Knight, she finally admitted that she had come to ask a personal favor. Looking at him with absolute seriousness, the princess revealed her request. She wished to entrust a very special dragon into his care. He presented a request coming directly from royal hands, carrying immense weight. Yet Cyril felt confident in his ability to handle dragons. Eagerly entrusting the task to him, the princess received his immediate acceptance, though he paused to inquire about the exact species of dragon involved. With an earnest clasp of her hands, she announced that the creature was of the rare phoenix species. Stunned, he asked if she truly meant the mythical legendary beast known as the Child of God, which she excitedly confirmed. Perplexed by such a monumental duty, he questioned why she would entrust something so significant to him, causing her to fidget nervously. She mumbled shyly under her breath about wanting to see him straddle upon it, only to fluster and quickly wave off her secret desire as nothing. Covering her composure, she explained that raising such a majestic creature would elevate his small guild's prestige, deeply touching him with her thoughtful intention. He offered his heartfelt gratitude to her, prompting a bashful giggle from the princess as she accepted his thanks. As they prepared for the journey, he recalled having ridden the creature once before. Setting off together, the princess marveled at how well-behaved the dragon was under his expert guidance, amazed that it did not jerk or struggle at all. She sat comfortably alongside the young guild master, confirming that she preferred riding on dragonback rather than taking the carriage, while the dark dragon reassured them both of a smooth journey. Gently patting the dragon's neck, he chuckled quietly as the loyal creature slyly noted that taking extra care was wise when escorting such an important figure. Turning his attention back to her, he brought up the rumors regarding the ancient Child of God, noting that historical records claimed the legendary entity had perished long ago without leaving any offspring. Confirming his historical knowledge with a nod, she invited him to ask further about the mysterious lore surrounding the creature. With an earnest gaze, she explained that the phoenix species renowned as the child of God, was believed to be the absolute last of its kind across the entire world. Leaning in closer to share the secret, she revealed that although the creature could produce no offspring, it possessed the extraordinary ability to resurrect itself after death, leaving him utter stunned. Overhearing their conversation, the dark dragon chimed in, recalling tales of a transcendent power that granted absolute immunity from harm throughout the creature's lifespan. Beaming with bright optimism, she pointed out that because the creature had not revived in centuries, she believed someone with his extraordinary talents might finally break the dormant spell. Absorbing the weight of her words, he pondered quietly, filled with self-doubt over whether he truly possessed the skill to reawaken a deceased legend. 2 days later, as the soaring mountain peaks came into view, the sheer absurdity of trying to tame a creature that was not even alive weighed heavily on his mind. He stood in awe before the majestic sanctuary built high atop a secluded mountaintop, marveling at how grand the structure was in a location inaccessible even to carriages. As they approached the entrance, an armored guard greeted Catherine, formally acknowledging their anticipated arrival, to which she expressed her gratitude. Without missing a beat, she asked if they could proceed to meet the child of God immediately. When the guard confirmed that nothing had changed, she thanked him eagerly and motioned to go inside. Before stepping through, she requested that their companions remain waiting outside, a directive they readily accepted. The heavy, groaning sound, the giant ornate doors swung open to reveal the sanctum within. Walking down the immense, vaulted hall toward the distant shrine, the young princess confirmed to her companion that the legend lay just ahead. Before them rested the monumental, skeletal remains of the legendary creature laid out across the stone floor. She explained that over the centuries it had decayed into mere bones, yet her kingdom kept protecting it in hopes of the promised revival. Turning to him, she inquired if his unique perception could discern anything from the remains. Determined to investigate, the young man asked her to let him examine it first, stepping closer to the massive skeletal frame. Placing his hand against the ancient bone, he initially doubted he could sense anything through simple contact, until a sudden, unexpected realization struck him, detecting the presence of a human child. He paused in utter disbelief as an ancient voice echoed directly into his mind from the skeletal remains before him, musing on how many decades had passed since a human last set foot within the sanctuary. Surprised by the phenomenon, he questioned if the massive skull was truly speaking, while the entity casually analyzed its visitors, noting the royal blood of the princess and his own humble commoner origin. Skeletal Dragon focused its hollow gaze upon him, asking with ancient amusement if the human was indeed trying to converse with it. Stealing his composure, he firmly confirmed that he was indeed speaking directly to the skeletal dragon. Amusement rippled through the ancient consciousness as it marveled at a mortal capable of understanding the language of dragons. As the giant creature burst into booming laughter at the rare occurrence, he retorted that he was the one truly shocked, having never expected a corpse to speak. Calming its laughter, the ancient being inquired what had brought a human child who could understand dragon speech into the sanctuary, leaving him stammering for a moment. Explained that human legends spoke of the dragon, and that people wished to resurrect it, which prompted his visit to examine the remains. Brushing off human stories with faint disdain, the dragon revealed that it had never taught mankind any method to bring it back from death. Startling revelation left him thoroughly stunned. But before he could press further, Catherine stepped forward to address the ancient dragon with formal reverence. She inquired eagerly if Cyril had uncovered any secrets or ancient legends regarding the method to revive the child of God. Surprised by the question, she admitted that as far as she knew, no such records existed, while the skeletal dragon let out a booming laugh at the absurdity of human misunderstanding. Ancient creature mused aloud, noting how fragile human memories were and how easily official records could be manipulated at the whims of rulers. Explained that it simply resurrects from within flames as many times as needed, prompting Cyril to question if all it truly required was fire. Setting fire to a priceless national treasure was no small matter. Yet the skeletal remains lay waiting for the spark that would trigger its rebirth. Turning to the princess, Cyril resolved to trust the dragon's words, knowing dragons do not lie, and reassured her that everything would be fine. He asked for permission to give the resurrection a try, warning her that she might be surprised, which left her astonished as she prepared to attempt the ritual. Complete trust, She readily entrusted the task entirely to him, offering her heartfelt gratitude. The calm spark of magic, he struck a flame at his fingertips, ready to ignite the skeletal remains. Casually tossed the fire onto the bone, causing a massive, roaring inferno to erupt instantly before the startled princess. Stood startled alongside Catherine as the roaring flames suddenly surged upward in a blinding display, taking the distinct shape of a majestic avian spirit. From the center of the inferno, the booming voice of the phoenix dragon echoed out with laughter, offering its deep gratitude to the human child who had rekindled its flame. A towering wave of fire yielded a magnificent white dragon, spreading its fiery wings wide as it fully returned to the realm of the living. Both Cyril and Catherine gasped in sheer astonishment, witnessing the ancient creature's miraculous rebirth. Standing before the towering form, the massive white dragon proclaimed that it had finally been revived, ready to face the young man again. Meanwhile, Cyril stood alongside Catherine, momentarily stunned by the sudden manifestation. Looking up at the majestic beast, Cyril noted that despite its grand presence, it appeared somewhat smaller than when it was merely a skeleton. Catherine remained seated on the ground, visibly flustered and at a complete loss for words. Noticing her shock, Cyril turned to ask what was wrong with the princess, only for her to offer a confused noise in response. The white dragon lowered its head, explaining that after hundreds of years since its revival, it had simply forgotten how to restrain its immense power, leaving Catherine startled by its sheer proximity. Astonished by the creature's surprisingly playful nature, Cyril murmured his realization, while Catherine continued to gaze at the divine dragon in disbelief. Suddenly, the white dragon extended its large claw, affectionately patting Cyril on the head with a deep chuckle that left the young man wide-eyed with surprise. Dragon noted that Cyril was the very first person to ever describe it as mischievous, while Catherine watched in absolute awe at how quickly and easily he was bonding with the mythical entity. Confirming his identity when asked by the ancient beast, Cyril calmly inquired if the dragon possessed a name of its own. The hearty laugh. The great dragon revealed that it had no need for a name, stating proudly that it was the one and only of its kind. Explained further that whenever anyone speaks of the child of God, it inherently refers to no one else but itself. Found it somewhat inconvenient that the creature lacked a proper name, prompting him to ask if he could bestow one upon it. Majestic white dragon paused in silence, caught off guard by the suggestion, before asking if he truly intended to give it a name. The simple, calm nod, Cyril confirmed his intention, leaving the legendary beast momentarily puzzled. The divine creature began to quiver and chuckle softly, finding immense amusement in the young man's casual proposal. Throwing its head back, the white dragon let out a boisterous, echoing roar of laughter that shook the very ground, accidentally triggering a localized rock slide that startled Catherine. Hearing the commotion and feeling the earth tremble, Catherine checked on Cyril as the surrounding lower dragons panicked, urging everyone to retreat from what they feared was a collapsing mountain. Reassuring her that everything was fine, Cyril stayed calm, while the ancient beast looked around, mildly confused by the dramatic reaction of the smaller dragons. Turning back to the gathered crowd, Cyril officially introduced the white dragon as the legendary child of God, though the divine beast immediately interjected to remind him about naming it. Observing how surprisingly easygoing the revered creature was, Cyril paused to inquire whether it was male or female. White Dragon lightly explained that unlike common creatures, it had no need to reproduce and thus possessed no gender, prompting Cyril to thoughtfully accept this revelation as he prepared to choose a name. He suggested the name Chris to the ancient divine creature, prompting it to echo the choice with quiet approval. Overjoyed by its new moniker, the dragon let out a boisterous laugh that shook the cavern, forcing Cyril to warn it against causing another cave-in. Meanwhile, Catherine approached, asking what the two were conversing about, as he turned to apologize for the commotion. Surprised to learn that he had bestowed a name upon the divine beast, the princess conceded that she would accept it without complaint, while Chris laughed off any lingering awkwardness. Turning back to business, the newly named dragon pressed Cyril directly, inquiring whether he still had any available openings for a dragon bond. Without hesitation, the creature proposed forming a contract between them, leaving the young knight entirely bewildered by the sudden offer. Astonished by his ignorance, The ancient beast questioned how an active dragon knight could be unfamiliar with such a concept, prompting Cyril to glance toward Catherine to see if royalty possessed any knowledge on the matter. Princess admitted she had no understanding of what a human dragon contract entailed, leading him to turn to their companions for answers. One by one, the fellow dragon companions shook their heads, completely oblivious to the ancient ritual. Observing their unanimous confusion, Chris fell silent as the full reality of the situation sank in, lamenting that centuries of separation had caused humans to forget the true nature of their old alliance. The ancient dragon prepared to explain the contract, while Cyril waited attentively. He listened carefully as the magnificent dragon offered to demonstrate the ancient ritual rather than merely describe it, asking for a single drop of his blood in order to proceed. Pricking his fingertip, Cyril produced a tiny droplet and suspended it in midair with a gentle touch of his own magic, which piqued the dragon's interest. The floating drop of blood flared with radiant light, triggering an intricate magic circle that burst into existence on the ground beneath them both. As the brilliant sigil glowed beneath his boots, he looked down at his trembling hands, overwhelmed by the sudden surge of strange energy coursing through his veins. The pact officially forged, the dragon explained that a contract allows a human to wield a fraction of their dragon partner's inherent power, leaving Cyril utterly stunned by the realization that he now held dragon magic. Chris elaborated that his specific domain was absolute control over flames, encouraging Cyril to test this new gift by attempting to set himself ablaze. Igniting the air around them, intense fire surged beneath the beast's talons and engulfed Cyril, causing the young noblewoman nearby to cry out in horror. As the fierce inferno licked upward around his body, he remained completely unharmed, realizing with quiet awe that the intense heat held no burning sensation for him. Raising his hand to observe the dancing flames dancing harmlessly across his palm, he finally understood the true essence of commanding fire. The ancient creature chuckled heartily, identifying this power as a rare, unique skill granted by their bond, prompting Cyril to offer his sincere gratitude. He stood calmly before the newly named dragon, who expressed its deep satisfaction as a reward for receiving a proper identity. Observing his incredible capabilities, Catherine looked on in deep admiration, quietly coming to a firm resolution within her heart. Stepping forward with sudden intensity, she called out to him with a passionate request, begging to become an official investor in his guild. Taken aback by her abrupt proposition, he stammered in surprise, while she eagerly confirmed that having a princess as a patron would elevate the guild's reputation immensely. She clasped her hands together in earnest plea, causing him to feel utterly bewildered as he remarked that he should be the one bowing to such a grand offer. Her face brightened with absolute delight as she warmly requested his favor and support in their new partnership. Short time later, her cheerful words of gratitude resonated over the peaceful cityscape as their agreement was officially sealed. Back inside the sanctuary, he gathered with his companions to review their findings, confirming that all three legendary creatures were indeed capable of forming binding contracts with humans. Swelling with pride, Chris leaned in close and grandly offered to share all his vast knowledge, prompting a wry, exasperated smile from the young leader. Observing the dragon's pomposity, the nearby companions remarked among themselves how quickly everyone had grown accustomed to the powerful beast after initially fearing its divine presence. White Dragon proved surprisingly easy to talk to, as Cyril noted how adaptable contract arrangements were, though the creature cautioned him that forming a bond with any dragon still required specific conditions. Explaining the mechanics further, the dragon clarified that contract capacity depended entirely on the available openings within one's soul, comparing it to writing on the limited pages of a notebook, leaving Cyril trying to grasp the exact nature of these openings. Wondering if there was only room for a single additional bond, Cyril asked if it was possible to expand those openings in the future, but the dragon brushed his concern aside with easy confidence. Cyril questioned if the dragon itself was incapable of further growth. The majestic creature boastfully proclaimed its immortal nature, asserting that unlike mortal humans, an immortal being had already reached absolute perfection. Flaunting its grand stature, the white dragon pompously declared itself a completed, supreme existence, prompting the smaller dragon nearby to look on with quiet disdain at such overbearing arrogance. Noticing the small dragon staring intensely at the exchange, Cyril leaned in to ask what was on Colette's mind. Turning the attention back onto Cyril, the white dragon suggested that it was actually Cyril whose attitude and growth required closer inspection. Unable to tolerate the white dragon's boastful demeanor any longer, the small dragon lashed out furiously, biting down hard on its fellow dragon in a sudden burst of irritation. As the two dragons devolved into a chaotic, violent scuffle on the ground, Cyril and his companions could only watch in exasperation, realizing just how difficult it would be for these creatures to truly get along. Stepping away from the scuffle, Cyril casually requested Chris to evaluate his remaining contract slots while asking for a glass of water to clear his head. He carefully cradled the small container in both hands as instructed, closing his eyes to focus his mind on the visualization exercise. In his mind's eye, he pictured himself standing solitary in the middle of a vast, featureless stone chamber. The empty space stretched outward in every direction, representing the quiet expanse of his inner spiritual capacity. Guided by the white dragon's voice, he was urged to picture his spiritual vessel absorbing energy endlessly like a sponge. Suddenly, magic erupted in a dramatic surge, bubbling up rapidly until liquid cascaded wildly over the edges of the container in his hands. Torrential downpour of magical energy burst forth, thoroughly soaking him while the white dragon burst into boisterous, delighted laughter at the sheer scale of power. As water pooled across the floor, the dragon marveled in awe, declaring that he possessed the largest spiritual vessel seen in over a glass sat on a flat surface, overflowing with water as a simple demonstration of an abundance beyond normal limits. Cyril stood amidst his dragon companions, listening as they discussed his extraordinary capacity to form covenants with multiple dragons, comparing the sheer number to an imperial harem. Noticing Colette's distant expression, Cyril checked on her, prompting flustered denials about the delicate feelings of a maiden. As the playful banter continued, one of the smaller dragons playfully chomped down on Cyril's hand, forcing him to laughingly apologize. Moving forward with their plans, Cyril marveled at the dragon's ability to heal using fire while flames crackled nearby. Turning to Louise, Cyril requested to form a covenant with her first, prompting both of them to offer their blood until it dripped onto the floor below. As magical energy surged around them, Cyril paused, sensing an unusual tickling sensation beneath his neck during the bonding process. He exchanged a confused glance with Louise as they both wondered what was causing the unexpected physical reaction. Louise gazed at Cyril in a dazed, dreamlike state, overcome by the covenant's influence and finding him extraordinarily handsome. The covenant successfully finalized, information flowed directly into Cyril's mind, and he asked Chris about the unique skill he had just acquired. He began explaining how dragon abilities functioned, noting that while species-based traits were predictable, individual skills remained unique. Eager to demonstrate, he offered to show the results of his new bond. Taking a seat on the floor, the young swordsman closed his eyes and drifted into a brief slumber for only a second before snapping back awake under Emma's watchful gaze. Gesture pointing to his hand with a smile, he assured them there was far more to this magic than a simple nap. Examining his gloved finger, he pointed out that the cut he had sustained earlier during the ceremony had completely disappeared. He explained that the skill was a form of accelerated recovery through sleep, allowing his body to heal severe wounds instantly during rest. Expressing his gratitude to his dragon companion, he turned his focus toward testing the next skill in his newfound arsenal. As heat radiated off his open palm, a sudden spark flared, prompting Emma to inquire about the nature of the power manifest before them. Recognizing it as an offensive capability, he instructed Louise to fire a projectile directly toward him to test its defense. Raising his hand with absolute confidence, he assured his companion that minor attacks would not cause him to flinch. A barrage of fireballs rained upon his outstretched hand, yet he neutralized each projectile effortlessly, marveling at the sheer simplicity and effectiveness of the power. Checked on his dragon companion, making sure Chris was all right after the sudden burst of fiery magic, while the creature roared back in triumphant laughter. Observing his hands closely, Cyril wondered why only 9 fingers manifested the flames, considering whether the 9-fingered flame bullet was a unique skill, while the dragon praised his growing strength. Trying to ignite a flame from his remaining digit, he realized no matter what he tried, the right thumb simply would not produce fire, leaving him thoroughly puzzled. The White Dragon interjected, explaining that the right thumb of a human inherently symbolizes authority, which explains its unique exclusion from standard magic release. Contemplating this revelation, he pondered whether kings or emperors wore rings on their right thumbs as symbols of covenant authority, though he had never witnessed such a practice himself. Turning his attention to Colette next, he urged her to begin her portion, watching intently as a dark droplet fell to initiate the process. As a glowing circle burst forth upon the ground, he asked if the ritual was complete, receiving confirmation as the magic settled. Examining the outcome, he remarked that testing the newly acquired ability might not be practical right away, suspecting it was closely tied to food and consumption. Analyzing the mechanics further, he deduced that ingested food gets converted directly into energy stored separately from the physical body, allowing them to accumulate energy without gaining weight. Pleased with the absence of drawbacks, he expressed his gratitude to Colette for the convenient capability, while the dragons shared in the light-hearted mood. He listened as the elder dragon warned that under their covenant, overindulging in food might cause someone to become excessively fat, prompting a look of utter shock from the small dragon beast. Furious at the accusation, the dragon beast chomped down in retaliation, vehemently denying the claim, leaving Cyril to observe that the painful bite was well-deserved while Chris fluttered beside them. Some days later, the journey brought him to a quiet establishment, where he sat at a simple wooden table awaiting a meeting. A neatly groomed gentleman approached his table, offering a polite greeting and introducing himself as Sebastian Bernal. He responded by introducing himself as Cyril LaRose, to which Sebastian politely expressed that it was an honor to meet him. Unaccustomed to such formal politeness despite having taken on numerous requests before, he felt slightly out of his element as Sebastian reached for something in his attire. Sebastian produced a sealed letter and presented it across the table, explaining that it was an official letter of referral from Miss Morinier. Recognizing the document as yet another referral from Lady Katrina Morinier, he silently resolved to express his gratitude to her later, while Sebastian inquired how he could be of service. Apologizing for the intrusion, Sebastian explained that their request involved procuring dacite stones, a task that immediately caught Cyril's attention. Sebastian specified that they required 100 dacite stones, each roughly the size of a small cooking pot, leading Cyril to question the feasibility of gathering such a precise quantity. He stood startled as his dragon companion suddenly burst into the room with boisterous laughter, loudly urging him to take the job offer. Sweat dripping from his brow, he scolded the creature for startling everyone with such an abrupt entrance. Sebastian stammered out a polite apology while timidly confirming if the creature belonged to him, to which the young warrior gave a quiet nod. Annoyed by the outburst, he questioned the dragon's bizarre enthusiasm, only for the beast to declare with absolute confidence that it knew where the stones were and could guarantee success. Turning back to his client with a hesitant sigh, he officially accepted the request, bringing immediate relief to the anxious man. The client expressed sincere gratitude, remarking that such swift decision-making was worthy of the renowned Dragon First Guild. Later, as they journeyed into the wild terrain, he grumbled under his breath about the dragon insisted on trailing along, prompting a playful taunt from the creature. Pausing on the trail, he pressed his companion for clarity, admitting that while the beast seemed to know the location, he still didn't understand what a dacite stone actually was. Dragon explained that dacite was an ordinary-looking gem usually ignored by humans, adding that retrieving it was treacherous, which was why a guild contract had been issued. Pondering the explanation, he sought confirmation on whether these obscure stones held significant value, which the creature affirmed without hesitation. He listened intently as the hidden nature of the dacite stone was explained, how it releases a brilliant radiance when bathed in moonlight, earning it the grand title of the Dragon's Night Pearl. Marveling at the description, he admitted that such a sight must indeed be breathtaking. Curious about why such a decorative gem would be associated with dragons, the young swordsman turned to his scale companion to ask where they might actually find one. In response, the beast merely let out a low, mischievous chuckle. Baffled by the dragon's cryptic amusement, he stared back in quiet confusion. Their journey soon brought them to the edge of an ominous volcanic expanse, where heavy clouds of smoke billowed from the rumbling earth. Taking in the harsh terrain, he briefly stumbled over a completely unrelated name before laughing off his own stray thought. Directing his gaze into the fiery rift, the dragon pointed out transparent stones glistening within the molten rock, prompting him to panic as his companion prepared to step straight toward the magma. Boasting that normal rules did not apply to them, the dragon reassured him, leading the youth to realize that the protection granted by their covenant made even hazardous magma harmless. The creature cheerfully likened the lethal molten bath to a relaxing hot spring. He flatly declined the offer to take a dip. Despite warnings from their companion about the inherent dangers, he offered a reassuring smile, trusting in their bond while playfully hoping neither of them was playing a trick on him. He stepped boldly into the churning volcanic liquid with a quiet murmur of determination, while his dragon companion watched intently from the rocky bank. To his absolute surprise, the searing heat failed to affect him or burn his clothes, prompting a cheerful laugh from the dragon at his bewilderment. The creature praised his courage for leaping into molten rock without hesitation. Though Cyril reminded him that he had promised it was safe, the dragon noted that very few humans possess the sheer nerve to actually test that promise. Examining his gloved hand, the young man realized harvesting the stones felt no different than pulling objects from ordinary mud, making a quota of 100 seem entirely effortless. His companion urged him to hurry, complaining that simply watching someone stand in molten lava made him feel stifled. Considering the 20,000 reals promised for the task, Cyril reflected on how remarkably lucrative this effort was compared to his past struggles. The dragon simply replied that such discrepancies were merely the nature of the human world. Beast went on to explain that once a person acquires power or fame, the returns on their labor multiply exponentially, emphasizing that this sudden wealth was the rightful reward for all his hard work. Absorbing the dragon's perspective, he offered a sincere word of thanks as they continued their task amidst the rise. Inside a bustling tavern, patrons murmured amongst themselves, debating rumors of a newly prominent guild known as Dragon First. Whispers filled the room regarding their unnaturally swift accomplishments, leading many to suspect that dark or underhanded methods were at play. It noted that even the royal princess had reportedly become their patron, making it dangerous to speak ill of them openly. Nearby, a shrouded figure listened in silence while idly tapping coins upon the wooden table. Rising quietly from the table, the cloaked individual stepped onto the creaking floorboards, muttering the guild's name under their breath. Having recently fulfilled a difficult contract in lava-filled caverns thanks to his dragon companion, Cyril sat across from the mysterious guest in a quiet meeting room. Breaking the heavy silence, the visitor introduced himself simply as Six. Questioned about his business, Six explained that he wished to hire Cyril LaRose for a specific job involving the transport of particular goods. He offered a staggering sum of 30,000 reals upon completion, leaving Cyril stunned by the absurdly high reward. Knowing that simple transport jobs rarely commanded such wealth, Cyril inquired about the contents of the cargo, only to be met with a flat refusal to share details. Six made it clear that Cyril's only duty was to deliver the package untouched to its destination, emphasizing that curiosity would not be tolerated. Despite recognizing the clear danger surrounding the request, Cyril found himself intrigued by the proposition, just as his energetic dragon companion, Chris, bounded over playfully. He acknowledged that the request was intriguing, but before he could press further, the draconic creature leaned in, eager to join the engaging conversation. Boasting that nothing could remain hidden from its sight, the beast declared it would pry the truth directly from the hooded client. Sensing skepticism, the dragon locked eyes with the hooded stranger, casting an intimidating glare that made the human recoil in apprehension. Looming over the frightened client, the creature demanded to know what secrets were being concealed, causing the trembling man to squeak in panic. Overwhelmed by the sheer pressure, the hooded figure cowered under the bench, trembling violently as the swordsman looked on in mild disbelief. Satisfied with its display of dominance, the beast casually informed the young man that the client had been sufficiently pressured and would now answer any question truthfully. Leaning down toward the shaken client, the young man gently nudged him, inquiring what the mystery cargo actually was. Sweating nervously, the client stammered out the truth, revealing that the cargo was a substance known as dragon tear incense, a name that struck a chord of nostalgia with the creature. The draconic companion explained that this incense acts as an aromatizer with hypnotic effects, allowing anyone who inhales it to dream whatever they desire. Reflecting on the substance, the young man realized that such an item, though harmless to the physical body, should be classified as contraband by the kingdom's laws. He pieced together the truth, realizing that this request was nothing less than a plan to smuggle contraband, a fact Six nervously confirmed with a faint nod. Curious, Cyril questioned why the substance had been banned if it caused no physical harm to the body. Balor explained that indulging in endless pleasurable dreams had caused human birth rates to plummet drastically, leading Cyril to finally comprehend the ruler's decision. He accepted that the ban was unavoidable under the circumstances, though Balor remained lost in thought. Dragon mused aloud, suggesting that a total prohibition might be far too severe, as certain individuals genuinely required such solace. Cyril questioned who could possibly need it. Balor pointed out examples like an elderly man grieving the loss of his lifelong companion, prompting Cyril to quietly acknowledge the truth in those words. Cyril concurred, reasoning that while a ruler might fear widespread misuse, there were undeniably suffering people who truly depended on it. Balor let out a boisterous laugh at his response, amused by his typical pragmatic nature, while Cyril officially announced to Six that he would accept the job, leaving the young man visibly relieved. Six handed over a map along with a tally, instructing Cyril to travel to the marked destination and present the token to claim the shipment. Taking to the skies alongside their companions, the group soon reached the outskirts of their destination. Before them stood Niarco Fort, a sprawling stronghold heavily guarded by soldiers along its castle walls, where the dragon tier incense awaited them. He was immediately confronted near the stone perimeter by a guarded sentinel demanding to know who had approached. Handing over his token, the gatekeeper acknowledged him as Dragon First and creaked open the heavy wooden doors to grant entry. As they crossed the threshold, heavy footfalls thundered through the courtyard, surrounding them with a formidable company of mounted dragon riders. Scarred veteran stepped forward from the assembly, identifying himself as the leader overseeing the garrison. Patch-eyed leader explained that while they were the ones who requested his aid, it was their first meeting and he needed proof of his strength. The swordsman dryly countered that they had summoned him in the first place. Observing the skeptical audience who doubted his reputation, he quietly readied the magic derived from his contract. Sudden intensity, he unleashed a fierce burst of fire projectiles that tore through the air, completely stunning the assembled crowd. Smoke cleared over the groaning onlookers. The leader begrudgingly admitted the display was impressive. Catching his breath, he asked if the demonstration was sufficient, prompting the commander to deem him reliable and instruct the group to follow. His companion dryly pointed out how drastically he had overdone the attack, though he merely smirked in response. He casually calculated that his recent display of magic consumed roughly 30% of his stored energy. While explaining that his contract allowed him to convert food into reserve power, he reassured his companion that he was completely unharmed. Reflecting on the overwhelming force he had deployed, he silently reasoned that such a display had been entirely necessary given the dire circumstances. As they moved further into the fort, his companions remarked on his decisive judgment. Meanwhile, the dragon companion took offense at the hostile glares from the local beasts, annoyed that they held a grudge despite having initiated the confrontation. With an intimidating huff, the massive dragon directed a fierce glare at the surrounding garrison members, sending the terrified soldiers scrambling for safety in utter panic. Observing the chaotic scene, Cyril turned to address his scaly ally as she burst into a boisterous laugh. She playfully insisted she had only given them a mild glance, prompting him to gently pat her head in gratitude. She brushed off his thanks with pride, reminding him of their bond. Staring in utter disbelief, the garrison commander stammered, shocked that no reports had mentioned such a formidable creature in Cyril's possession. Ignoring the veteran's shock, he pressed forward, inquiring about the location of the dragon tier incense they sought. The commander grudgingly acknowledged that their current location inside the fort would suffice. Turning to his subordinates with urgency, the commander barked out orders, causing the guards to snap to attention in flustered compliance. Watching the sudden halt, the dragons exchanged puzzled looks, wondering why the leader had stopped so abruptly. He made his decisions swiftly, fully aware that attempting to control the powerful young man's beastly companion was far too dangerous. Nor was it wise to grant such unpredictable guests access deep within their stronghold. The heavy thud. The commander dropped a sturdy wooden chest right in front of them, prompting the dragon companions to realize the garrison commander was simply terrified of Cyril's formidable presence. Veteran leader explained that the requested goods were inside the crate, instructing them to deliver the items to a contact named Gigu at a shop in manhwa who would settle their payment, though he added a grim caveat. He warned Cyril that the town of manhwa had an outer wall where strict inspections were routinely conducted at the entrance, leaving the young man to figure out how to bypass the guards on his own. Looking toward the looming stone ramparts in the distance, Cyril pondered the challenge of passing through those heavily guarded checkpoints without raising suspicion. Curious about the human custom, the smaller dragon asked what an inspection entailed, leading the companion to explain that town authorities periodically check incoming people and goods to maintain security. Nodding thoughtfully, the young warrior recalled encountering similar town checkpoints back in Lindworm, impressing his companions with his familiar knowledge of border protocols. He recognized the delicate situation, knowing he could neither afford to be arrested nor risk revealing that he was carrying highly prohibited goods. The main issue was that inspective guards would undoubtedly search the small dragon first, despite the dragon tier incense currently being safely concealed inside her stomach. As they deliberated on their next move, Cyril worried that the guards might already know the biological traits of the mushkwishu species, making the concealment far riskier than anticipated. He paused along the trail, contemplating his options as the sound of running water caught his attention. Spotting the nearby river, a sudden stroke of inspiration struck him. Turning toward his dragon companion, he called out Colette's name, catching her completely off guard. With a calm smile, he asked if she would be willing to do him outside the heavy stone gates of manhwa. The queue for inspection moved slowly under the watchful eye of the town's guards. Standing among the waiting crowd, Cyril calls out softly to Colette, ensuring everyone understands their roles before stepping forward. As they approach the checkpoint, a guard commands them to halt, forcing Cyril and his companions to put their plan into action. Addressing the guard calmly, he introduces himself as Cyril LaRose of the Dragon First Guild, presenting his official emblem while the guard questions if he is a dragon knight. The guard's gaze shifts suspiciously toward the large dragon companion standing beside them, demanding an explanation for the creature's presence. Colette steps forward in her plump, beastly form, a rare mushkwishu species, prompting the guard to question what might be stored inside her massive stomach. The guard sternly demands to inspect everything inside the creature. Cyril remains composed, assuring him that it is nothing special and agreeing to produce its contents. The sudden, violent surge. The dragon disgorges a massive torrent of water all over the floor, completely flooding the checkpoint and washing away any suspicion of hidden cargo. Wrenched and utterly overwhelmed by the harmless liquid spill, the flustered guard quickly waves them through the gate just to get rid of them. Once safely inside the city walls, Cyril grins at their companion, delighted at how effortlessly their clever trick allowed them to bypass the strict inspection. He noted to his companions that relying on such a crude tactic was not something they could repeat indefinitely. Though Colette had successfully disgorged the stored water, the contraband dragon tier incense remained safely hidden within her stomach. Moving deeper into the city, he declared their next objective was to locate a man named Gigu, noting how much more vibrant manhwa was compared to Boaru's cell. Observing the architecture, he realized the settlement had been founded by a former Dragon Knight guildmaster, prompting his companion to contemplate the idea of creating their own domain. Companion quietly expressed a desire to build a sanctuary dedicated to dragons rather than humans. Together, the group continued their stride down the bustling paved streets alongside their massive reptilian allies. Suddenly, his sharp-eared companion called out, urging him to look toward a nearby building. Examining the wooden signboard hanging above the shop front, they recognized the crest matched the tally mark in their possession. Deciding to investigate, he led the way inside as a small bell chimed at the entrance. As they stepped across the threshold, a stern voice from within immediately demanded to know their identity. He introduced himself to the shopkeeper, confirming if the man standing before them was indeed Gigu, who acknowledged their arrival with a low murmur. The merchant immediately demanded to see the goods, prompting Cyril to turn to Colette to produce what they had brought. A heavy container was placed onto the counter with a dull thud, presenting the cargo for inspection. Gigu opened the box, closely sniffing and examining the precious items within before requesting confirmation from a group, which Cyril calmly affirmed. Satisfied with the inspection, the shopkeeper formally acknowledged receipt of the delivery, then set down a wooden chest containing their promised reward with a sharp clatter, leaving Colette wide-eyed as she peeked inside at the immense payment. Gigu asked if they intended to count the payment. Cyril simply turned away, stating that if the amount proved insufficient, he merely wouldn't accept work from him again. To quiet him from the shopkeeper behind them, the companions stepped out of the store into the open air. Walking together, Colette marveled aloud at how effortlessly they had just earned 30,000 reals for the task. She pondered the massive profits the brokers would likely make off the transaction and resolved to investigate further, leaving Cyril sweating at the thought of her ambitious scheme. Having parted ways with their associates, he and his companion arrived at a grand inn equipped with its own dedicated dragon stable, marveling at the sheer scale of the bustling town. They were astonished by how easily they had uncovered numerous merchants willing to deal in dragon tear incense, simply by making casual inquiries around the market streets. Creature questioned whether it was truly wise to profit off a contraband substance, voicing her reservations about dealing in illegal goods. Explained that the ban was merely imposed by the local ruler, and that his true intention was to provide the incense to those who genuinely needed its aid. Accepting his resolve, the beast admitted her indifference toward human affairs, though his thoughts remained preoccupied with the missing production recipe. Noting that none of the merchants would divulge the secret recipe for crafting the incense, he was interrupted by a boisterous laugh from his draconic ally. The wide, confident grin. The dragon revealed that she held the knowledge he sought, leaving him relieved yet hardly surprised by her endless fountain of secrets. She began her explanation by clarifying that the title of Dragon Tear Incense was nothing more than a clever misnomer designed to mislead the uninitiated. Confirming that real dragon tears played no part in its creation, she reassured him that while it pertained to dragons, the raw components were surprisingly commonplace. She instructed him to seek out a specific fruit known as a galleon, leaving him startled by the simplicity of the essential ingredient. Readily agreed, recalling having seen the fruit at the local greengrocer's and deciding to head out immediately to secure a supply. The market. The shopkeeper presented the unusual item, also known locally as cow's horn, marveling at its intriguing shape as he held it up for inspection. She explained that one simply peels the outer shell to consume the insides, delighted and surprised when he impulsively decided to purchase her entire stock on his very first visit. Handing over the heavy sack stuffed with a strange fruit, she offered a cheerful farewell as he politely expressed his gratitude. Turning to the dragon stables, he presented the full bag to Chris, who confirmed that these were indeed genuine galleon fruits. Noticing Louise was fast asleep, Chris turned her attention to Colette and Emma, instructing Colette that she would need to swallow the thorny fruit whole. He went on to detail that Colette must store the fruit inside her primary stomach, the digestive chamber capable of processing it safely. He questioned why Chris wasn't performing the task instead. The dark dragon proudly scoffed, explaining that he did not require sustenance to maintain life, and thus possessed no digestive organs. Curious about the next stage of synthesis, he inquired what followed after ingestion, only to react with utter astonishment when Chris revealed they would have to wait an entire month before obtaining the Dragon Tear incense. Chris further clarified the internal process, pointing out the sharp points of the fruit and explaining that to protect themselves from injury, the dragon's digestive tracts produce special secretions that completely encapsulate the galleon. Having listened to the beast's explanation, Cyril pondered the process, likening the creation of dragon tear incense to how pearls are formed. Dragons explained how their digestive secretions mature over time, changing in quality until the fruit hardens into genuine incense. Acknowledging their explanation, he wondered aloud if the procedure was truly that simple, sensing there had to be a catch. Chris burst into hearty laughter at his naivety, pointing out that while it might sound effortless to him, it was far from easy for ordinary knights. Because normal dragon knights could not speak with their beasts, They had no way to instruct a dragon to retain thorny fruit in its stomach for a full month without regurgitating it. Realizing the truth of those words, he gasped as Chris confirmed that his unique ability to converse with dragons made this task exclusively possible for him. Turning to Colette and Emma, he offered a sincere apology for burdening them with swallowing the tough, thorny fruit whole. However, Colette proudly dismissed his worries, boasting that controlling her own stomach functions was effortless for a dragon of her stature. Impressed by her confidence, he offered his heartfelt thanks to both of them, though he quickly realized that many others in high places must already know this secret. He pondered the risks ahead, noting that if a known dragon knight like himself repeatedly bought vast quantities of galleons, suspicious eyes would immediately turn toward him. He mused aloud that if he could cultivate galleons himself, it would solve his dilemma, realizing it would be a game-changer for his endeavors beyond his duties as a dragon knight. Beside him, his dragon companion let out a boisterous laugh at the ambitious thought. Dragon encouraged him, noting that he possessed the potential to become a truly wondrous merchant. Surprised by the praise, the young man stammered, questioning the notion of becoming a merchant while the beast chuckled warmly. It was a fundamental principle of commerce that true profit lies in controlling every link of the supply chain, from gathering the raw materials and processing them to final distribution. Grasping the concept, the young knight realized that overseeing every phase meant securing all the profits for himself. His reptilian ally nodded, confirming that was precisely the advantage of total independence. Continuing the lesson, the dragon warned that relying on external suppliers left his business vulnerable to price gouging, which could destroy his livelihood. Conceding the point, the young man admitted that running out of essential stock would be fatal. While growing his own galleon crops seemed like the ideal solution, the creature brought up another critical obstacle, asking what would happen if someone caught him in the act. Agreed that exposure would spell disaster. The young strategist knew that any farming operation would have to remain entirely secret. His companion agreed, emphasizing the absolute need for stealth. Dragon raised a practical point, questioning how he could possibly hide the vast stretches of land required to cultivate such a crop. The young man fell silent, weighing the daunting reality of the challenge. Breaking his silence, he acknowledged that concealing a whole farm was far beyond his own capabilities. However, a sly smile crossed his face as he revealed that he knew someone who could pull off such a feat. Following morning, he set out to put his plan into motion, entering the bustling establishment known as the War Dragon Market as the doorbell chimed overhead. He stepped up to the counter at the dragon market and inquired directly if they had any dragons of the gargoyle species available. The clerk politely asked him to follow, leading him outside into the courtyard holding pens where a small, dark dragon lay quietly bound in heavy iron shackles. Crouching down beside the chained creature, he offered a gentle smile and softly introduced himself as Cyril, though the small dragon merely watched him in guarded silence. Standing before a newly encountered dark dragon, Cyril explained that while it might come as a surprise, he possessed the ability to understand dragon language, encouraging the creature to speak with him freely. Small dragon offered only a brief, nonchalant agreement, remaining guarded and quiet. Quiet moment passed between the young man and the small beast as they stood watching one another in silence. Asking if it disliked talking, Cyril noted how quiet the creature was, though he admitted he didn't mind the silence as long as they understood each other, prompting the dragon to bluntly state that it disliked chatter. Cyril then offered to take the dragon along with him, asking what it thought of the idea. Looking off disinterestedly, the dragon told him to do as he pleased. As they began walking side by side down the alley, Cyril brought up giving the dragon a name, asking if it already had one it preferred. The dragon didn't respond at first. Cyril called out to check if it heard him, only for the dragon to clarify it was listening but simply hadn't realized he was speaking to it, as dragons usually aren't given names. Understanding the distinction, Cyril noted that any name would do as he pondered what to call his new companion. As they continued pacing forward, the dragon offered the name Jui, turning its gaze back towards Cyril to see what he thought of it. The dark dragon offered a quiet murmur of assent, prompting Cyril to warmly place his trust in his new companion. Recognizing that its subtle reactions were not a rejection, Cyril found himself beginning to understand the creature's reticent nature before turning to a new question. Curious about its species' reputation, Cyril asked how the gargoyle ability to blend into the surroundings functioned. The little beast hesitated, admitting that explaining the magic was difficult, though Cyril assured it that even a simple overview would suffice. Explained that its power allowed it to vanish completely from sight, taking along any living creature it happened to be touching. Impressed by such a useful skill, Cyril listened as the dragon added a caveat. While hidden from sight, they could still be heard if they made noise or detected if someone physically bumped into them. Creature further clarified that its magic altered how onlookers perceived the surrounding environment, making them seamlessly blend away. Admitting that the concept was still somewhat abstract, Cyril politely asked if the dragon would be willing to demonstrate its power, to which the creature readily agreed. Looking toward a nearby building where the rest of their party rested, the dragon suggested using their friends as the test subjects for the demonstration. Upon approaching their companions, the group expressed confusion, asking Cyril why he had returned empty-handed when he was supposed to bring back a new dragon child. Joining them, Cyril pointed right beside him to reveal that the young dragon had been standing there the entire time, leaving the group thoroughly stunned. Apologizing for overlooking her, the companions wondered if her small stature or the perfection of her stealth was to blame, cementing Cyril's amazement at Jui's remarkable ability. He watched as the large dragon boisterously laughed, explaining that the three companions had only seen Cyril because of the specific conditions that took place. Moving on with introductions, he formally presented Jui to the rest of the dragons, Louise, Colette, Emma, and Chris, who offered a warm, collective greeting. Curious about her full capabilities, he then asked Jui if she could demonstrate her other form of mimicry. To his utter surprise, the small dragon calmly replied that she had already done so, leaving him caught off guard. The elder dragon chimed in to clarify, reminding him that the three companions had only perceived him, just as Jui had intended. Realization began to dawn on him as he processed how her subtle mimicry skill actually operated. Jui explained that her power allowed her to alter the perception of others. While people could still technically see an object or body, how they perceived its nature was fundamentally altered. Seeking confirmation, he asked if that meant she could make something horrific, like a corpse on a roadside, appear perfectly normal to passersby, which she confirmed. Excited by the tactical possibilities, he realized that with her unique magic, they would easily be able to conceal the Galleon fields from prying eyes. As the elder dragon noted the intriguing potential of forming a contract with a gargoyle, Cyril turned to Jui with a warm smile and asked for her formal agreement. Brought up the details of the agreement, but Jui casually cut in, agreeing to the proposal without hesitation. Surprised by her swift acceptance, Cyril asked if she wanted an explanation, to which she simply replied that she didn't dislike him. Looking around at the dragon companions enjoying themselves, Jui observed how cheerful everyone seemed in their company. As the pact sealed, light radiated from Cyril's hand, and a magical circle manifested below, prompting him to wonder about the precise nature of her ability. Realizing that her power revolved around changing appearances depending on how it was used, he suggested testing it on their friend nearby. Deciding to test the newly acquired power immediately, he prepared to activate the spell. Suddenly, a tremendous rumble echoed as the dragon transformed before their eyes into a colossal behemoth species. Shocked by the monstrous transformation, the dragon burst into loud laughter while questioning why such a form had been chosen. Cyril explained that her ability transforms a dragon into the impression people around them hold, making the legendary Dragon King species a perfect match. Jui remained quiet, taking in the reality of her power's dramatic impact. As the creature's extraordinary transformation settled, a thoughtful response echoed softly against the quiet backdrop of the open sky. A few days later, Cyril visited the Boirusel town hall to discuss his future operations, explaining his plans to construct a proper base in the suburbs. Surprised by his sudden proposition, the clerk paused and marveled at how rapidly Cyril's guild appeared to be expanding. Clarified that it was less about rapid expansion and more about physical space, pointing out that between Chris, the rare phoenix species entrusted by the princess, and his 5 dragons, their current town quarters had simply become too cramped. She nodded in understanding, acknowledging his practical concern. He elaborated that beyond the overcrowding, he aimed to cultivate galleons on the property, making a larger plot essential. She cautioned him that securing such an expanse would be remarkably costly, asking if he was prepared for the expense, considering the scale required so that even colossal dragons would not feel confined. Cyril observed that a territory of that size was effectively equivalent to a military fortress. Taking that immense scale into account, she calculated the financial burden and informed him that leasing the land would cost approximately 500,000 reals annually. Astounded by the staggering price, Cyril recoiled in disbelief. She reminded him that all national territory ultimately belonged to the crown, making such a request formidable, and brought up an alternative option. Noticing his close ties with royalty, she suggested he petition the princess directly for assistance, but Cyril firmly declined the idea. Stepping outside the town hall, Cyril reflected on the princess's goodwill, resolving not to entangle her in questionable favors, and promised Rosie would find another way to raise the required funds. He conceded to himself that securing a large expanse of land was simply out of reach for the time being. Turning to his dark companion, he outlined a new plan to cultivate the galleon outside, asking if it could be concealed once it began to sprout so they could test the process from start to finish. The majestic white dragon questioned if such a trial would suffice. He affirmed that treating this initial attempt as a simple experiment was the best path forward. The white beast then proposed an alternative, offering to let the crop grow right inside the dragon stable. Even without direct sunlight, it proudly declared there would be no issue before summoning a radiant blaze. Shocked by the sudden display, he stared in awe as an orb of brilliant, shimmering fire burst forth before them. Dragon explained that this special light was the flame of resuscitation, the very flame of life capable of nurturing crops with effortless ease, leaving him thoroughly stunned by the revelation. Observing how bright and potent the orb remained to accelerate growth, he thoughtfully asked whether producing such a miraculous flame put any strain on the noble creature. In response to his gentle concern, the mighty creature burst into a boisterous, echoing laugh that filled the room. Finding his considerate nature deeply amusing, the creature remarked on how captivating his attitude truly was. The ancient dragon gently reassured him not to worry, noting that across 3,000 years, he was the only soul who had ever shown genuine concern for an immortal being. Listened carefully as the dragon reassured him that producing the flame required no more effort than simply sitting up straight. Relieved to know his companion was unharmed, he acknowledged the explanation with a warm smile. Turning to the smaller dark dragon beside him, he offered a gentle smile and placed his faith in the creature to help nurture the crops, receiving a cheerful chirp in response. The crops safely hidden indoors under powerful concealment, he felt confident their secret would remain safe, until an unexpected knock and a voice calling out from the doorway interrupted his thoughts. Caught off guard by a familiar voice confirming someone's arrival, he whirled around in surprise toward the door. To his shock, Princess Catherine herself stood before him, gasping for breath after rushing all the way to his cottage. As he asked if she had brought another official request, she pouted dramatically, teasing him for his cold, purely businesslike attitude toward her arrival. She explained that a local official had informed her about his search for guild land, leaving him flustered and wondering why anyone had contacted her directly behind his back. Eager to assist, she offered him as much excess land as he needed, but he hesitated, reluctant to impose or accept such a massive favor. Placing her hand over her heart with earnest devotion, she insisted that she genuinely wanted to be of help to him, leaving him stunned by her passion. Seeing her unwavering persistence, he closed his eyes with a gentle smile and finally gave in to her generous offer. He smiled warmly and expressed his gratitude to the princess for her generosity. Overjoyed by his acceptance, she beamed with excitement, eagerly promising to take care of everything. As the carriage rattled along the open road, the passenger expressed mild surprise that suitable land had already been located so quickly after just a few short days. Acknowledging how difficult the search must have been, the princess was quickly reassured by her companions that it was no trouble at all. She thanked them for their concern, noting that while she indeed possessed surplus land, there was a caveat to her offer. She cautioned them that the property was not something that could be put to immediate use, pausing as the carriage finally drew to a halt to announce their arrival. Stepping out to gaze upon the vast, open countryside. The group marveled at the sheer expanse stretching out before them. Sweeping landscape revealed scattered debris and overgrown ruins spread across the quiet valley. Turning to ask for his thoughts, the princess explained that according to official records, this site was documented as an abandoned manor. Realizing that this implied the presence of usable surrounding fields, he received confirmation that while arable, the land currently lay completely barren. Observing that most of the structures were rotting away, the princess apologized for not providing a move-in ready location, but he quickly dismissed her worries, reassuring her that her assistance was immensely valuable. Surveying the decaying watermills and collapsed bridges nearby, he noted that having these existing foundations would make designing new facilities far easier than building from scratch. Looking at her with genuine appreciation, he offered a warm smile, expressing his deep gratitude for her immense support. He watched as Princess Catherine beamed with joy, clasping her hands tightly and expressing what an absolute honor it was that he liked the land. Looking out across the expanse, he considered how a manor functioned like a village under noble administration, where everything harvested belonged to royalty while the workers received a steady wage. Because his true motive was to cultivate galleons, there was simply no better place to grow his crops than right here. Deciding to begin immediately, he announced that they would first level the land, reaching out his hand to incinerate everything unnecessary with a burst of flame. As Catherine gasped in astonishment at his powerful magic, he calmly explained that he had formed a contract with Emma, a member of the Slavic dragon species. Continuing to unleash flashes of elemental power across the field, he noted that the residual ashes would serve as excellent fertilizer for their crops. Moments later, the young princess collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath and leaving him to ask what was wrong and concerned. She hastily insisted that nothing was wrong, though her shaky composure convinced him otherwise. After thanking him sincerely for his efforts, she timidly voiced a heartfelt wish. She asked if it might be possible for her to join him in his endeavors. Catching him completely off guard, she confessed that she had always longed to become a member of Dragon First, though she had previously been forbidden to do so to preserve her royal standing. She looked out over the open fields, serene and resolute in her desire for a fresh start. Reflecting on how much she had relied on others, Cyril asked her to remain still for just a moment. Channeling a transformation ability granted through his contract with Jui, he altered her appearance, disguising her royal features behind a casual cap and traveler's attire. Adjusting her new cap, she marveled at the incognito look, while Cyril quietly agreed that it suited her. Realizing that addressing her by her title would compromise her disguise, Cyril noted they needed a new way to speak to each other, leading her to address him simply as Cyril Sama. And asked if he could choose a new name for her. Cyril pondered for a moment before suggesting Jean, prompting her reaction as she considered the choice. Delighted with the alias, she expressed her gratitude with a bright smile, full of enthusiasm for her new identity. As they prepared to welcome her into the group, Cyril decided it was time to share a secret regarding his abilities. He revealed that he could fully understand and speak the dragon language just like human speech, leaving Jean completely astonished. Acknowledging how unbelievable it sounded, Cyril chuckled lightly and suggested they head off to continue their journey together. He suggested testing his claim, leaving the young woman looking utterly confused by his proposal. They arrived back in Roussel, where they were warmly greeted upon their return. Puzzled by his intentions, she asked what this demonstration was meant to accomplish, but Cyril simply asked his dragon companion, Louise, to step aside with him. Strategy was simple. While Jean had been riding Louise through the streets, he intended to have the dragon report back everything the girl had muttered under her breath, thereby proving his ability to comprehend the dragon language. Turning to his loyal dragon, he eagerly pressed her for details on what Jean had been saying during their stroll. Instead of answering right away, the dragon cast her eyes downward, looking distinctly uncomfortable and hesitant. Noticing her reluctance, Cyril asked what was wrong, only for Louise to apologetically address him with a troubled expression. Struggling with her words, Louise admitted she was unsure whether she should reveal what was said, suggesting it would be far better if he heard it directly from the girl herself. Intrigued and slightly concerned by the dragon's cryptic response, he turned back and called out Jean's name. He confronted Jean directly, explaining that Louise had warned him she was muttering things that might be best heard directly from her own lips. Pressed the point directly, asking Jean what she had been muttering to herself while riding on Louise's back. The question caught her completely off guard, causing her cheeks to flush deep red with intense embarrassment. Panicked, she pleaded with the dragon not to reveal a single word, while Cyril chuckled softly and reassured her that Louise had no intention of spilling her secrets. Louise, however, signaled that it would simply be better if the statement came directly from Jean herself, leaving Cyril thoroughly bewildered. Vigorous head shakes followed as she stammered in distress, realizing that repeating her words out loud would practically amount to a full romantic confession. She abruptly shouted to toss the subject aside entirely, leaving both Cyril and Louise staring at her in mild confusion. Quickly pivoting, she marvels in excitement at the undeniable fact that Cyril truly understands dragon speech, a realization that Cyril casually accepts. She notes how easily he can communicate and make requests when he understands them, coming to realize that his legendary feats stem from his own unique talent rather than just the dragon's divine nature. Curious about his past, she asks whether the members of his former guild were aware of his incredible power, prompting an awkward chuckle from Cyril. He confirms that he had indeed informed them of his gift. She is baffled that they still chose to banish him regardless. She sulks in frustration, scolding his old guild, Lindworm, for being superficial and blind to genuine ability despite their prestigious reputation. He offers a serene smile, expressing sincere gratitude for having been expelled, as it ultimately brought him to where he belongs today. He declared softly that from now on, rather than seeking approval from those who cast him out, he preferred to stand alongside true companions who acknowledged his worth, turning his gaze toward Jean and the dragons. Her face lit up with an exuberant smile as she clapped him on the shoulder, enthusiastically welcoming him as an official member of Dragon First. The firm, decisive handshake. Their new partnership was officially sealed. A month passed quickly, bringing dramatic changes as a vast wooden framework rose against the skyline, signaling that construction on their new base was nearly complete. Across the sprawling open grounds, the dragons reveled in their newfound freedom, delighted to have so much room to stretch their wings and rest comfortably. As they discussed their upcoming plans to raise galleons, Cyril acknowledged the difficulty of hiring builders, stressing that securing at least the essential structures was crucial. Turning toward Colette and Emma, he warmly beckoned the two dragons to step forward. Wiggling with eager anticipation, they approached to present a freshly prepared basket, prompting him to peer inside in wonder. A brilliant smile broke across his face as he realized what lay inside. Their very first batch of completed dragon tyrants, holding up a basket filled with freshly crafted dark lumps. Cyril smiled as he declared their very first batch of dragon tier incense complete. Dragons marveled at the finished product, astonished that such refined items had actually formed inside their own stomachs. He thanked his companions warmly, acknowledging that while it was amateur work, the quality was unquestionable thanks to their efforts. Looking out toward the distant mountains, they resolved to take the incense to the merchants in manhwa for expert evaluation. Entering the quiet shop, the bell chimed as the shopkeeper looked up and greeted Cyril upon seeing him walk inside. And asked what brought him by today, Cyril explained that he needed something examined and gently set his woven basket down onto the counter. Uncovering the basket, he revealed the neatly arranged pieces of self-made incense, drawing an intrigued hum from the shopkeeper. The man agreed to take a look, noting that while supplies were scarce, he would only buy if the quality proved to be genuine. Bringing a sample to his nose, the shopkeeper took a careful sniff, reflecting on how heavily regulated dragon tier incense usually was before gasping in sudden shock. He openly marveled at the extraordinary purity of the product, leaving Cyril and his companion watching in quiet satisfaction as he declared it completely beyond reproach. He stood quietly as the merchant examined each piece of incense in utter disbelief, confirming that Cyril had crafted every single item himself. Pressing the issue, the young crafter asked if he intended to buy them, though the buyer wondered if such exceptional purity could be maintained consistently. Glancing over at his dragon companion, Colette, he waited to gauge her reaction to the ongoing deal. Satisfied with her silent approval, Cyril agreed to proceed with the transaction. Examining the high-grade incense once more, the merchant initially contemplated offering 1.5 times the price, but quickly corrected himself to double. Stunned by the incredible offer, the young man gasped, while the buyer explained that higher purity allows even those with weak imagination to dream their desires. Handing over a church bill worth 10,000 reals, The buyer noted it could easily be exchanged for cash at any holy site. Accepting the generous advance payment with a nod, the young man secured their lucrative new business arrangement. Elsewhere, a well-dressed noble praised the rising influence of Dragon First and their promising trajectory. Expressing his desire to become acquainted with Cyril, the noble gently probed the reason behind the young crafter's visit. Listened attentively as his guest offered to present a special item he had brought along for the meeting. Placing a small decorative box onto the table with a soft clink, the visitor confirmed that inside lay a genuine holy relic. The light chuckle. The guest acknowledged that while true relics are sacred remains, most of those circulating in the world are mere counterfeits. Understanding that skepticism was only natural, the young nobleman invited him to examine the box himself, assuring him that this particular piece was authentic. Unlocking the container revealed a stark bone resting within, leaving the young master utterly bewildered. The visitor explained that this was a bone of the Holy Dragon King, ancient beings who ruled dragons prior to human exploitation. Leaning forward slightly, the guest prepared to speak candidly about his true intentions. He urged that acquiring such an artifact would elevate his standing and future achievements, a point the young master conceded as a customary show of prestige. Though he hesitated over his available funds, his dragon companion suddenly spoke up with boisterous laughter, urging him unequivocally to purchase the relic. Reassured by his companion's endorsement, Cyril firmly declared that he would make the purchase. He stood stunned as the great dragon scoffed at the mention of the Holy Dragon King's bone. Chris revealed that the artifact before them was vastly more significant, worth every coin Cyril possessed and far exceeding his initial assumptions. Creature explained that the relic was crafted from its own remains from a past life, a divine artifact that humanity referred to as a sacred tool. Hearing this, Cyril's eyes widened in utter disbelief. As the ancient history of divine implements echoed between them, the dragon proudly boasted of its legendary artifact. Curious about its true potential, Cyril pressed to know what specific powers or effects such an artifact possessed. With absolute casualness, the dragon instructed him to grind the relic into powder and consume it directly into his body, leaving Cyril incredulous at the prospect of eating an ancient dragon bone. When Cyril questioned the result of such a strange act, Chris delivered a miraculous truth. Consuming the sacred tool would effectively grant him the ability to cancel out a single death. Cyril froze, thoroughly shaken by the magnitude of such power. Rather than marveling at saving his own life, Cyril immediately thought of his companion dragons, Louise, Colette, Emma, and Julie, wishing he possessed 4 of these relics to protect them instead. Overcome by wild amusement at Cyril's selfless priority, Chris let out a roaring laugh that rattled the surrounding wooden beams, prompting Cyril to anxiously urge the dragon to keep its voice down. Settling down, the great beast gazed at the young man with genuine warmth, deeply touched that Cyril placed the lives of dragons above his own mortality. Amused and deeply impressed by Cyril's selflessness, Chris snapped its fingers, declaring that it would gladly grant the young man's noble desire. Surging with mystical flames, the dragon brushed off its own physical toll as inconsequential, even as a dark, unknown power began to manifest and drip around them. Majestic, draconic beast motioned forward, beckoning for the bone fragment Cyril held. Unsure of what was about to transpire, the young man hesitantly handed the relic over. Infusing it with mystical dragon energy, he caused the remnant to burst with radiant light, reshaping it into a stark white horn before Cyril's wide eyes. Cyril carefully held the transformed artifact. Chris explained that he had imbued it with even greater divine power, dubbing it the true phoenix horn. He declared that only one final step remained, urging them to travel to their unfinished base to complete the ritual. Traversing the grassy highlands together, Cyril inquired about the purpose of the horn, while Chris scouted the ground until locating the precise heart of their sanctuary. Stopping at the chosen spot, Chris instructed Cyril to drive the horn into the earth. The young man nodded, lining up the point and preparing to strike. With a single swift motion, he plunged the horn deep into the soil, triggering an immediate and violent explosion of magic that forced him to shield his face. Surging magic shot skyward, forming a monumental pillar of blinding light that pierced the clouds and illuminated the surrounding territory. As the overwhelming column of energy settled into the ground, Chris softly announced that Cyril's earnest desire had officially been granted. Chris confirmed that within the bounds of this base, no dragon companions could ever perish. Overjoyed, Cyril listened as the ancient dragon laughed warmly and advised him to retreat here whenever danger loomed. Standing beside his loyal companion, Cyril stared in awe at the towering pillar of divine light. Though the sight felt almost surreal, simply gazing upon the radiant beacon convinced him of the immense, genuine power flowing through their new sanctuary. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he softly expressed his thanks to Chris for making such a miracle possible. The creature hummed affectionately in response, urging his friend to rely on him even more in the days ahead. Hearty laughter echoed through the surrounding woods as absolute certainty settled in. No matter what emergency might arise, everyone would remain safe and protected as long as they stayed within these borders. Turning back toward the radiant column, he let out a satisfied breath. The acquisition of this base and the immortal barrier anchored within it meant that no one under his care would ever fall in battle here. High above the sanctuary, the divine beacon cast its protective energy across the entire landscape. With this newfound power securing their home, Cyril, his dragon companions, and the entire organization of Dragon First were poised to make great strides into the future. Standing at their newly completed headquarters, the companions looked out over the fresh grounds, relieved that the arduous relocation effort had finally come to a close. Cyril noted that while only the dragon stable and his own house were finished, their move from Boisrousel was complete, readying himself to officially announce the name of their new base. Proudly declared the base's name, Partholin, as they stood before the main building while their dragon companion rested nearby. She hesitatingly called out Cyril's name, pausing mid-sentence and prompting him to look back in mild confusion. Pointing out the contrast between his modest house and the impressive dragon stable, she noted the difference, though he readily acknowledged that a Dragon Knight guild must prioritize its dragons above all else. He admitted that budget constraints forced him to cut costs on his own living quarters for the time being. Expressed her admiration for his selfless priorities, she watched as he promised to expand his house once funds allowed, only for a sudden loud shout to interrupt their conversation. Her dragon companion informed Cyril that a visitor had arrived and was waiting at the main entrance. Greeting the young messenger at the gates, Cyril confirmed that the boy had been sent by Rose to request Cyril's immediate presence at the town hall. As the messenger admitted he didn't know the specifics, Cyril and his companion pondered whether a serious incident had occurred to prompt such an urgent summons. He readily agreed to let his companion tag along to the meeting, confident that her disguised appearance would keep her true identity safe from recognition. Upon entering the office, Rose offered a swift apology for summoning them on such short notice. Her gaze immediately drifted past him, curiosity catching her eye as she questioned the identity of the unfamiliar woman standing at his side. Introducing her as Jean, a new addition to his guild, he watched as she offered a polite greeting. Rose couldn't help but marvel at her aristocratic aura, playfully teasing if he had picked up a noblewoman from somewhere. Rose observed her delicate manners closely, speculating that she must be the daughter of a wealthy merchant or a fallen noble family, even musing that her face seemed strangely familiar. Sensing the danger of her keen intuition, he silently noted how sharp she was while his companion squirmed uncomfortably. Quickly steering the conversation away from her suspicions, he firmly asked what urgent matter had prompted the call. Adopting a grave tone, Rose addressed him directly, asking if he would be willing to clean up a disastrous mess that someone else had left behind. She revealed that the Lindworm Guild had committed a major blunder, a revelation that caught his attention completely. He pressed for details on what they had ruined. She explained that a massive incident had broken out at a nearby dragon ranch. She added that while all the staff members had successfully evacuated, the dragons themselves remained trapped inside the site. Listened in silence as Rose looked at him with an anxious, hesitant expression, clearly burdened by the grave situation. She explained that a rescue request sent to Lindworm had failed disastrously, adding that abandoning those helpless dragons to their fate was simply too cruel. Heavy, hurried footsteps suddenly thundered outside the door, prompting him to sigh as he realized it was now his turn to intervene. As the door opened, two officers, Eric and Louis, demanded attention as they entered the room. High-ranking captain shouted in frustration about being put on hold, but the young swordsman casually brushed his outburst aside. While the Lindworm officers fretted over their reputation and losing face, he completely ignored them and asked Rose what specific action was required. He announced his intention to head out immediately, and Rose promised to prepare the necessary documentation and send the destination details straight to his residence. Turning to the indignant officers, he mockingly suggested they spend their time deliberating on how to save face, inciting a furious reaction from both men. Reminding them that dragon lives were on the line, he moved to leave. When an officer reached out to stop him, he released a sudden, intimidating flare of dark energy that sent them reeling back in terror. As he calmly walked through the doorway, the stunned Lindworm officers were left completely paralyzed by the overwhelming power he had just displayed. He announced his decision to take Emma and Jui along for the upcoming operation, gathering his dragon companions together. Turning to Emma, he cautioned her that combat might be necessary, asking for her support, which the dragon eagerly promised to provide. When Colette inquired about her role, he gently pointed out that direct battle was not her forte, leading her to agree that staying behind to protect their home was equally crucial. Then turned to Jean, asking if she could assist with some final preparations before setting out, to which she promptly agreed. Addressing Chris next, he entrusted the dragon with guarding their base as their ultimate trump card, a duty Chris proudly accepted with a hearty laugh. Then reassured Louise that she could rest for now, though her strength might still be needed elsewhere soon. Shifting his attention to Jui, he inquired about the dragon's mimicry ability, pondering whether it could be used to conceal them entirely from sight during an infiltration. Jui clarified that while concealing humans was beyond its ability, hiding fellow dragons was well within its power. Considering an alternative approach, Cyril suggested having Jui alter his own appearance to match the stone wall, prompting the dragon to attempt the camouflage spell. The camouflage successfully rendered him invisible while standing still. He quickly discovered that movement shattered the illusion, revealing his presence once more. He asked Jui if the camouflage could be readjusted after moving. The creature pondered for a moment, replying that while possible, it would be exhausting. Accepting the answer without complaint, he gently patted the small creature on the head. Because pushing past those limits was unnecessary, he reassured Jui that he would count on its aid when the moment was right. The creature nodded softly in understanding. An hour passed quietly over the countryside. The sudden flourish. A massive banquet of food was laid out across numerous plates on the ground, prompting Cyril to express his gratitude to Colette and Jean. As Catherine inquired about the purpose of such a grand spread, he remarked on how abundant the food was, enough to host a feast. He announced his intention to consume every last dish himself, leaving Catherine stunned. He explained that through his contract with Colette, he could store energy directly gained from eating. Although Catherine wondered if such immense preparation was really necessary, Cyril maintained that they needed to gather maximum strength as a tough battle lay ahead. Determined enthusiasm, the dragons devoured the feast with loud, energetic chomps. Sat among the empty plates, visible agony etched across his sweating face as he forced down massive quantities of food. Watching him struggle, his companions noted that gorging himself so recklessly was not only painful but bound to make him sick, yet there was little they could do to ease his burden as Catherine offered him a drink to wash it down. Observing his unrelenting determination, the dragon pondered how strange their companion was for instructing everyone else not to overexert themselves while relentlessly pushing his own body beyond its limits. Turning toward the other female dragons, she strictly admonished them to give their absolute best effort, warning that any failure in the upcoming battle would be unforgivable. They nodded in unanimous agreement, swearing to lay down their lives if necessary for their master's cause, while the elder dragon let out a booming laugh at their newfound resolve. Having completely depleted his capacity, he finally collapsed backward onto the grass with a heavy thud, earning the deep respect of the white dragon, who realized that such willingness to lead by example made him a true leader. As he lay resting, Chris leaned in close and quietly addressed him as a true friend, prompting him to glance back in surprise. Explaining that he would not be joining the battle this time, the dragon extended a claw to offer a powerful parting gift, leaving him staring in utter astonishment. Stepping forward along the path, Cyril began trekking toward the location specified in the urgent request. He paused to inquire about the duration required to reach the ranch where the accident took place. Examining a map, his companion pointed out that turning before the Eclipse River would place them at the foot of Mount Aniray in roughly half a day. Observing the route, the dragon questioned why they should turn instead of heading straight toward their target. Dragon pointed out that the terrain ahead consisted mostly of grasslands, noting that traveling on foot would prolong their journey and suggesting Cyril ride on its back instead. Noticing Cyril's labored breathing, the dragon gently expressed concern and urged him not to overexert himself. Insisting he was fine despite the physical strain, Cyril thanked his companion, but acknowledged that carrying extra weight like Emma might exhaust the dragon. Conversation turned to Louise, with the suggestion that she join them, provided Cyril commanded Emma appropriately during the journey. Buffing the idea of using the collar of obedience, Cyril voiced his strong distaste for controlling beasts by force. Recognizing the urgency of the situation and his ability to enforce orders using dragon tools, Cyril remained reluctant to rely on coercion. With absolute conviction, he declared that he would never use such methods, apologizing for his stubbornness while his dragon companion reassuringly accepted his stance. He stood quietly as the dragon acknowledged his considerate nature, noting that while his stubbornness set him apart from ordinary people, his care for them was deeply appreciated. Pondering the right word to describe someone with such dedicated traits, the dragons searched for the proper term as they stood together along the mountain trail. The word artisan was brought up. Joey enthusiastically agreed that the term fit perfectly, expressing his gratitude. He noted that people who were particular about their craft were often strict with themselves, offering a warm thanks as he prepared to push forward without taking a break. Suddenly, the small dragon flinched as steps echoed across the rocky terrain, signaling an unexpected presence nearby. Ordering everyone to halt, a sudden blast struck the ground right before them with a violent swoosh, causing the party to call out in alarm. Descending from above on his dragon mount, Louis confronted Cyril, prompting a stunned reaction as to what the knight was doing there. Louis snapped back in anger, telling him not to play dumb when asked about his intentions. With an intense glare, Louis declared that he would be troubled if Cyril proceeded further, as the pride and reputation of Lindworm were directly at stake. Dismissing Cyril's disbelief, Louis firmly asserted that the honor of their order was on the line. He stood firm, insisting that Lindworm's honor was on the line, but Cyril conceded the point while inquiring whether the order was actively stepping in to resolve the crisis. Mocking Cyril's position, the young knight declared he was in no place to worry about such matters, while Cyril quietly realized how little the guild's mindset had changed. Lashing out with authority, Louis commanded his forces to seize Cyril, prompting Cyril to reassure his companions that they would rescue the ranch's beasts without causing them harm. The knight's utter astonishment, the dragons hesitated, showing visible discomfort and refusing to advance upon Cyril. Communicating among themselves, the dragons recognized Cyril as the one human they could truly trust, choosing to listen to their own instincts rather than their rider's commands. Granting Cyril safe passage, the creatures stepped aside, leaving him pleasantly surprised by their sudden display of goodwill. Expressing his sincere gratitude, Cyril rallied his party to proceed forward, brushing past Louis's protests as the dragons refused to intervene. Furious at the utter lack of obedience, Louis shrieked orders for the beast to kill Cyril, only to be met with a bored yawn from the dragon. Enraged by the humiliation, Louis cursed the creatures for looking down on him, regarding them as mere tools that defied his authority. Lashing out in a frenzy of desperation and anger, Louis unleashed a sharp strike, intent on taking matters into his own hands. He attempted to assert control through sheer authority, calling upon the power of obedience, but the beasts refused to harm Cyril. Instead, they lowered their heads to the ground with a heavy thud, submitting peacefully to the young warrior's gentle aura. Infuriated by their disobedience, the young knight barked wild commands and launched a frantic flurry of strikes, forcing Cyril to leap swiftly across the rocky terrain as explosions detonated at his heels. Pressing his assault without pause, the attacker roared in frustration while Cyril caught his breath. Sensing his hesitation, the loyal dragon urged Cyril to strike back without holding back, reassuring him that their tough hides could easily endure full force. Recognizing the truth in the dragon's words, Cyril acknowledged that knocking them unconscious might be the kindest mercy, yet his mind searched for an alternative before calling out to his primary companion. Turning to Jui with unwavering determination, he ordered the creature to unleash its power and create a complete smokescreen to conceal everyone present. Responding instantly, the beast expelled a massive wave of dense mist and dust, completely enveloping the dragons and swallowing the battlefield in blinding white haze. Blinded by the sudden shroud, the knight halted mid-stride, his eyes widening in complete bewilderment as his targets vanished from sight. Spun around in confusion, shouting into the swirling dust in a desperate attempt to locate where Cyril had hidden. As the fog began to clear, Cyril materialized directly in front of him, standing alongside the massive dragons in total composure while the knight gasped in shock. While the dragons stared blankly at their handler, Cyril calmly reasoned that as long as the knight gave the attack orders, the creatures would intentionally misdirect their efforts, knowing exactly where Cyril stood all along. Moved with blinding speed, delivering a decisive strike to Louis while flames erupted around them, leaving the knight stunned and unable to comprehend how he had been outmaneuvered. The final sharp blow, Cyril sent Louis collapsing heavily to the ground, rendered unconscious before he could even raise a defense. Turning away from his fallen opponent, Cyril thanked Jui and immediately directed his attention to the three nearby dragons, who were swaying weak and disoriented from the strain. Dragons explained that because Louis had activated the collar of obedience at full strength, their bodies were temporarily paralyzed and unable to move properly. Believed that the immediate threat was over, one of the dragons glared angrily toward the unconscious knight, unable to hold back her frustration at his cruelty. Cyril gently advised her not to waste her magic or anger on someone like Louis, reminding her to save her strength until they could safely rescue all the remaining captive dragons. Watching him handle the situation with calm efficiency, the dragons realized that Cyril had precisely targeted Louis's vital pressure point to end the conflict without inflicting unnecessary harm. Dragons expressed their deep relief and confessed their envy, marveling at how fortunate Emma was to have found such a compassionate and dependable master. With absolute confidence, Emma proudly agreed, declaring Cyril to be the finest master anyone could ever ask for. Though still fidgeting from the lingering effects of the collars, the dragons shared a moment of hopeful laughter, comforted by the knowledge that their rescue was finally underway. They recalled Cyril handing over a valuable artifact to their leader, realizing with shock that it was none other than the phoenix horn itself. Determined not to let anyone die pointlessly in their presence, the proud creature wondered how Cyril's friend intended to use such a sacred object. Looking out across the vast mountain landscape, the question lingered as to what desperate circumstance would warrant the horn's immense power. Arriving at their destination moments later, the young dragon asked Cyril if this was indeed the correct place, to which he affirmed that it was meant to be the ranch. Before them stood a grim, ruined stone structure with a gaping breach in its outer wall, resembling a heavily fortified prison far more than a peaceful haven. Observing the bleak fortress, the small dragons noted that this place looked nothing like the wide grasslands or shops where they had been raised, prompting Cyril to stay focused. Urging his two companions to stay close, he made it clear that they would find no answers unless they ventured directly through the ruined entryway. Stepping over the rubble, the dragon companion pointed out visible signs of rampage, noting that a large number of beasts had torn through the site. Analyzing the varied destruction, deep claw marks in the stone, scorched buildings, and chewed through roofs, they concluded that multiple distinct dragon species were involved. Identifying distinct tracks from at least 6 different types of dragons, Cyril warned his companions that they needed to proceed with extreme caution. He was weighing the immense danger of confronting so many rogue dragons when a sudden, heavy thud shattered his concentration. A terrifying presence materialized right before him, leaving him stunned in utter disbelief as he struggled to comprehend what was appearing. The deafening crash, a massive, grotesque chimera, shook the ground as it stepped into full view. The monstrosity was a horrific fusion of multiple dragon species, boasting feathered wings, horned mammalian fur, and reptilian jaws, all combined into one giant beast. Smoke vented from its snouts, as a low rumble resonated through its multiple heads. Watching the unnatural abomination tower over them, the young swordsman and his dragon companion could only whisper the terrifying reality of what stood before them. Cyril realizes the horrifying truth behind the creature facing them. It is a chimera, a synthetic beast stitched together from parts of 6 distinct dragons. Suddenly, the monstrous creature lets out a deafening roar and stomps toward them, forcing Cyril and his allies to scramble for safety. Amid the swirling dust and heat, Dewey groans in exhaustion, prompting Cyril to call out in concern as the small dragon staggers. Flames burst across the area as explosions echo around them, forcing Cyril to curse under his breath while trying to maintain his footing. Cradling Dewey closely, Cyril quietly instructs the small companion to conceal their presence amid the billowing smoke. The formidable fusion dragon growls in the distance. Cyril decides that their best course of action is an immediate tactical retreat. Towering beast lands with heavy thuds before them, leaving Cyril to ponder why such a synthetic chimera would even exist in this place. He admits to himself that although he cannot comprehend the reason yet, this strange creature might hold the key to the answers they seek. Determined to uncover the truth, Cyril proposes to his companion that they thoroughly explore the surrounding ruins. He reflects deeply on the fact that this is not simply a location housing 6 different species, but rather a single, horrifying entity crafted from 6 dragons combined. Paused as the realization struck them, piecing together that the surrounding destruction and remnants were likely caused by that massive synthetic chimera. Looking around at the shattered ruins, the sheer scale of the chimera's unnatural power left them unsettled. For them stood the dragons that had been brought to this place, trapped in the path of the monstrosity. Reflected on their original mission, they had come to save the dragons, but the sheer complexity of the situation demanded a carefully considered strategy. Contemplating their next move, he voiced his desire to communicate directly with the creatures if possible. Though uncertain whether such communication could succeed, he resolved to give it his best effort. Instructing his companions to keep their distance and stay safe, he declared that he would approach alone, asking for backup only if the situation turned hostile. He laid out the tactical plan, counting on Dewey to create a distraction with mimicry upon his signal to divert attention elsewhere. Companions agreed to the strategy, acknowledging their roles while urging him to proceed with extreme caution. The plan settled, he stepped forward into the desolate ruins alone, ready to make contact. He stood quietly before the towering creatures, his voice barely a whisper as he called out to see if they could hear him over their ferocious snarls. Suddenly, one of the massive beasts snapped its jaws dangerously close, forcing him to dodge backward as he desperately shouted for them to hear his voice. As the beasts continued their aggressive thrashing, he realized with growing dread that his words were not reaching them at all, unable to establish any spoken connection despite the beast's vocalizations. Chilling realization struck him as a faint, desperate thought echoed in his mind, revealing that the entity trying to communicate was not a dragon at all. Stunned by what he was picking up, he voiced his utter disbelief and shock at the strange thoughts filtering into his consciousness. The agony radiating from the creatures solidified into distinct telepathic pleas, begging desperately for death. Wide-eyed and trembling, he asked if these agonizing cries were truly the voice belonging to the creature standing before him. Psychic torrent flooded his mind with overwhelming anguish, filled with repeated cries of torment, pain, and a desperate desire to end it all, leaving him bewildered as to why they were suffering so deeply. Cursing under his breath, he realized that the creatures were completely driven out of their minds by the excruciating pain. As he stared back at the suffering beast, the silent plea to end its life continued to echo between them. He clenched his fist tightly, resolving himself to grant the suffering creatures their grim request, murmuring an apology for what he had to do. Taking a decisive step forward, the young swordsman charged directly into the fray, unleashing his full power against the surrounding beasts. A barrage of fierce strikes slammed into the monsters with violent force, tearing through their ranks in a rapid succession of explosive impacts. As a grand explosion erupted across the battlefield, a quiet voice of gratitude echoed telepathically through the air from the falling creatures. Amidst the swirling energy, he caught sight of a glowing core inside the creature, right as another whisper expressed relief at the prospect of final release. Stepping in close, Cyril thrust his weapon forward, channeling the Phoenix Horn technique directly into the exposed core to sever the source of corruption. Heavy gust swooshed over the clearing as dust and smoke slowly began to dissipate from the crater. Debris crumbled from the massive creature's body, but as the dust settled, a subtle shift in its posture revealed it was still conscious. Slowly opening its eyes, the beast looked around at its surroundings in quiet disorientation. Sitting up among the ruins, the creature sent out a bewildered telepathic thought, wondering why it was still alive instead of succumbing to death. The once corrupted beast stands calmly alongside its smaller dragon companion. Its wild rage entirely vanished as the young swordsman turns back to observe them. Relieved by the peaceful outcome, he breaks into a gentle smile, quietly reflecting that his risky gamble had ultimately paid off. The young horned child lay quietly among the rubble, her eyes fluttering open as consciousness slowly returned to her exhausted body. The low groan, she collapsed against the ground, prompting Cyril and the dragon companions to rush over in concern. When asked if everyone was unharmed, Cyril affirmed that he was fine as he closed the distance between them. Leaning over the fallen girl, he carefully examined her condition, observing with relief that her breathing had stabilized and she appeared to be out of danger. Dragon companions let out collective sighs of relief upon seeing her breathing, profoundly grateful that the child had survived the intense ordeal. Looking down at the resting girl, Cyril remarked on the extraordinary power of the Phoenix Horn, amazed that such a miraculous outcome was truly possible. Reflected grimly on the harsh reality of their ordeal, knowing that using such extreme magic was the only way to release the souls bound within the Chimera. Admitting his initial doubts, Cyril confessed he hadn't been certain the resurrection would succeed, though he was immensely relieved it did. He then shifted his gaze back to the child, bringing up a crucial realization. Examining the child's unique features, the group suddenly paused as the question arose of what species she actually belonged to. Cyril stroked his chin thoughtfully, admitting he had never encountered a creature like her before, a sentiment echoed by the dragons who also found her lineage entirely unfamiliar. Pondered the mystery further, remembering how he could easily identify the distinct animal components when she was a chimera, making her current unified form all the more puzzling. He observed the sleeping girl, pondering the situation alongside his companions. While she appeared far more human than her previous state, her unique traits suggested a dragon origin unlike any known species, leaving them uncertain about how to proceed. Recognizing the potential danger if others discovered her identity, he decided they must keep her presence a secret. He instructed Jui to use mimicry whenever people were nearby, while Jui noted that her appearance felt oddly familiar. Pleased with Jui's quick understanding, he offered a gentle pat of encouragement, affirming his trust in his loyal companion. Jui then paused, turning toward him as another realization surfaced. She shared her sudden insight. Ever since the massive chimera was defeated, she sensed that other distant dragons had grown remarkably weakened. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the group decided to depart immediately for the next location. Shortly after, at the local guild hall, the official report was filed confirming that 31 dragons had been successfully rescued from the crisis. Formally briefed the receptionist, explaining that the surviving dragons were placed under the care of the town's dragon doctor, though unfortunately some could not be saved and were cremated on site. The receptionist expressed her sincere gratitude and agreed to take over management from there. Looking at him with warmth and respect, she commended his tireless efforts in bringing so many back safely. Though he quietly lamented only being able to save half of those affected, she reassured him that his actions made a profound difference regardless. He stood quietly before the guild official as she acknowledged his solitary success in completing the mission, noting that even the Lindworm unit failed despite deploying an entire squad. Though she warned that Lindworm would likely continue to complain for a while, Cyril merely absorbed the news with a composed expression. Brush off the friction, he assured her that their bickering was typical, though she promised to step in if Lindworm made any unreasonable accusations against him. Pausing for a moment, the receptionist shifted the topic with a subtle change in her tone. She inquired softly whether there had been something else on the mission that had troubled him. Admitting to himself that there was indeed something amiss, he realized that Rose had already been aware of the situation and reflected on how problematic it would be if the true details of the ranch came to light. Loud, he stated simply that the beast had been subjugated, explaining that because it was difficult to deal with, he had incinerated it completely until nothing remained. The receptionist accepted his report solemnly. Confident in his report, he added that unless resurrection magic was used, the threat was permanently neutralized. As he wrapped up his report, he casually reminded her to make sure he was properly compensated, while she apologized softly for having him handle a dragon task in the first place. Outside, the agreement was finalized with a polite exchange of gratitude under the bright sky. Joining his companion, Cyril light-heartedly presented the newly disguised young child he had brought along, while the small creature looked on in quiet amazement. He listened as the massive, ancient dragon greeted the small creature with boisterous, welcoming laughter. Addressing Cyril as a friend, the dragon affirmed that choosing to keep the youngster hidden had been the correct path. The elder creature pointed out that surrendering a former synthetic dragon to authorities would have only resulted in her immediate destruction to eliminate evidence. Disappointed that humanity's unethical research into synthetic dragons persisted even after centuries, the elder beast sighed, a sentiment Cyril quietly shared. Observing the dwelling, the dragon remarked on humanity's lengthy yet unsuccessful attempts at combining species and creating stable hybrids. Suddenly swooping down close to the pair, the ancient dragon gleefully announced that Cyril's companion was an utterly fascinating exception. As Cyril and the young dragon looked on in confusion, the elder beast explained that she belonged to a species entirely unknown even to dragonkind. Quickly realized that if even an ancient dragon could not identify her, she was truly a brand new species, the very result human experiments had failed to achieve. The curious young dragon asked how such a creation was possible. Chris held up the bone knife to propose a theory. The elder dragon surmised that when the bone weapon struck the defeated synthetic beast, the 7 distinct souls combined into a single reborn entity, leaving Cyril completely stunned by the revelation. He could only concede that Chris made a fair point, even as the ancient dragon boisterously boasted that such a miracle was only natural for something created from her horn. Turning his attention back to the immediate situation, the swordsman wondered aloud what their next move should be, causing the timid young dragon child beside him to flinch nervously. Noticing the creature's apprehension, he immediately softened his tone, offering comforting words and promising that he would protect the child so there was no need to worry. Young dragon stared back in quiet disbelief, softly repeating the pledge of protection as if processing the concept for the very first time, and questioned if it feared awful treatment. The creature clenched its claws tightly, confessing that while its past memories were hazy, the fear of harm remained deeply ingrained. As the young dragon quietly recalled memories of pain and hardship, Cyril firmly promised that he would never inflict such cruelty upon it. Watching the lingering shadow over the young beast, he recognized the profound trauma it must have suffered during its captivity at the ranch. The creature asked timidly if he truly meant his words. The young man affirmed his vow without a second of hesitation. Reassured by his warm embrace and gentle pats on the head, the young dragon let out a relieved giggle, bathed in newfound comfort. Explaining that the child would need to stay at the guild from now on, Cyril offered to bestow a proper name upon it, to which the young dragon excitedly agreed. He bestows the name Chanel upon the small dragon creature, offering a warm and proper introduction to mark its new beginning. Overjoyed with its new identity, Chanel enthusiastically accepts the name with a bright expression. The elder dragon nods in approval, reassuring Cyril that he can rest easy knowing the young one is in safe hands. As the elder dragon suggests that Cyril form a formal contract with Chanel, both Cyril and the young dragon react with curiosity before the elder dragon chuckles heartily. Accepting the suggestion, Cyril acknowledges that forming a bond will only make them closer, preparing for the ritual. Following instructions, drops of blood are offered onto a glowing magic circle drawn on the ground, initiating the contractual pact. Soft light emanates from the magic circle as the contract binds their magic together, catching Cyril's attention. Gazing at his glowing hand, Cyril senses a newly awakened power flowing into him as a result of the contract. Prompted by the elder dragon to test this new contractual magic, he mutters the command to transform, causing energy to surge around him. A dramatic burst of magic. The transformation manifests as a striking humanoid dragon armor form, surprising everyone present. He stood completely transformed, prompting boisterous laughter from the ancient dragon. The massive beast marveled at how he had turned into an entirely different being right before their eyes. Dragon observed his new appearance, describing the process as a form of dragonification. Repeating the term aloud, he looked down at his dark, armored form with quiet astonishment. Recognizing the magic as a rare bridge between human and dragon, the great dragon found the phenomenon intriguing. He clarified that this newfound state was the direct result of his magical pact with Chanel, while the little dragon child wondered nervously if she had turned into a chimera. Inspecting his dark-clawed hands against the open sky, he realized he could now freely shift between his original human form and this powerful dragonoid state. Clenching his sharp-fingered gauntlets, he marveled at the tremendous surge of strength course through his body. Standing resolute in his formidable black armor, he silently wondered how long he could sustain such an extraordinary transformation. Cyril suddenly shifted back to his original form, catching both himself and his companions by surprise. He looked down at his gloved hands, startled by how abruptly his transformation had ended. White Dragon observed him curiously, asking what had caused the sudden shift, while Cyril stroked his head, contemplating the cause. Admitting that he was completely drained of energy, Cyril raised a hand to his head, which prompted a sudden bark of laughter from the dragon as it realized the strain of the power. Although they had wished to test the full extent of his new ability, the dragon acknowledged that even a brief duration must be exhausting, prompting Cyril to decide on heading out to fetch supplies instead. Before he could leave, his companion abruptly stopped him, realizing they needed food immediately. Cyril recalled the meat of a wild ox he had stored, offering it to satisfy the immediate hunger. Cyril's astonishment, the creature devoured the entire massive carcass in moments, leaving nothing but bare bones on the ground while chuckling at his reaction. She explained that having contracts with multiple dragons granted her versatile capabilities, reminding him of the pact they had just forged between them. Looking forward to introducing her to the rest of the group once they returned, Cyril noted that before doing so, they still needed to properly test and confirm his new skill. Initiating the transformation once more with a firm command, Cyril's body instantly surged with power as black armor wrapped around him, altering his form dramatically. As the white dragon watched his physical shift, Cyril examined his dark, armored hands, observing that his physical strength and capabilities had heightened significantly. He stood in his imposing dragonoid form, questioning whether he should truly strike the massive beast before him, but the white dragon encouraged him to launch a full attack. Boasting of its immortality, the dragon laughed heartily, comparing any incoming blow to mere ripples on a lake, and urging the young warrior not to hold back, a challenge he gratefully accepted. After instructing Chanel to observe safely from a distance, he crouched low and launched himself forward without a second thought. His opening strike connected with a devastating impact, sending shockwaves through the dragon's massive frame as he grinned, warning that there was far more to come. Unleashing a fierce battle cry, he rained down a relentless sequence of heavy blows against the mythical creature. A continuous barrage overpowered the beast, forcing the dragon to admit that even its extraordinary regenerative powers could not keep pace with such immense force. So he taunted the dragon to see if it could continue. His transformation suddenly dissolved in a flash, reverting him instantly back to his human self. Catching his breath, he realized with dismay that his entire energy reserve had been depleted in just seconds. Dragon observed that consuming an entire ox provided less than a minute of power, deeming it terrible energy efficiency, yet readily conceded that the sheer strength displayed was truly astonishing. The dragon declared him the single strongest human while transformed. He quietly resolved to save this overwhelming form as a last resort trump card for dire emergencies. He offered warm words of gratitude while gently stroking Chanel, praising the incredible strength she had demonstrated during their training session. Overwhelmed with exhaustion from the sheer exertion, the young beast could barely keep her eyes open, swaying back and forth with dizzy, swirling pupils as he chuckled softly at the sight. Boisterous laughter echoed across the grounds at the endearing contrast between such immense power and the creature's adorable state. A few days later, Lady Catherine walked down the cobblestone streets of the town in a dazed stupor, completely smitten. She could not stop swooning over how gallant and divine he had appeared, lost in a romantic haze while he stood nearby, feeling a bit bewildered. He had come to town to source a suitable weapon for his dragonoid form, but after briefly demonstrating the transformation during their conversation, she had remained entranced ever since. With wide, sparkling eyes, she marveled aloud at the sheer wonder of the magnificent power he had unlocked. She exuberantly declared him to be the ultimate paragon among all dragon knights, prompting him to offer a humble, slightly sheepish smile in return. Looking back on his journey, he reflected on how he started with merely the ability to speak with dragons, whereas now he could actually assume a dragonoid form himself. However, he admitted the significant drawback of his new capability. To properly store enough energy for the transformation, he was required to consume staggering amounts of food. He calculated the exorbitant financial strain of his appetite, admitting that his food expenses alone were 3 times higher than everyone else's combined. Catherine stared back in absolute shock, barely able to process the staggering figure. She pointed out that eating the exact same meals repeatedly would naturally lead to frustration, offering a pragmatic perspective that he could only quiet assent to. Sudden inspiration struck her, and she excitedly proposed hiring a dedicated cook, eagerly offering to personally introduce a candidate. He gently declined the offer to be introduced to someone, reasoning internally about the implications if they were to join Jean, which left her utterly bewildered by his blunt refusal. He clarified with closed eyes that he preferred to personally evaluate and trust whoever they hired, prompting her to realize with wide-eyed excitement that he valued dependable companions like herself. As he lapsed into a thoughtful silence, she stood beside him, trembling with overwhelmed emotional fervor. Rubbing her flushed cheeks in delight, she swooned over his requirement for someone trustworthy, deeply moved by his words. Concerned that his straightforward refusal had upset her, he turned around just in time to see her spin on her heel, beaming with excitement as she declared how much she was looking forward to the task. She passionately emphasized that quality meals were essential for stabilizing his splendid dragonoid form, cheering enthusiastically for the endeavor. He offered a polite smile and accepted her determination, while she promised with absolute devotion to give her very best effort. She walked alongside him. Cyril quietly remarked to himself how much she seemed to admire his dragonoid form. Before they could continue their conversation, heavy footsteps echoed through the alleyway accompanied by sinister chucklings, halting the pair in their tracks as a group of shady figures blocked their path. Confrontational men smirked arrogantly, expressing mock surprise at running into the duo in such a secluded location. One of the mercenaries taunted them, admitting he thought this was merely a routine hit, but now viewed Catherine as an unexpected reward. Alarmed, she demanded to know who they were, while Cyril sternly cut in to ask who had sent them. The thugs casually admitted they were nothing more than nameless degenerates willing to do anything for coin. This confirmed Cyril's suspicion that their attacker was someone carrying a deep grudge against him. Laughing boisterously, the Sellswords asked if Cyril had been stirring up trouble back in his homeland. Hearing their accent and phrasing, Cyril immediately pinpointed their origin, murmuring the name Lindworm. The attackers voiced their hatred for outsiders and mocked Cyril for his carelessness in leaving his dragon companion behind. Unsheathing their blades with a sharp metallic ring, they revealed they had been lying in wait for this precise moment, leaving Catherine visibly panicked for her protector's safety. She frantically urged him to transform, but Cyril hesitated, pointing out the immense energy consumption required. Yet, as the threat drew close, he stepped forward with absolute calmness, assuring her that dealing with these fools would not take even a second. A sudden explosion of dark power, Cyril manifested his dragonoid form and unleashed a devastating blur of strikes, crushing the assailants in the blink of an eye before standing composed over their defeated bodies. Catherine gasped in pure wonder at the effortless display of strength, her anxiety instantly vanishing as Cyril powered down with a quiet exhale. Beaming with admiration and pride, she showered him with praise for his quick victory, while Cyril turned back toward her, ready to resume their journey. She looked down at the defeated attackers, pondering what should be done with them now that the threat was subdued, while Cyril weighed whether to turn them over to authorities, noting that as a princess, her testimony could lead to their execution, she quietly voiced her reluctance to take such severe measures. The calm yet stern smile. The young princess made her stance absolute. She could never forgive those who dared to attempt violence against Cyril's life. Observing her quiet rage, Cyril could sense how furious she truly was under that calm exterior. Recognizing that these men made a living through violence, he concluded that turning them in was indeed necessary. She promptly suggested having Louise-chan carry the bound attackers off to the town hall. However, Cyril stopped her in her tracks, asking her to wait a moment. Turning to face her with a composed look, he revealed that there was something else he wanted to try before handing them over. Together, the pair walked down the quiet town street toward their true destination. Stopping right outside the imposing building, she looked up at the entrance in quiet realization. Standing before the entrance to Lindworm's Guild, Cyril confirmed that this was his former home, the place that had been persistently targeting him. His expression darkened as he noted that this time, their actions had directly dragged her into danger as well. Steady resolve, Cyril declared that it was finally time to put a permanent end to this. Entering the grand room unannounced, a dark-haired figure apologized for the sudden intrusion, startling the knight standing inside. Recognizing the knight immediately, Cyril called Louis by name, while Louis reacted in utter disbelief at his unexpected appearance. Stammering in confusion, he demanded to know what Cyril was doing there. Unfazed, Cyril noted his guilty demeanor and requested to speak directly with whoever was in charge, asserting they had nothing left to say to him. Turning to the dark-haired swordsman, Catherine softly suggested that the time had finally come to reveal the full truth. She firmly declared her belief that facts must be faced and made public, leaving the young knight speechless. Observing the knight's shock, Cyril pointed out that he had finally realized the woman before him was not Jean, but her Royal Highness the Princess. Unable to process the revelation, Louis asked if it was really true, and she quietly confirmed her identity. With absolute resolve in her eyes, she promised to speak openly about everything she had witnessed and heard without concealing a single detail. Left entirely speechless by her unyielding announcement, he could only stare in silence. He staggered back in complete disbelief, stammering out weakly as he struggled to process the weight of the princess's direct decision. Realizing that expecting him to handle the matter himself was asking too much, Cyril turned to Catherine, asking if she would be willing to accompany them directly to the government office, to which she readily agreed without hesitation. Exposing the complete truth of the situation mattered far more than any formalities or protocols. Watching them prepare to leave, Cyril realized that if he hadn't stepped in to guide her, the princess would have bluntly exposed everything on the spot, leaving the knight groaning in panic as he recognized this was his final opportunity to act. As Cyril declared he would leave if no authority figure was coming to take responsibility, the desperate knight pleaded urgently for them to wait just a moment longer. Moments later, steady footsteps echoed through the hallway as a senior official arrived to address the situation. Entering the room, Pascal, the deputy guild master of Lindworm, offered his sincere apologies to Her Highness for keeping her waiting. Having brought in the oldest member of the guild to ensure proper respect was paid to her royal presence, Pascal adjusted his glasses with a somber, serious posture. Looking directly at the officials, Catherine pointedly questioned whether they truly believed their actions up to this point hadn't been disrespectful, prompting Pascal to deeply apologize and admit they should have informed everyone the moment she arrived. As Pascal bowed low and offered an apology from the bottom of his heart, Cyril and Catherine observed his repentance in quiet silence. He bowed deeply, offering a sincere apology while acknowledging that pressure placed on Louis led directly to Cyril being attacked. As the deputy guild master promised that Louis would face appropriate punishment, Cyril interrupted, telling him not to proceed down that path. Cyril explained that while Louis hiring thugs to attack him was minor, the core issue was that Her Highness happened to be present during the incident. Turning to the princess, Cyril asked her to recall what those thugs had said when they first laid eyes upon her. She remembered their sinister words clearly, how they viewed her as a prize and boasted about the unexpected bonus she represented. Cyril affirmed her memory, pointing out to Pascal that those thugs had actively attempted to defile the princess. Though Pascal argued that the thugs did not know her true identity, Cyril pressed on, stressing the catastrophic political fallout if such a story were to become public knowledge. Cold sweat broke out across Pascal's face as the severe implications of the situation fully registered in his mind. Should word of this outrage reach Her Highness's father, the king, the entire territory of Lindworm would face unimaginable wrath and turmoil. Overwhelmed by the crushing gravity of their predicament, the deputy master slumped back, asking in despair what course of action they could possibly take. He listened intently as Cyril laid out the reality of the situation, explaining that since this was fundamentally an assault case, reaching a formal settlement would settle the matter completely. Pondering the gravity of the potential fallout, the official requested a brief moment to prepare a suitable offer. Presented a tray holding a massive sum of 100,000 riels, nervously asking if such payment would be sufficient to grant forgiveness and resolve the grievance. Turning toward her companion, Princess Catherine softly inquired what Cyril thought about accepting the proposed restitution. After weighing their options, the young swordsman finally relented and accepted the terms. The financial agreement officially finalized, the pair exited the administrative building into the bright sunlight. As they walked, Cyril remarked that the substantial fine ought to serve as a proper lesson for those troublemakers. But he quickly noticed Catherine hesitating with a distracted gaze and asked what was troubling her. Apologizing, she explained that an urgent matter had suddenly come to mind, prompting Cyril to inquire if it was truly pressing. She asked for permission to take her leave, to which Cyril readily agreed, given her official responsibilities, though he still offered his assistance if she needed any help. Assuring him with a bright smile that it was nothing serious, she cheerfully bade him farewell and strode off, leaving Cyril to quietly deduce that she was heading straight to the government office to handle the remaining business herself. Returned to the Dragon Gear shop, pausing as he arrived back at the building. As he approached, the construction workers announced their job was complete, and he commended their hard work. Turning to his dragon companions, he gestured toward the newly renovated space and invited them to step inside. Curious about what had changed, the dragons questioned the work, but he simply encouraged them to experience it themselves. Excited, the dragons scrambled eagerly into the stable, eager to be the first inside. Once inside, they paused, immediately sensing something unique about the environment while he watched from the doorway. Examining their surroundings, they noted that the ground felt distinctly unusual beneath their feet. Noticing their hesitation, he patiently waited for them to process the change. Stamping their claws into the ground, the dragons suddenly realized how remarkably comfortable the terrain felt. Smiling, he revealed that he had replaced the entire stable floor with premium soil tailored for dragons. He explained that the new substrate underfoot was a rare variety known as bluegrass, leaving his dragon companion utterly stunned by the revelation. Turning to Emma, the other dragon confirmed with a nod that she was indeed familiar with this premium material. Realizing bluegrass was the absolute most expensive soil options available for dragon stables, the creature asked in disbelief if he had truly covered the entire floor with it, which he casually confirmed, and asked how much such a renovation cost. He mentioned it was roughly 20,000 riels, causing the dragons to react with absolute shock that so much wealth was spent on mere dirt. He explained that since they spent most of their time here, he wanted it to be as comfortable as possible, even if it was costly. He added that it aids in fatigue recovery, earning a nod of admiration for his foresight. Shifting their attention to a shimmering crystal hanging overhead, the dragons marveled at the glowing fixture. Identified the artifact as a Styre crystal, noting that it maintains the ideal atmospheric mana levels throughout the stable, leaving the dragons in silent awe. Majestic White Dragon observed that human craft had managed to replicate the exact mana density from the ancient era when dragons were first born. Recognizing the immense value of such an artifact, the dragon hesitatingly asked if this crystal was also incredibly expensive. Nonchalantly revealed it cost 80,000 riels, dismissing the vast sum by mentioning he had simply come into some easy money and wished to spend it properly, leaving the dragons completely speechless. He listened warmly as his loyal dragon companion expressed her overwhelming joy and gratitude for the thoughtful upgrades to her quarters. Although he could not personally feel the shift in mana, seeing her frolic happily in the bluegrass proved the investment was worth every coin, while the princess quietly remarked that such generosity was simply in his nature. Outside the entryway, the young noblewoman stepped forward alongside a distinguished elderly lady who had just arrived by carriage. Spotting the royal visitor, the young knight offered a prompt apology for failing to greet her sooner, though she graciously dismissed his worry and offered to introduce her companion. She formally presented the visitor as Countess Gerard, a title that immediately caught the young man off guard. Bowing respectfully, Cyril introduced himself to Clara Gerard, who offered a polite greeting in return while he asked what had brought such esteemed company to his stable. Princess explained with a subtle smile that she had helped the Countess come to a vital realization, prompting the older noblewoman to chuckle softly at his confusion. Countess Gerard acknowledged her long-standing business relationship with the Lindworm Guild, noting how noble contracts served as their primary source of income. She went on to disclose that Her Highness had exposed Lindworm's terrible nature to her, leaving the young man visibly stunned. The truth brought to light, the Countess questioned whether she should continue dealing with such an establishment and offered to share further details. She gently requested to hear more about Dragon first, turning her full attention to learning about their guild instead. Shocked by the implication, he gasped as he realized Lady Mornier was attempting to transfer the Countess's entire patronage away from the rival guild. Standing beside the elder noblewoman, Catherine harbored a quiet, cold fury, declaring with a composed smile that she had no intention of forgiving Lindworm for their slights. Watching the two women, he finally understood that her urgent errand from the previous day had been a calculated scheme to weaken Lindworm's political standing. The ease with which she could sway even a powerful countess revealed the terrifying reach of her influence and initiative, all hidden behind that serene smile. Looking at her with a nervous, sweating grin, he resolved inwardly that she was a formidable figure whom he must never make. Hesitantly initiating the conversation, Cyril asked what kind of dealings they had previously conducted with Lindworm. Lady Mornier expressed her hope that the matter would be within her ability to assist, leaning in close to whisper reassuringly that if Cyril was involved, there was truly nothing to worry about. She added with a confident smile that she had selected someone capable of striking a decisive blow against their adversaries, prompting him to ponder quietly while hoping he wasn't being overestimated. Acknowledging that matching Lindworm's vast organizational power directly was impossible, Cyril asked to hear the Countess's account of the situation. Countess Gerard paused, indicating that there was something else that needed attention prior to discussing the details. Gesturing towards the covered wagon, she requested that they first take a look at her child, noticing with interest that Cyril had brought his own companion along. Surprised by her request, Cyril turned his gaze toward the rear of the carriage where the mysterious figure lay resting. Resting quietly within the wagon was a majestic, horned dragon beast, curled up patiently. Observing the creature's distinct features, Cyril immediately recognized it as belonging to the rare laden species. Countess Gerard commended his sharp eyes, confirming that he was absolutely correct in identifying her child as a laden dragon. He observed the laden species dragon, well aware that while these creatures were not particularly powerful compared to other dragons, they possessed a pure, unmatched aesthetic grace. His gaze shifted down toward heavy metal restraints bound tightly around the creature's limb, a stark and unexpected reminder of her captivity. When Countess Gerard eagerly asked for his thoughts on her beloved child, he politely affirmed that she was truly breathtaking, bringing a joyful smile to the old noblewoman's face. Countess proudly declared the dragon to be the ultimate pride of her household, while Lady Mornier remarked that keeping laden dragons had become a common trend among high society to display wealth and power. Listened quietly as the conversation continued, internally recognizing that devoting vast fortunes merely to preserve such superficial perfection was symptomatic of a decadent aristocracy past its peak. Countess Gerard explained that Lindworm had previously handled the dragon's routine upkeep and asked if he would take over that responsibility, to which he readily agreed. Hoping to establish a direct rapport, he asked the Countess for permission to touch the creature, receiving her immediate approval. Approaching the majestic dragon with gentle quietness, he softly introduced himself as Cyril and asked what her name was. Instead of a proper name, he learned that the beautiful creature had been designated simply as a decorative vase. He expressed a quiet sadness at hearing her status reduced to a mere object, understanding all too well how her circumstances dictated her existence. He stood in quiet surprise as the laden dragon spoke directly to him, asking if he could comprehend her words. She explained that her master had been a rare and truly fine human, describing him as her dearest friend. Learning that such compassionate masters existed gave him hope, prompting him to ask if she would allow him to take responsibility for her care. The dragon stared back in utter disbelief, questioning why he would offer such a thing. She dismissed his proposal, stating it made no difference because she was nothing more than a caged bird. Looking at her with steady resolve, he quietly asked if she truly was content remaining chained. She insisted that her kind was entirely powerless, claiming there was no way for them to survive without being bound to human owners. As he listened in silent contemplation, she lowered her head sorrowfully, hinting at another insurmountable barrier. She drew attention to the heavy metal shackles locking her claws, warning that the magical bindings were so unbreakable that not even a large-class dragon could ever shatter them. Inspecting the glowing cuffs, he recognized their formidable magical enchantment. Yet he realized the true problem was that the creature had already surrendered her spirit. Determined to break both her physical and mental chains, he uttered the transformation command, instantly shifting into his imposing dark dragon form while unleashing immense magical energy. Sudden outburst left the noble women crying out in shock, while the laden dragon recoiled, staring in sheer astonishment at the powerful draconic entity standing before her. While the bewildered countess demanded an explanation for his drastic action, Catherine stepped forward, encouraging everyone present to place their trust in him. Gently informs the newly freed creature that she can move as she pleases, encouraging her to follow her heart. Emboldened by his words, the white dragon takes flight, soaring across the open sky in a breathtaking display of newfound liberty. Lo, the spectators watch in complete awe as the majestic beast swoops and glides effortlessly through the air. After stretching her wings in the vast expanse, she touches down lightly on the grass. Sighing with contentment after her exhilarating flight, Cyril remarks on how enjoyable the moment was while she stands proudly at his side. She offers her heartfelt thanks to him, to which he modestly replies that it was nothing before turning his attention to the noble women. Praises the dragon's radiant appearance, calling her truly beautiful, and turns to ask Countess Gerard for her opinion. Overcome with emotion, the elderly countess stammers in disbelief at the magnificent sight before her. Explains that dragons were never meant to be bound by chains or confined to cages, as their true beauty shines brightest when living free under the open sky. Lady Catherine enthusiastically agrees with his wisdom, while Countess Gerard softly concurs, fully acknowledging his remarkable understanding. She watched her magnificent dragon graze peacefully in the open field, readily conceding that his words held absolute truth. Turning back toward the young man, the noblewoman quietly remarked how he had proven himself to be someone truly worthy of the princess's trust. The gentle, warm smile, she expressed her sincere hope that their professional relationship would continue for a long time to come. He bowed his head respectfully, offering his deep gratitude for her kind words. Including their business, the Countess promised to send over the agreed contract funds as early as the following day, to which he nodded in polite agreement. Before she could wrap up their meeting, he spoke up, inquiring if he might ask her for one small favor first. He requested an introduction to her regular feed supplier regarding high-quality food for the dragons. Though briefly surprised by the request, she offered to have the merchant visit him directly if that was all he required. She boarded her carriage to depart. She called out to the young handler, remarking with genuine amusement on just how unusual a person he really was. Once the carriage rolled away, the princess turned toward her companion, asking why he went through so much effort when looking upon the laden dragon's radiant coat. She smiled softly, confessing her wish for all the dragons in their care to eat just as well. He chuckled softly in response, observing how typical it was of her to place the well-being of dragons above all else. Gazing out over the majestic, open mountain valley, he held a silent wish in his heart for a world where caring for dragons so deeply was considered normal. Next day, he arrives at the guild office following a sudden summons, curious about what awaits him. Inquiring about today's business, he learns from the receptionist that a minor request addressed specifically to Dragon First has arrived. Flattered by the direct request, he chuckles softly as she proudly notes how his reputation seems to be growing into a personal point of contact. Curious about the job details, He asks what the request entails, prompting her to search through her documents to read off the list. Surprised by the mention of a full list, he questions what she means, and she clarifies that it contains all the requests they have received for him. Stunned into brief silence, he nervously asks just how many requests have come in. Flipping through the papers, she offers to read off the exact numbers immediately. Sweating nervously, he listens in disbelief as she begins counting dozens of extermination and collection missions. Panicking at the overwhelming workload, he tries to halt the reading and asks what this sudden influx of requests means. He looks at him bewildered, questioning why he would be surprised by this outcome, given his recent success. He stood at the guild counter as the receptionist explained that word had rapidly spread about his success in securing the Countess's deal over Lindworm. Realizing why the requests had flooded in, he sighed softly, acknowledging that he would have to carefully select which jobs to accept rather than taking on more than he could handle. The receptionist fully agreed, reassuring him that there was no need to sell himself short. He pointed out that many clients were simply hoping to establish connections with him, even if it meant risking rejection. Recognizing the truth in her words, he admitted that it made sense. Softening his expression, he admitted that his primary concern was simply preventing the dragons from overworking themselves. The receptionist smiled warmly, noting how characteristic that gentle consideration was of him. Requesting to review the documents for now, he asked to look through the pile of requests, and she readily handed them over. She cautioned that the requests were not yet sorted into categories. He assured her it was fine and immediately began flipping through the stack. As his eyes scanned the pages, he noticed several trivial requests mixed among the pile until one particular paper caught his attention. Stopping mid-page with a startled gaze, his sudden pause prompted the receptionist to inquire what had caught his eye. The document detailed a rescue mission for a young dragon cub stuck atop a steep cliff, prompting the receptionist to remark on how unusual it was to see dragons in place of stray kittens. Without hesitation, he selected the request as his choice, even when she reminded him that the reward was merely a paltry 5 reals. He insisted firmly that a young dragon was in grave peril, declaring that he could never turn a blind eye to a creature in need. Hearing his earnest resolve, the guild attendant could only offer a warm, understanding smile. Acknowledging that such selfless determination was entirely true to his nature, attention shifted beyond the guild hall toward the rugged, towering cliffs of the distant mountains. High up along the sheer stone ledge, a pair of small, furry paws with sharp claws clung nervously to the rocky precipice, and climbing high into the rocky mountain pass where steep cliffs cut through the landscape, heavy clawed footsteps tread upon the uneven soil as the search begins. Observing the familiar rugged terrain, Cyril checks their location against the intelligence report, confirming they're near the same cliffside where they previously rescued the princess, while Louise agrees the surroundings look recognizable. Continuing their conversation, Cyril explains why he asked for her assistance, reasoning that her speed made the journey quick and offering to take over if the rescue proves too treacherous. Confident in her abilities, Louise assures him that transforming will allow her to handle whatever situation arises without issue. As they trek deeper into the valley, Cyril inquires about the specific species of the young dragon they are trying to locate. Reviewing the requester's documents, Cyril concludes based on the physical description that the target is likely a bearwool type, prompting Louise to urge that they hurry to rescue it. Reaching the base of a towering, sheer rock face, Louise halts suddenly as her attention is caught by something far above. Gazing high up the precipice, Cyril points out the frightened, trembling creature stranded on a narrow ledge, asking Louise if she can reach that height. Examining the vertical cliff, she notes the complete lack of footholds and the small size of the target, making a physical climb far too hazardous. Deciding on immediate action, Cyril gives the command to transform, prompting Louise to unleash her power and assume her formidable humanoid battle form to perform the ascent. She moved with astonishing speed, bounding down the treacherous cliff face in a blur of power and landing gracefully on solid ground. Cradling the startled creature tightly in her arms, she cushioned the impact, ensuring the little dragon remained completely unharmed. As Cyril praised the swift rescue, their dragon companion looked on in complete awe, admitting that the movement had been so fast it was almost impossible to follow. Leaning in closer, the companion gently checked on the frightened youngster, asking tenderly if it was hurt anywhere. Looking up with wide, innocent eyes, the young creature softly inquired who this kind big sister was. Suddenly, the companion froze in place, her eyes widening in sudden realization as Cyril noticed her shift in demeanor and asked what was wrong. Staring intensely at the young creature, she blurted out that this child was not a bearable at all, catching Cyril completely off guard. With an expression of pure shock, she declared that the stranded infant was actually a legendary purebred. Cyril gasped in utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend the gravity of such an incredible revelation. While ordinary mounts used by dragon knights were domesticated strains bred over generations, the true ancient dragons, the purebreds, were practically mythical in modern times. A tiny creature sat quietly before him, a purebred dragon whose odds of existing were a mere 1 in 10,000, leaving Cyril completely stunned by the revelation. He admitted to himself that this was the very first time he had ever laid eyes on an authentic purebred dragon, observing her unique features closely. He continued to lock eyes with him in utter silence, offering no hint as to what was going through her mind. Finally broke the quiet, awkwardly asking what she was staring at as her intense glare remained fixed on him. He suddenly blurted out the word "Daddy," sending a wave of utter confusion through him as he stammered in disbelief. Quickly attempted to set the record straight by pointing out his human appearance, but she insisted he had looked different earlier, leading their dragon companion to realize what was actually happening. He explained that the little creature was referring to his transformed dragon form, prompting him to ask her to briefly assume that state once more. She was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, leaping forward to embrace the transformed dragon form, while happily declaring that she had been right all along. She quickly shifted back to her human form with an apology, exhausted by the immense energy required to sustain it, leaving the young dragon stunned and disappointed. He reasoned that this peculiar affection was likely a classic case of imprinting, as the newborn purebred must have mistaken that imposing dragon form for her true parent. He stood alongside his dragon companion, reflecting on how remarkably fortunate they were. A purebred dragon becoming attached to a human was an exceedingly rare event, leaving them both astonished by the sudden bond. Curious about the young dragon's origins, he wondered aloud where her actual parents might be. Leaning in closer, he gently asked the little creature where she had been born, though she only tilted her head in confusion. Attempting another angle, he gently inquired when she had first gained self-awareness, but his question only caused her eyes to widen in surprise. Before he could press further, the energetic young purebred sprinted off at incredible speed. Surprised by her sudden burst, he and his companion watched in awe before realizing they had to chase after her. Riding atop his dark companion, he strained to keep up as the beast panted heavily from the intense pursuit. Both were astonished by the baby dragon's extraordinary speed, unable to close the distance. Companion explained that purebred dragons were built for explosive short bursts of speed, unlike modified dragons designed for long-distance travel. She added that humans had modified her kind specifically for endurance over long distances, prioritizing sustained travel over rapid acceleration. Realizing they were about to lose sight of the little purebred, he instructed his companion to rest while she shifted into her powerful humanoid form to take over the chase. Even in her transformed state, she struggled to keep pace with the tiny blur ahead. Out of breath and growing desperate, she called out to the distant hatchling. Far ahead in the rocky terrain, the cheerful hatchling called back enthusiastically, believing her new parent was right behind her. She listened nearby. Cyril quietly nodded, piecing together how the little dragon had ended up alone in this rocky terrain. The child explained through her tears that after losing sight of her father, she wandered off in fear, leaving Cyril to process her story. Spotting something dark embedded within the discarded shell nearby, Cyril leaned down to investigate. Picked up a strange, heavy fragment and realized it was a piece of her true parent's claw, only to turn around and notice her elder companion had stopped to rest after sprinting so hard. Overcome with concern, the young purebred burst into tears and darted away again, leaving Cyril wondering how best to handle the sudden flight. Deciding to pursue her, Cyril prepared to move just as his dragon companion began to tap into a surge of new energy, activating her transformation. Her body altered swiftly, her legs and feet sharpening into powerful dragon claws as she looked down in astonishment at her newly evolved form. Cyril gasped as he realized she had absorbed the residual power from the purebred's claw, a fact she confirmed with a firm step forward. Testing her enhanced strength, she pushed off the ground with incredible power, astonished by how much faster her movement had become. She shot across the canyon floor like a blur, sprinting at speeds far exceeding those of a horse. A sudden surge of tremendous speed propels them through the forest, but the physical toll is immediate, leaving Cyril wincing in exhaustion. Panting heavily among the thick trees, he steadies himself with a hand to his head, recognizing just how brutal the sudden energy drain from the transformation really is. Slumping back against the sturdy trunk of a tree, he announces that he has completely reached his limit for the day. Nearby, the young child looks up at him with wide, curious eyes, softly checking on him. Observing his worn-out state, the girl asks what is wrong, but he brushes off her concern right away, reassuring her that it is nothing serious. Shortly after, heavy footfalls echo through the woods as their dragon companion catches up, panting heavily from the intense rush and calling out to her master. Chuckling softly, he remarks that both of them are being pushed to their absolute limits, only to pause in surprise as another figure approaches. Louise steps out from the trees, carrying a heavy hunted creature on her back, explaining that she anticipated he would be famished and exhausted after using so much power. Looking at her with deep gratitude, he expresses how much her thoughtful action helps them, before taking in the serene view of the surrounding mountain forests. With dusk settling over the valley, the companions gather around a small campfire in the clearing to prepare their food and rest. Finishing his meal with a content breath, he thanks her for the nourishment before turning his thoughts inward, contemplating the significance of having absorbed the purebred's claw during the recent surge. Having rested, he turned to his dragon companion and announced that it was time to head back to Partholon, to which Louise readily agreed. Hearing this, the newly rescued creature excitedly inquired if they were returning to their base, eagerly confirming her desire to come along when he asked if she wanted to join them. As they prepared for the journey, he looked thoughtfully at the small, fluffy creature and realized they needed to give her a proper name. Offering a warm smile, he suggested the name Leah to the curious young creature. Her eyes sparkled with sheer delight upon receiving her new identity. Their bond forged and agreement reached, the companions set off across the vast, rolling highlands under the open sky. Upon reaching their destination, they were welcomed by the magnificent white dragon Chris, who promptly noticed the rare purebred creature in the young warrior's arms. Leah chirped a cheerful greeting, proudly announcing that she had arrived alongside her chosen guardian, prompting Chris to remark on her lively spirit. Examining his human companion closely, Chris detected a subtle change in his aura and pointed out that he felt different, forcing him to admit that he had much to explain. Shifting the subject to business, he respectfully asked Chris if he could borrow a specific remnant, the phoenix horn. Gazing down at his open palm, he revealed his underlying ambition, believing he might now possess the ability to absorb the power of immortality. Out in the open clearing, Cyril stood bare-chested before the gathered dragons, ready to put his next plan into motion. Lore hesitated, looking back at Cyril with concern and asking if he was truly certain about this course of action, while the small young creatures huddled nearby with racing hearts. His arms crossed, Cyril gave a calm assent, reassuring Louise that she shouldn't hold back at all regardless of what she tried, though she scoffed mockingly in response. Though he admitted she had a point, he still questioned whether this was entirely wise, knowing that to her current strength, the attack would feel like nothing more than a light nibble. Taking a steadying breath, Cyril locked eyes with Balor and signaled that he was ready to proceed. Balor unleashed a blast straight at Cyril, just as Catherine arrived riding her horse, calling out in shock at the sight. The energy beam struck Cyril directly in the chest, pushing him back violently as Catherine shrieked his name in terror. Groaning in pain from the impact, Cyril immediately initiated his transformation, shifting into a sleek, armored dragonkin form that left the onlookers stunned. Explained that having absorbed the phoenix horn, he was testing his immortal dragonkin form, prompting a sigh of immense relief from Catherine. Reverting to his human form, Cyril inspected his midsection, confirming that although the attack had pierced straight through his stomach, his body had already completely healed without leaving behind a single scar. He reflected on his newfound resilience, explaining that in dragonkin form he was virtually invincible, and even human injuries healed instantly upon transforming. Lady Morinier gasped in marvel, while Balor worriedly asked if her own healing powers were no longer required. He quickly reassured them, noting that his energy consumption was nearly 10 times higher than before, making the fuel efficiency terrible. Hearing this, Lady Morinier acknowledged how remarkable yet demanding the power truly was. He concluded that for smaller injuries, relying on traditional sleep-to-heal magic remained the far wiser choice, which brought a gentle sigh of relief from Balor. He expressed deep gratitude for possessing a power capable of protecting everyone, a sentiment Lady Morinier eagerly agreed with. Shifting the focus, she lively announced that this special news was the exact reason she had come to visit today. She revealed that during her research in the castle archive, she had stumbled upon information regarding a fascinating seasoning. Presenting an ancient manuscript depicting a special ingredient called rainbow salt, she noted its extreme difficulty to handle, prompting him to realize she had brought the information specifically for his culinary expertise. She explained that while it tasted like ordinary salt on its own, when applied to ingredients, the flavor of the food dynamically evolved over time. However, because the flavor shift was entirely unpredictable before reaching the dining table, most ordinary cooks found it completely unusable. Recognizing that his mastery could overcome its unpredictable nature, she enthusiastically presented the finding, earning his warm thanks for her thoughtful discovery. He eagerly inquired where one might purchase the legendary Ark in seal salt, looking toward the distant mountain ranges, though his companion sounded somewhat hesitant to answer. She explained that because ordinary chefs rarely use such an ingredient, one must either gather it in the wild or place a custom request through the guild. She added that while she had obtained information regarding where it grows, the location was quite far. Grateful for her insight, he acknowledged how helpful the information was. Seeing that they were both prepared for a journey, she gently turned to him as their mounts stood ready nearby. The hopeful expression, she asked if he would accompany her on the expedition the following day. Without a single moment of hesitation, he accepted her invitation with complete enthusiasm. Setting off into the mountainous wild, he called out to Colette, asking if the creature could produce some fruit for them. As Colette happily regurgitated a pristine piece of fruit, he noted how convenient it was to have the dragonkin companion along to carry supplies and fresh food. Lady Morinier suddenly flushed bright red, flustered at the thought that eating fruit from the dragon's mouth amounted to an indirect kiss, leaving him completely bewildered by her reaction. Overcome with embarrassment, she quickly waved off her own wild line of thought, begging him to forget what she had just murmured while he and Colette looked on in confusion. Trying to regain her composure, she praised his courage for consuming food directly from Mashusu species without a second thought. He calmly reminded her that the stomach of a Mashusu lacks digestive acid, making the food perfectly clean and safe to eat. He walked alongside Lady Morinier as they continued their journey, listening as she noted how unusual it was for someone to be completely untroubled by retrieving items stored inside a dragon's stomach, finding his stoic practicality quite impressive. As they conversed, the affectionate dragon nudged Cyril gently, seemingly asking for a second helping of food, which brought a moment of mild amusement to their quiet trek. Suddenly, a strange, low reverberation echoed across the distant mountainous landscape, catching his sharp ears and forcing him to freeze in his tracks. Noticing his abrupt halt, Lady Morinier inquired what was wrong, only to hear the unsettling, faint groaning sound carrying through the trees herself. She wondered aloud if the deep roar echoing through the valley was merely the wind. He grimly confirmed that it was something far more dangerous. Recognizing that the unnatural sound signified immediate peril, he sprinted ahead toward the noise, leaving Lady Morinier calling out behind him to wait. Quick, decisive strides, the young man dashed through the dense foliage to investigate the disturbance. Merging into a clearing, he discovered a dire scene where a massive golem and a naga-type creature were cornering a distressed dragon knight. Assessing the immediate threat, he instructed Lady Morinier to stay back and leave the battle to him as he activated his transformation. Assuming his powerful dragonic form, he shattered the colossal golem with a single crushing blow, leaving Lady Mornier watching in total astonishment. He stood exhausted, catching his breath as the severe energy drain from his single, all-out strike settled in, knowing he could not afford to hold back against such a threat. Nearby, the rescued knight stared in utter disbelief, struggling to comprehend how a human could fell a massive golem in a single blow. Covering her composure, the rescued warrior introduced herself as Rosalie Lane, expressing deep gratitude and asking for her savior's name. When he revealed his identity as Cyril LaRose alongside Jean, Rosalie gasped in immediate recognition. Recognizing that they belonged to Dragon First, she excitedly asked if they were familiar with her guild as well, catching Cyril slightly off guard by her enthusiastic realization. She gushed with admiration, calling Dragon First the most talked-about guild of the moment, and admitting she never envisioned being saved by them. Turning her attention toward their mount, she marveled at how even their horse seemed extraordinary. Observing the mount, Rosalie pointed out how rare it was to find a horse completely unfazed by the presence of dragons, concluding it must be exceptionally trained. Cyril concurred, reflecting on how, as a royal mount, the steed naturally possessed exceptional qualities. Inspecting their companion, Rosalie remarked on how refreshing it was to encounter true dragon knights practicing the traditional way. As she continued her praise, Cyril flushed with awkwardness, finding her earnest adoration increasingly embarrassing. Elaborating on her own circumstances, she explained that true dragon-riding knights had become scarce as guild roles shifted towards scouting or light transport, which led her to operate independently as a solo knight. Listening quietly as they prepared to depart, Cyril acknowledged to himself how demanding and tough her solitary path must be in such a harsh climate. He recounted how what was supposed to be a simple extermination request unexpectedly turned dangerous when a powerful golem ambushed her. Offering one last warm expression of gratitude, Rosalie bade them farewell, while Cyril offered a steady nod of encouragement as their paths parted. He watched Rosalie ride away into the distance, listening as Jean praised the Dragon Knight's magnificent aura and suggested she was worthy of royal service, though he remained hesitant. Jean asked what was bothering him, acknowledging Rosalie's skill, but Cyril recalled the unsettling memory of Rosalie breathlessly badgering her dragon mount, leaving him with an eerie impression. Jean remarked that many eccentric riders exist, and Cyril agreed, only for Colette to gasp in offended outrage, taking his comment as a direct insult. Startled by the dragon's sharp reaction, Cyril hurriedly raised his hands, clarifying that he was referring to a rented wyvern from a past journey, not her. He scrambled to defuse the tension as Colette glared at him with intense suspicion, forcing him to nervously repeat that it was all just a harmless misunderstanding. Once the dragon finally settled down, Cyril let out a quiet sigh of relief while Jean looked on with amused indulgence. Resuming their trek through the dense mountain path, the forest suddenly parted, catching their attention as light broke through the canopy. Before them lay a sparkling, serene body of water, centered around a towering, ancient tree that radiated a magical glow, the gathering sight of the Ark and Seal. Jean joyously declared that they had finally reached Lake Garrett, her eyes shining with excitement alongside Cyril as they marveled at the spectacular view. Arriving at Lake Garrett, the group marveled at the breathtaking view of rainbow-colored crystals reflecting across the shimmering water. They noted that the shimmering Ark and Seal crystals formed naturally as lake minerals slowly crystallized with fluctuating water levels. Someone offered to harvest the crystals since they mined them regularly. Cyril volunteered to gather a portion himself. Leaving Colette behind to tend to the creature, Cyril and Rosalie decided to head off and hunt for meat to test its flavor. As they ventured into the brush, sudden movement nearby caught their attention immediately. Spotting a wild boar grazing in the clearing, they resolved not to let the ideal prey escape. The boar suddenly charged with full force, prompting Rosalie to cry out in alarm as Cyril braced himself for impact. Swift agility, Cyril effortlessly caught and subdued the rushing beast single-handedly. As Cyril casually prepared to clean the catch, Rosalie stood wide-eyed in utter disbelief at his raw physical strength. She praised him enthusiastically, pointing out how much stronger he had become even without transforming. He stood over the fallen boar, while Rosalie admitted that defeating such a beast barehanded was genuinely impressive. As they cooked the meat over a campfire beside their dragon companion, Rosalie asked how the ark and seal tasted. Taking a moment to savor the flavor, he declared with deep satisfaction how delicious it was. She marveled at how each bite seemed to shift in flavor, becoming sweeter and spicier, prompting him to agree warmly as she expressed her desire to eat twice as much. Despite the pleasant meal, Cyril turned his gratitude to Colette for gathering so many valuable crystals, which the dragon accepted proudly. Reflecting on his recent feat, he realized his baseline physical strength in human form had improved significantly, remaining just within human limits. Colette mused whether he could simply enhance his dragonkin form instead, though he considered gaining power without energy drain a major benefit. And asked why he couldn't just boost his dragon form. He admitted that there were clear limitations preventing him from doing so. He explained that after testing his immortality powers, he had been unable to absorb certain materials like skin and claws from Louise and the others, though he did harvest some components. He deduced that items derived from immortal corpses, such as the Beowulf Origin's Claw or the Phoenix Horn, were tied directly to life energy or the soul itself. He paused to reflect on the nature of dragon relics, realizing that by the same logic, his own materials wouldn't be suitable either, leaving the companion beside him momentarily silent as she processed his conclusion. She admitted that while she hadn't fully grasped the creature's entire explanation, it seemed likely that relics had to come from deceased dragons, before casually offering to supply a few from her own collection. Light bulb went off in his head as he remembered her royal lineage and the vast treasures stored within the kingdom's vault, which she proudly confirmed held an abundance of such items. Reaching into her personal belongings, she produced a uniquely shaped pendant, holding out the unusual relic for him to inspect. Examining the shimmering item, he recognized it not as a gemstone, but as the rare scale of a Mizuchi, a phantom dragon whose scales project a protective barrier, recalling how such magic had once saved her during a carriage disaster. His mind drifted back to their very first meeting, when a devastating landslide had crushed her escort and destroyed her carriage, yet left her completely unscathed inside. Unclasping the scale pendant from around her neck, she held it out to him, urging him to take it for his own protection. He immediately hesitated, objecting that such a vital ward was meant to keep her safe rather than be given away. The gentle, reassuring smile, she insisted that no harm would come to her as long as she remained by his side, convincing him to finally accept. Accepting the offering, he took the gleaming Mizuchi scale from her hands, securing a powerful new defense for the journey ahead. He held the pendant firmly, listening intently as his companion promised to protect him without fail, no matter what danger lied ahead. Channeling his magical energy into the Mizuchi scale, a brilliant, radiant glow erupted from his clenched fist. Surrounding air shifted abruptly as the scent of roasted meat dissipated, making way for a formidable dragon form as a sudden transformation took place. A tremendous surge of defensive force cracked the earth beneath them, lifting heavy debris into the air as the massive barrier manifested. Stumbling from sudden physical exhaustion, Cyril admitted that the massive energy consumption had temporarily drained him of his strength. Piecing the clues together, Jean realized that the scales barrier had automatically triggered earlier in human form to block out the overwhelming scent. Looking toward the future, he resolved to fully master the scale's powers so he could shield everyone from future danger. Shifting their focus back to their campsite, the companions gathered near the wooden shelter to prepare for their next steps. Examining 3 newly sculpted earth dummies standing in the field, his dragon companion sought approval for the creations. Praising the flawless craft, Cyril marveled at the speed and precision with which the training targets had been constructed. Reflected on how he had swallowed dirt and compressed it inside his body to form a solid mass, demonstrating the unique nature of his constructabilities. Comparing the malleable material to clay, he marveled at Colette's impressive skill, while the loyal creature beamed with pride at his praise. As Colette inquired about his next move, he glanced down at the finished meal and expressed his gratitude for being able to eat so well today. Deciding it was time to conduct a small experiment, he instructed the group to step back, and they readily agreed to give him space. Gently placing a hand on Lee's head, he warned the small creature that things were about to get dangerous and urged her to wait safely nearby. Noticing Colette's sudden pouting face, he asked what was troubling her, though the dragon companions stubbornly insisted that nothing was wrong. Watching the exchange, the white dragon chuckled aloud, privately musing that a bit of spoiled behavior might earn some affection too, only to be abruptly bitten mid-thought. Seeing the two creatures bickering, he asked them to save their playtime for later, though Chris remained unfazed and ready to assist with the test. With everything set, Chris channeled a massive surge of magic, preparing to unleash a powerful blast for the test. As the devastating force surged forward, he immediately triggered his transformation, erecting a luminous barrier to shield his companions from the impact. Let out a sigh of relief as the roaring pillar of flame dissipated harmlessly against his newly formed barrier. Beside him, his companions watched in awe at the sheer intensity of the magical blast. Seeing that his defense had held firm, he acknowledged the success of the test, satisfied with the results. Trial demonstrated that if a barrier could withstand an attack of this magnitude, it would prove invaluable in combat. Turning to Chris, he expressed his gratitude, praising the terrifying strength of the dragon's flames. Chris responded with pride, reaffirming Cyril's exceptional capabilities while acknowledging Colette's assistance in crafting the dirt doll. He reflected on the experiment, admitting he could not risk testing such power against a real friend, even if they were willing to put themselves in danger. Analyzing his limitations, he realized that even with maximum energy stored, he could only maintain the form for 3 seconds, whereas 30 seconds were necessary to be truly effective in battle. Chris pondered this dilemma thoughtfully. Chris suggested that a solution existed to overcome the constraints of energy storage and massive intake, sparking curiosity among the group. Eager to find a way forward, he asked Chris to share the answer, prompting an enthusiastic response. Surrounding companions listened intently as Chris prepared to reveal the mysterious method. The grin, Chris delivered a shocking proposal. Option 1 was to devour a dragon. Majestic creature explained that consuming a dragon's entire being, soul included, would grant immense power with absolute efficiency. Unmoved by the morbid suggestion, the young warrior simply spoke its name with stern gravity. Narrowing his gaze, he plainly warned that continuing down such a line of thought would genuinely anger him. In response, the beast burst into boisterous laughter, assuring him that the gruesome proposal had merely been a joke. He conceded that while hearing such words infuriated him, it at least reassured him of the dragon's genuine concern for its own kind, even if the dark humor missed the mark. Noticing his companion's confusion, the dragon pointed out that he had completely fixated on the joke while ignoring the actual premise, prompting him to wonder what was truly meant by the initial suggestion. As he realized there were other options all along, the smaller beast chastised the white dragon for setting such verbal traps, while the great beast merely chuckled, leaving him scratching his head in exasperation. Turning back toward the great beast, he pressed for a serious answer, asking what solution it had actually intended to offer. With an authoritative presence, the dragon revealed the true remedy to his dilemma, acquiring and utilizing a dragon orb to resolve his power capacity once. As the white dragon mentioned the creation of a dragon orb, Cyril turned around in surprise, asking what such an artifact could be. Companion admitted she had never heard of it before, leaving the surrounding dragons equally perplexed about what it actually entailed. Chris explained that it was far better to experience the process directly than to try explaining it with words, prompting Cyril to agree to give it a shot. Hearing that the dragon orb could be manifested right then and there, he felt a wave of relief, glad that acquiring it would be straightforward. However, the great dragon noted a catch to the process, prompting Cyril to inquire who exactly would be making it. And Chris specified that anyone other than Colette could attempt it. The nearby dragons voiced their eagerness, only to be told they were ill-suited for the task. In response to their protest, Chris asked the group to identify who among all the dragons consumed the absolute least amount of food. Questioning why eating habits mattered, one dragon was told it would be best for them to sit out this particular ritual for the time being. The dragon turned away with a huff, Cyril pondered whether Leah might be the right fit, knowing that Mashusu types consumed far more than typical mid-sized dragons. At that moment, the cheerful little creature bounced over happily upon hearing her name, while Cyril quietly reconsidered whether she was still too small to participate. She rested nearby. Cyril realized that creating the orb would require a dragon capable of consuming vast amounts, leading him to consult the white dragon. Realizing that Louise was herbivorous unlike the others, Cyril determined that she could handle eating the required portion and turned to address her directly. Red Dragon conceded that her high energy consumption prevented her from helping, a fact Cyril readily acknowledged while gently cradling the small purebred creature in his arms. Turning back to Louise, Cyril asked if he could rely on her for the task, to which she confidently agreed. The white dragon urged her to eat until she was completely satisfied, and she accepted without hesitation. The young knight cheerfully offered to share seasoned food with Louise. Cyril quickly intervened, pointing out that human seasonings were harmful to dragons. Smaller Dragon chimed in to mention she could swallow food whole, though the red dragon admitted seasoned food made her mouth tingle unpleasantly. Hearing this, Cyril confirmed that human food was definitely out of the question, leaving the young knight to nod in quiet understanding. White Dragon further explained that well-intentioned human food remains improper for dragon digestion, while Louise lowered her head to graze peacefully upon the wild vegetation. Inquiring further about their diet, Cyril asked whether raw meat was preferable to cooked meat, receiving enthusiastic agreement from the red dragon. Reflecting on how drastically different dragons were from humans, Cyril praised Louise as she let out a satisfied sigh, completely full from her massive meal. The preparation complete, the white dragon announced the commencement of the ritual, reaching out with glowing claws to transfer the ancient dragon orb technique directly into a startled Louise. She watched intently as Chris projected a brilliant sphere of light into her mind, initiating the direct transfer of ancient dragon knowledge. The young dragon gasped softly as the wave of power settled within her, processing the complex technique. Noticing her dazed expression, Chris asked if she had grasped the concept, prompting her to nod hesitantly while Cyril observed. She then turned to her master and offered to manifest a dragon orb, to which Cyril warmly encouraged her to try. Focusing her inner mana, she firmly planted her claws as an intricate glowing crest expanded across the ground beneath her. Radiant sphere condensed in the air before solidifying into a finished dragon orb, earning high praise from Chris for her swift success. Inspecting the newly formed artifact, Cyril marveled at its resemblance to a perfectly clear pearl and asked how to use it. Chris instructed him to ingest the orb whole for smoother absorption, and he promptly agreed, tossing the sphere down his throat. Moments later, he suddenly gasped and grabbed his midsection in alarm, causing panic among his companions as the reaction began. Pressed against his belly, describing the odd internal sensation as feeling like dried seaweed rapidly rehydrating and expanding inside him. He stood quietly processing the strange, raw sensation, marveling at how pure energy itself had just settled within him, while Chris laughed heartily at his discomfort, suggesting that chewing the orb next time might accelerate its expansion, though it would undoubtedly prove far more painful. Louise confirmed that the orb was indeed concentrated dragon energy, explaining that because dragons convert energy so efficiently, the amount he had just absorbed was truly massive for a human frame. Realizing the strategic implications, he asked if recharging his own magic with a dragon orb whenever he ran low meant he could feed everyone back home indefinitely, a line of reasoning Louise immediately confirmed. Continuing his train of thought, he pointed out that having more mouths to feed would actually increase their overall efficiency, though Louise added that while true, it remained quite a daunting prospect. He went on to clarify the limitations of the creation, noting that dragon orbs cannot be stockpiled. Only one can exist at a time, meaning his total power capacity would not increase indefinitely. Despite these constraints, he maintained a positive outlook, expressing gratitude for the immense help it provided, prompting Chris to roar with boisterous laughter and assure him it was no trouble at all. Chris roared triumphantly into the sky, pointing out that drawing more dragons to his side would naturally yield even more dragon orbs for their journey. Acknowledging Chris's wild ambition, he decided to test his newly acquired energy reserves immediately, raising his hand to trigger his transformation. As dark armor coalesced around his form in a burst of aura, his companions watched the impressive display with keen interest. Clenching his armored fist, he realized that a single dragon orb granted him exactly 5 seconds of power, a duration that seemed short on the surface, but represented a vast improvement that opened up countless new possibilities. He stood firmly before his trusted companions, expressing his quiet gratitude and reaffirming his expectation for their continued support in the battles ahead. Deep within the rugged Marzinsky Valley in southwestern Boruzel, Cyril surveyed the vast wasteland as he prepared to commence his next assignment. Initiating his dark transformation, he launched into the sky toward a massive herd of over 100 ferocious Tonibin wolves, the primary targets of his hunt. Striking down the beasts in a swift aerial assault, Cyril suddenly felt his energy falter as his 10-second transformation limit expired, sending him dropping back to human form. As he called out in distress, his dragon companions swiftly intervened, handing him a fresh dragon orb that allowed him to instantly rearm his power transformation. Continuing his assault, Cyril recalled Jean's warning that a coordinated pack of Tonibin wolves possessed lethal danger equivalent to an elite mercenary squad. Just as his transformation energy lapsed once more, the predatory pack seized the opening and launched a sudden, vicious ambush from all sides. Cornered by the sudden assault, Cyril remarked on the remarkable intellect and tactical cunning displayed by the surrounding beasts. Catching his breath alongside his loyal dragon partner, Cyril took a quick moment to recover while ensuring they both remained vigilant. Steady resolve returning to his eyes, the transformed warrior prepared to unleash his full strength and bring the ferocious hunt to its conclusion. He made his way back toward the Boruzel administration office, accompanied closely by his faithful dragon companion. One after another, the massive heads and carcasses of the defeated Tonibin wolves were dropped in a heavy heap before the local counter. Overwhelmed by the staggering pile of monster remains, the stunned clerk frantically raised her hands to signal that they had provided more than enough proof. The extermination mission officially confirmed, the official commended his exceptional work, prompting him to suggest letting his companion handle the rest. Casually asked if she could simply consume the remaining carcasses, startling the clerk, who interjected in total disbelief, stopping him from disposing of the evidence. The clerk explained that she had an urgent message delivered straight from Her Highness, causing him to react at the mention of Jean. The princess could have reached out directly. She intentionally routed the request through formal guild channels to satisfy specific bureaucratic protocols. Instructed to transport the wolf remains to the official warehouse for inspection, he pondered what purpose the government could possibly have for examining them. As they walked away, he began discussing the prestigious titles granted to Dragon Knights, observing that such honors were awarded strictly to individuals rather than entire guilds. While he had always brushed off these titles as mere ceremonial formalities, the attendant hinted that the recognition awaiting him might carry far greater significance. He listened intently as the administrative official explained that once the wolf extermination was formally examined and confirmed, the title of one-star Dragon Knight would be officially bestowed upon him. Shortly after, he reminded Chanel that she shouldn't be wandering around in public so freely, prompting her to flusteredly insist that she was well aware. Despite his warnings, Chanel eagerly expressed her desire to help, explaining how hard everyone else was trying. Moved by her enthusiasm, he praised her and instructed her to make sure she was accompanied by Jui, who could cast a disguise spell on her. Turning to Jui, he asked if Chanel could accompany them on today's mission, to which the dragon gave a quiet nod of approval. Then asked Leah if she wished to join as well, and the small creature gleefully chirped her enthusiastic agreement. As they set off into the mountainous terrain, Jui outlined the rules for their outing, explaining that they were searching for rare medicinal herbs that bloom in harsh rocky crevices to heal human illnesses, promising to turn it into a friendly competition with hints for whoever gathered the most. Companions diligently scoured the rocky landscape, carefully searching through bushes and cliff edges to gather as many medicinal plants as possible. At the end of their search, Their baskets overflowed with freshly picked herbs, leaving the companions marveling at their impressive haul. Excitement filled the air as they prepared to deliver their harvest to the city's apothecary, eagerly wondering which of them had gathered the absolute most. Jui declared Leah the winner of the competition, sparking a joyful celebration before they arrived at the apothecary to deliver the vital herbs to the grateful herbalist. She bounded back cheerfully along with her companions, excitedly announcing their return. Jui proudly praised both Chanel and the little purebred for doing an exceptional job. Watching them return safely, Cyril offered a gentle, relieved smile, admitting that their late arrival had left him feeling a bit concerned. Seeing the companions triumphantly adorned with delicate floral crowns, he contented himself that everything had turned out wonderfully. Cyril reacts with sheer astonishment upon hearing Rosalie propose, making him a one-star dragon knight. Nearby, Leah emits a joyful giggle at the unexpected praise. Continuing her praise, Rosalie emphasizes how remarkable an achievement it was to single-handedly defeat the entire pack of Tony Bin wolves. Contemplating her words, Cyril turns slightly as he considers the concept of a star ranking, acknowledging that even someone with limited knowledge of the system is aware of its significance. Rosalie explains the structure of the star system, noting that while other professions use stars, for Dragon Knights, it represents a title bestowed by the nation upon those who accomplish extraordinary feats. Curious, Cyril asks if there are specific criteria required to achieve such status. Detailing the ranks further, she clarifies that 1 star is awarded for specific achievements, 2 stars for accomplishment across multiple fields or for mentoring a 1 star, and 3 stars for unprecedented individuals. Cyril reflects on how vague the criteria sound, noting the relatively short history of Dragon Knights. Rosalie points out that clear metrics make it easy for common citizens to understand a knight's prestige, a sentiment Cyril acknowledges as both an honor and a necessity. Preparing to depart, Rosalie informs him that she will send the screening results in a few days and bids him wait for news, to which Cyril nods in agreement. Watching Rosalie head off, Cyril quietly expresses his gratitude, realizing that securing this recognition was her true intention all along. 3 days pass, and Cyril receives official notification confirming his certification as a 1-star Dragon Knight. Heartened by the outcome, he heads to the government office the following day alongside his loyal companions. Inside the official building, Roland respectfully requests that Cyril wait a moment as administrative preparations are handled. Having been guided into the waiting area, Cyril scanned the grand, lavishly decorated chamber, immediately feeling out of place amidst such opulent surroundings. Settled onto the plush couch, observing that this room was far more grand than the usual reception areas, just as a polite knock echoed from the heavy wooden doors. The attendant entered gracefully with a tea service, offering him a fresh cup of tea, for which he offered a quiet word of thanks. Taking a sip, he marveled at the rich flavor, bewildered by the lavish hospitality and wondering what could have prompted such special treatment. Moments later, another sharp rap came at the door, prompting him to call out for the visitor to enter. Rosalie stepped into the room with an apology for the delay, causing him to look up in surprise as she approached. He stood up and directly asked her why he was being given such exceptionally luxurious accommodations. She offered a warm, subtle smile, explaining that this level of luxury was simply fitting treatment for a newly elevated 1-star Dragon Knight. Realization washed over him, causing him to lean back with a sigh as the sudden shift in status finally made sense. Still somewhat incredulous, he questioned if the rank alone truly warranted such dramatic differences in hospitality, to which she cheerfully confirmed that it certainly did. He took a slow sip from his teacup, admiring the sheer level of prestige surrounding the 1-star status, before Rosalie asked what brought him to the office that day. He explained plainly that he had simply come to pick up a quest as usual, prompting her to offer an unexpected apology despite all he had accomplished. Caught off guard, he voiced his confusion when she revealed that there were currently no personal requests available for him. She clarified that after he achieved 1-star rank, most clients withdrew their requests because they felt their low-level tasks were no longer appropriate for a knight of his elevated standing. Sitting opposite him in the quiet room, she noted that proper clients simply knew their place when dealing with high-ranking Dragon Knights. Pondered the analogy of asking a royal supplier for a single slice of bread, realization dawning upon him as he calculated what this shift in perception truly implied. He commended his quick grasp of the situation as he pieced together that from now on, only larger, grander assignments will be directed his way. Meanwhile, his dragon companions reacted with dramatic shock and utter disbelief upon hearing that there was no immediate work for them. Stepping outside into the bright afternoon, he reflected with satisfaction that being valued so highly had been one of his core goals ever since he was cast out of his former guild. Accepting the new reality with a smile, he walked through the bustling town alongside his loyal companions, fully embracing the respect they now commanded. As he walked through the town square, he noticed a group of young, aspiring knights looking in his direction, whispering eagerly among themselves. Two energetic youths rushed forward to ask if he was truly Sir Cyril. Taken aback by the sudden recognition, he confirmed his identity as murmurs of awe rippled through the group. Beaming with excitement, the pair proclaimed that they were massive fans of his achievements and eagerly requested to shake his hand. Humble as always, the young knight gladly shook their hands while they proudly declared their dream to become great dragon knights just like him one day. Their passionate enthusiasm brought a genuine, heartfelt smile to his face as he thanked them for their kind words. To adults, the one-star rank carried dignity, but to children, it represented an absolute symbol of aspiration. When the youths earnestly asked how they could follow in his footsteps, he paused thoughtfully to consider his reply. Placing a hand gently atop one boy's head, he shared a single core piece of wisdom: to always take proper care of their dragon companions, catching the young trainees by surprise. He stressed that a dragon is far more than a tool or mount. It is an irreplaceable partner in life and battle. Assuring them with conviction, he stated that anyone who truly treasures their partner will inevitably become an extraordinary dragon knight, leaving the children wide-eyed with inspiration. Fired up by his inspiring guidance, the lead youth enthusiastically vowed to cherish his dragon, determined to realize his grand ambition. He watched the children wave goodbye with genuine warmth, reflecting internally that moments like this brought him more happiness than almost anything else. While changing the ingrained attitudes of adults remained a daunting task, he knew the younger generation held boundless potential for real change. He reasoned that if more youth began to look up to him, his ideals regarding dragon welfare would gradually spread throughout the realm. Across town, near the Jigu Trading Company headquarters, an associate casually observed that despite his rapid rise in status, the young knight hadn't altered his core nature in the slightest. Inside the offices of the trading firm man, business matters were underway. Examining a freshly delivered basket of dragon tier incense, the merchant acknowledged receiving the prized shipment from the young knight. Holding up a single piece, the merchant praised its flawless quality before inquiring whether the supply volume could be expanded. The young knight firmly replied that rushing production risked diluting its standards, though his companion admitted the product had already amassed immense popularity. The Partholan base, cultivation of galleon, the crucial ingredient for the incense, was making steady progress, though full-scale output remained constrained by a shortage of dragons. The associate emphasized the product's unmatched effectiveness in guiding dreams, recalling how even a noble widow was deeply moved upon vividly seeing her deceased husband through its soothing mist. Went on to emphasize just how far the reputation of the incense had spread, reaching even the highest circles of nobility. Cyril acknowledged the high demand, while insisting that quality must not be compromised, to which his companion agreed before shifting the conversation to another matter. Leaving the topic of incense behind, Louis proposed a new job request, prompting Cyril to inquire about the details. Asked if he had ever heard of a master dragon, Cyril admitted he had heard the term before, but knew little beyond that. Louis explained the unique nature of dragons, noting that while they can lay eggs without mating, most hatched dragons lack reproductive capabilities and happen to be female. Conversation paused briefly as Cyril absorbed the unexpected facts regarding dragon biology. Louis elaborated further, describing how near the end of their lifespan, dragons mate to give birth to a female possessing full reproductive abilities, a true master dragon, leaving Cyril thoroughly astonished by their distinct biology. Because of their rarity and ability to continue the species, the value of a master dragon was astronomically high, causing Cyril to freeze in sudden realization. Noticing Cyril's sudden pause, Louis asked what was wrong, but Cyril brushed it off, urging him to continue even as a strange memory teased at the back of his mind. Louis then revealed the crux of the matter. A certain master dragon had laid the egg of the next generation's master dragon. Explains that the job entails guarding the rare master dragon egg in its display case until it hatches, noting that such a prize would fetch an immense price on the market. Continuing his pitch, the knight stresses the need for someone exceptionally skilled and trustworthy, explicitly asking Cyril to apply the same martial prowess he displayed when defeating the Tony Bin Wolves. Surprised that the tale of his recent victory has already spread all the way to Man-O-War, Cyril learns that his reputation is growing far beyond his immediate surroundings. Laying out the terms, the knight offers a success-based compensation of 3 million reals, a staggering sum that leaves the young swordsman stunned. Weighing the monumental reward against the risks, Cyril firmly accepts the assignment. Outside, his dragon companion ponders the arrangement, clearly impressed by the sheer magnitude of the payout. As they walk through the town together, Cyril admits that while the money is enticing, taking on such a prominent duty offers an even greater opportunity to solidify his standing as a renowned adventurer. Shifting the conversation back to the nature of master dragons, he notices that his companion appears hesitant and preoccupied with a sudden thought. He brings up a compelling connection, asking if a dragon leaving behind an egg at the end of its life cycle sounds identical to the circumstances surrounding Leah. Realization hits him instantly, shattering his earlier confusion as he finally connects the dots to Lee's true origin. He considers the evidence. Alongside the broken eggshell lay what appeared to be the claw remnant of an original dragon species, confirming that Leah herself had hatched from that very egg. Looking upon the magnificent creature before him, Cyril grapples with the sudden, staggering realization that a legendary master dragon had been living alongside them, standing together in the quiet street. Cyril found himself absorbing the startling realization that the small creature beside him was, in truth, a legendary master dragon. Chris noted how well the theory aligned with the facts, even if absolute proof remained elusive. She quietly observed that dragons, existing as purer beings than humans, responded to far deeper natural impulses. He went on to explain that the purer a dragon's bloodline was, the more powerfully driven it became by instinct to secure offspring when faced with mortality, making it highly probable that Leah carried the original Beowulf lineage. As the full weight of her words settled, Chris gazed down thoughtfully at the young creature, prompting Cyril to ask why she suddenly appeared so troubled. He expressed shock at how unexpectedly close such a rare dragon lineage was to them, anxiously inquiring if there was a deeper problem he had overlooked. Caught off guard by his sudden concern, Chris vigorously waved off his alarm, insisting that nothing was terribly wrong. Hesitating as her claws fidgeted nervously against the cobblestones, she struggled to articulate her fleeting thoughts. Flustered, she softly admitted that she had merely been contemplating Lee's future ability to bear offspring, leaving Cyril entirely bewildered by the unexpected shift in conversation. 2 days later, at the Partholon base, the fluffy young creature suddenly perked up with joy as a familiar figure approached. Scooping the ecstatic creature into his arms, Cyril offered a gentle, warm smile as he was enthusiastically welcomed back home. He reunited warmly with Leah, greeting her gently upon his return, while Balor noted how much faster their journeys would be if Cyril was willing to walk despite carrying luggage. Eager for affection and play, the spirited little creature playfully challenged him to a race, though Cyril admitted that was a bit too much for him at the moment. Apologizing for his exhaustion, he declined her invitation, leaving Leah pouting in disappointment as Balor observed her boundless energy. Seeing her disappointment, he quickly thought of an alternative to keep her entertained. He proposed a new challenge, asking her to demonstrate her speed by running a lap around Partholon base. Accepting the task enthusiastically, Leah zoomed across the terrain in a blur of motion, leaving Cyril and Balor marveling at her incredible and ever-increasing speed. Balor noted that if Cyril attempted to give chase now, he would expend all his energy within seconds just trying to catch up. Reflecting on his physical limits, he admitted that his own endurance and stamina were areas he still needed to improve. Laura lightheartedly boasted that she could easily generate 5 dragon ores worth of energy from a single monster, bringing a smile back to Cyril's face. Suddenly, Leah called out in the distance, drawing their attention toward her as she paused in place. She called out to Cyril, drawing his focus toward an unfamiliar carriage that had just pulled up, bearing an unannounced visitor. Apologizing profusely for the unexpected intrusion, Jean explained that the visitor was a merchant connected to the royal family who urgently requested a meeting with Cyril, leaving her no choice but to bring him along. Observing the impressive carriage, Cyril asked if the merchant had mentioned the nature of his business, offering to turn him away if necessary. Jean clarified that the man insisted it was a critical business deal that had to be discussed with Cyril personally. Cautious of potential hidden motives, Cyril agreed to hear the merchant out and invited Jean to accompany him inside to conduct the meeting. Seated indoors, the merchant introduced himself as Pierre Gounon, expressing honor at meeting Cyril, who promptly cut through the formalities to ask what he wanted. Getting straight to the point, Pierre asked about the dragon companion playing outside, which Cyril recognized as Leah. The elderly merchant then made a formal request, asking if he might be permitted to see the dragon once more. Puzzled by the request, Cyril weighed his options and, sensing no malice from the ostentatiously dressed old man, decided to indulge him. Opening the window, Cyril called out to Leah to bring her over to the merchant. Called out through the window, summoning the small creature into the room. Boundless with joy, Leah fluttered inside, calling out happily as she landed beside him. Cyril gently gestured to the young creature, confirming to the visiting merchant that this was indeed the child in question. Lean and inquisitive, Pierre Gounon leaned forward, asking permission to examine the creature more closely. Cyril held Leah gently, granting his approval without hesitation. Here, through his magnifying lens, the merchant's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He gasped aloud, realizing that he was gazing upon a true master dragon of an original, ancient species. Sudden outburst left everyone present bewildered. Cyril, Jean, and Louis exchanged startled glances, completely taken aback by the merchant's sudden transformation. Jean stepped in to clarify how Pierre had learned about the creature, explaining that a tip from an associate in Jigu had led him straight to their doorstep after overheard remarks made in public. The heavy sign, Cyril massaged his temple as the memory clicked into place. He realized his own slip-up, remembering the private conversation with Colette that had inadvertently leaked to eager ears. Setting aside pleasantries, Pierre stared directly into Cyril's eyes and bluntly inquired if he would be willing to part with the young dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, the merchant tendered an astronomical sum of 1,000,000 riels in association bonds or cash, only for Cyril to flatly refuse the offer. Undeterred by the instant refusal, Pierre immediately raised his bid to 2 million, then rapidly pushed it to 5,000,000 riels, leaving Jean standing nearby in stunned silence. He stood firm, giving a resounding refusal and reiterating that he had absolutely no intention of selling the dragon. Pressing further, he asked the merchant if he recognized whom he was dealing with, prompting a flustered acknowledgement of his status. He continued his interrogation by demanding the merchant state the name of his guild, catching the man entirely off guard. Furious at the disrespect, he berated the merchant for foolishly trying to buy a creature with mere coin at Dragon First, forcing the terrified trader to bow low and offer a desperate apology. Satisfied that his message had taken root, he allowed the matter to rest as the flustered merchant bowed once more and prepared to take his leave. Before the man could step away, however, he issued one final stern warning. Gently resting his hand on Lee's head, he promised that if any harm befell her, he would hold the merchant personally responsible, leaving the man trembling in horror. Explaining that any harm would imply an abduction, Catherine reminded the merchant of his standing as a royal purveyor, to which the man nervously agreed. Sharpening his glance, he declared that this investigation was merely a systematic sweep and that the merchant's establishment would be his very first target should anything happen. He concluded by expressing a stern hope that it would never come to such measures, leaving the merchant with no choice but to nod in fearful submission. He remained calm as the door slammed shut behind their bizarre visitor, while Leah blurted out that the merchant was quite weird. Catherine, however, bowed her head in sincere regret, apologizing deeply for the uncomfortable situation. Reassuring her with a gentle smile, he insisted that everything was fine, though Catherine admitted she had never anticipated the interaction turning out so intense. She continued to express her remorse, noting that Gounon's proposal, despite its bluntness, had at least been framed as a legitimate public business offer. Inquiring further, she asked why he had threatened such an influential figure, pointing out that Gaunon was a major merchant unaccustomed to having things go against his wishes. He revealed his strategy, explaining that now that Li's existence was out in the open, he deliberately established Gaunon as an unwitting protective wall, leaving Catherine wide-eyed with surprise. Detailed that faced with such a personal threat, Gaunon would actively thwart and crush anyone else trying to capture Leah just to shield himself from the fallout. A logic Catherine quickly recognized as brilliant. Clapping her hands together in delight, she praised his foresight while he turned his quiet attention back toward the small creature. The complex tactical details went entirely over Li's head. She gleefully exclaimed how amazing her daddy was. Warm laughter relaxed the atmosphere, and he tenderly patted Leah on the head while thanking both her and Catherine for their support. Looking gently at Leah, he promised her not to worry, reassuring her that they would always keep her safe. He turned to Chris, asking directly if he could rely on her to protect Leah while they were away on their assignment. The white dragon paused in surprise at his sudden request. He offered a warm, confident smile, reminding her that she was their trump card and that his trust in her was absolute. Chris let out a soft huff of agreement, accepting the heavy responsibility. White Dragon chuckled heartily, assuring him that the little one was as good as safe under her watchful eye. Meanwhile, Catherine slumped nearby in exasperation, wondering why Cyril had bothered orchestrating such a threat against the merchant if Chris was guarding Leah all along. Simply smiled, explaining that human nature was unpredictable. Some were far cleverer than expected, while others failed to act logically, making layered contingencies necessary. Chris burst into a sudden, boisterous laugh, causing the surrounding companions to complain about the noise while everyone prepared to rest for the night. As he asked what prompted her sudden amusement, Chris admitted with a knowing look that she was relieved, realizing he had cleverly manipulated her into stepping up once more. She noted that most humans were unpredictable and reckless, meaning even if the merchant remained silent, someone else might still act foolishly, making her protection vital. He quietly agreed with her assessment. With complete conviction, the majestic dragon urged her dear friend to leave with peace of mind, swearing that no harm would come to the little creature while she stood guard. Stepping outside into the cool night air, he quietly whispered his heartfelt gratitude toward his loyal companion. Following morning, Cyril and Colette set off toward the dragon capital, St. Simon, ready to fulfill the crucial request entrusted to them. He walked alongside Colette as they embarked on their journey, acknowledging her remark that just the two of them constituted a small, highly capable team. Colette inquired about the specific reasons he had chosen her for this mission. He explained that the first reason was her unique ability to generate a vast quantity of dragon orbs, prompting her to curiously ask for the second reason. Pointed out that should dire circumstances arise, her immense dragon form would allow her to swallow the master dragon egg whole to safeguard it, a practical point that she readily acknowledged. Voiced his concern that such an extreme measure could place her in grave danger, but Colette cheerfully brushed off his worries, confidently declaring that she would be completely fine and urging him to leave the task to her. Relieved by her unwavering determination, he expressed his gratitude and affirmed that he would rely on her if worst came to worst, to which she enthusiastically agreed. Their plans settled, Colette hummed a merry tune as they forged ahead through the mountainous path together. Reflecting on the mission, he recalled that when he first accepted the assignment to guard the Master Dragon Egg, he had not fully understood its true significance, until the encounter with the merchant the previous day made him acutely aware of the incredible value placed upon a Master Dragon. Colette offered a reassuring glance, ready for whatever lay ahead. He met her gaze with quiet resolve. Looking out toward the horizon, he held a silent hope within his heart that he would be strong enough to manage whatever trials lay. Arriving at a bustling post town along the road leading toward the dragon capital of St. Simon, Cyril paused to survey his surroundings, accompanied by his faithful dragon companion. Walking down the spacious thoroughfare, he remarked on how wide and easily navigable the streets were, noting that most establishments in this region appeared well equipped with dedicated dragon stables and specialized facilities. Noticing the high concentration of fellow dragon knights in the area, he spotted an inn nearby and suggested to his companion that they secure accommodations there for the night. Asking his dragon to wait outside for a moment, he stepped through the entrance into the dimly lit establishment. Observing that the ground level functioned as a busy tavern, he approached the attendant to request lodging for the night, specifying that the reservation was for himself and one Mashusa-type dragon when asked about their group size. The innkeeper outlined the available room rates tier by tier, explaining that the dragon's lodging was included in the human rate as long as the beast slept out in the stable. Designed to the familiar standard treatment for dragons, he requested a room with a window and provided his personal details, registering under his name, Cyril LaRose, and his affiliation, the Dragon First Guild. Mention of his guild's name immediately caught the attention of nearby tavern patrons sitting at a table behind him. Sensing the sudden shift in atmosphere, he glanced back in surprise as quiet murmurs began to circulate through the room. Overhearing the patrons question whether his guild was the one that had recently risen to fame, he kept a watchful eye on them as he processed their words. They only laughed harder, jesting that his royal patron must be giving him special treatment because he was madly infatuated with her. Continuing their coarse banter, the men mocked the princess as a sheltered fool who was better off being manipulated by a common mercenary. Their raucous laughter echoed through the crowded tavern room as they raised their mugs, completely oblivious to the rising tension behind them. Pausing in his tracks, he turned back to glare at the group with dangerous quiet, prompting them to mockingly ask what his problem was. Demanding that they take back their insult, he declared that the noblewoman was far from shallow, while his fierce dragon companion began to shift into a dangerous form alongside him. A blinding blur of violence. The table was split and sent crashing into the air before the patrons could even comprehend the strike. They tumbled backward over their chairs in absolute terror, spilling their ale as they gasped for breath on the floor. The shattered mugs clattered onto the wooden planks. The stunned innkeeper timidly asked if he had done something to them, to which he simply replied that he had done nothing at all, accepting the situation without further incident. The innkeeper handed over the room key, allowing him to take it and proceed up to his quarters. He stood quietly before the counter, taking in the innkeeper's casual remark that tavern brawls were simply a part of daily life. Outside, the rowdy patrons lay sprawling across the floor, bruised and defeated, as the innkeeper pointed out that picking a fight without knowing one's opponent would inevitably end in instant defeat. Glancing back with a subtle expression, the young swordsman listened as the innkeeper added with a warm smile that he personally respected men capable of standing up for a woman. With an awkward laugh, he accepted the key handed across the counter before heading toward their assigned room. Inside the quiet quarters, Catherine sat nearby, complaining of sheer boredom while he stretched out across the bed to rest. Lifting his hand, he contemplated how his brief outburst earlier had already drained nearly a quarter of the energy he had painstakingly accumulated at base. Closing his eyes in hopes of getting some sleep, he was suddenly startled by a sharp knock at the door. Expecting the troublemakers from earlier, he called out to ask who was there, only to hear a calm female voice requesting a moment of his time. Opening the door cautiously, he was greeted by an elegant woman who noted with a playful smile that she could smell a dragon nearby. Recognizing her instantly as a dragon knight, he demanded to know her business, to which she casually offered to share a drink with him. He stood quietly in the doorway, inviting the unexpected visitor inside. Judging by her straightforward demeanor, he realized she hadn't been lying in wait with any hostile intent. Once inside, he inquired about her identity, but she dismissed his question as overly tedious, taking a seat casually. Pouring a glass of wine, she handed it over, instructing him to simply call her Liza rather than worrying about formal names. Raising her glass, she offered a toast to their unexpected encounter, and he obliged by clinking his glass against hers. After taking a generous gulp and letting out a satisfied sigh, she noticed he was hesitating to drink his own. He admitted that when he felt uncertain about a situation, he preferred not to drink much, keeping a watchful eye on her. He confirmed his identity as Cyril and praised his strength, admitting she had observed his impressive performance back at the tavern. Liza casually shared her preference for strong, rugged men, musing that female dragon knights, being constantly surrounded by powerful dragons, naturally seek raw strength in human men as well. Observing her calm demeanor, he pondered her true motives, suspecting that she was purely interested in his combat prowess, when a sudden noise outside caught his attention. Noticing the sudden commotion out in the corridor as well, Liza joined him as he walked over to open the window and investigate the cause of the racket. He peered out from the window as a sudden commotion stirred the streets below, where an extravagant carriage had pulled up, drawing hushed murmurs of a noble's arrival from the onlookers. Looking down from their room, both Cyril and Liza wondered what business a figure of such high standing could possibly have at a modest local inn. Catching sight of the figure descending from the carriage, Liza gasped in recognition, though she admitted she only knew of their high reputation rather than knowing them personally. As heavy, deliberate footsteps echoed through the hallway outside, Cyril recalled the brief eye contact made earlier, realizing the visitors were coming specifically for him just as a polite voice called out from beyond the door. The voice inquired whether these were indeed the quarters of Lord LaRose of Dragon First, to which Cyril offered a swift affirmation. Granting permission to enter, Cyril watched as a uniformed attendant opened the door and gestured inward for a refined young nobleman. Stepping inside with poised composure, the aristocratic youth offered an apology for the late hour and introduced himself as Charles Sabir. Hearing the name, Liza reacted with visible shock, prompting Cyril to glance at her in confusion and ask if their visitor was prominent. She quickly clarified that he was the prominent heir to the prestigious St. Simon family line, leaving Cyril stunned by the unexpected revelation. The prestigious name carried immense weight, as the dragon capital of St. Simon was the very place Cyril and his companions were currently bound for. He stared in realization as the noble stood before him, piecing together the true identity behind the sudden arrival. The smooth smile, the young lord confirmed that he was indeed the one who had commissioned Cyril's services, leaving the swordsman taken aback, explaining that high nobility was naturally involved due to the request concerning the Master Dragon. The aristocrat confirmed he had personally come to escort Cyril to their destination. Cyril repeated the offer in disbelief, while the noble bowed slightly, politely apologizing for allowing a guest of his stature to lodge in such modest quarters. Brushing off the formal apology, Cyril admitted he did not mind the simple inn, though he couldn't help but feel that receiving such a grand personal escort was far from ordinary. Curious about the true motives behind this arrival, Cyril pressed the young lord, asking why someone of his high status had gone out of his way to meet him personally. Noble explained that it would be unacceptable to show disrespect to someone of Cyril's exceptional capability, regardless of his recent rise in rank. The warm and reassuring smile, the aristocrat pointed out that even the most legendary 3-star dragon knights in history had once started as simple 1 stars themselves. Cyril remained quiet, acknowledging to himself how skillfully the lord spoke, easily weaving words that showed respect without being bound by superficial titles. Announcing that far more suitable accommodations had been prepared, the noble cordially invited Cyril to come along, to which Cyril offered a quiet expression of thanks, paused, attempting to offer a word of restraint, but Liza quickly laughed off her sudden surge of enthusiasm, reassuring him that she had simply let her excitement get the better of her as she stepped back. Glancing over her shoulder with an alluring smile, she playfully added that he was turning out to be an even grander figure than she had originally envisioned. The young swordsman could only run a hand through his dark hair, offering a sheepish grin at her bold departure. Entering the room with quiet steps, Cyril felt a slight pang of guilt for interrupting the moment, mentioning his concern for Liza. Sebastian quickly reassured him, assuring that there was no need to apologize. Sebastian inquired whether Cyril would accompany them, prompting Cyril to pause and point out that Colette, the dragon he brought along, was likely fast asleep and asked if they could proceed in the morning. Sebastian calmly told him not to worry at all. Continuing with his smooth assurances, Sebastian added that they had already arranged transportation for Cyril's companion, leaving Cyril momentarily puzzled by the mention of specialized transit. Invited to glance outside, Cyril peered through the window to discover a massive wooden cart waiting in the courtyard below. Stunned by the sheer scale of the vehicle, Cyril asked if it was intended to carry a dragon, and Sebastian confirmed it with a polite smile. Sebastian explained that they understood the dragon was someone deeply important to Cyril, and as such, they wished to extend every proper courtesy and respect. Realizing that their actions proved they did not treat dragon-human bonds lightly, Cyril felt genuinely impressed by Sebastian's sincerity and readily agreed to prepare for immediate departure. Sending to the inn's lobby, Cyril offered a polite apology to the owner for checking out earlier than expected, but the innkeeper cheerfully insisted it was no trouble at all. Sebastian also bowed gracefully to express his gratitude for the inconvenience, leaving the innkeeper flustered and quickly waving off their modest apologies. Stepping out into the crisp air, Cyril approached Colette, who had just awakened, and greeted the dragon gently as they prepared to set off on their journey. Gently checked on Colette amidst the commotion, reassuring her that they were simply moving to a new location, though she felt the sudden shift was somewhat abrupt. Turning her attention toward the courtyard, she gasped in surprise upon realizing that the massive, sturdy cart parked outside was meant specifically for her to ride in. Still somewhat unsettled by the elaborate preparation, she voiced her mild unease, though he dryly assured her that there was no strange plot behind it. The reassuring gaze, he promised to protect her no matter what happened, which instantly soothed her worries. Sebastian politely invited him to step into the transport. He noted how the sturdy vehicle had clearly been assembled on short notice rather than decorated for luxury. Glancing toward Sebastian, he found himself wondering about the true influence of a man capable of getting someone as stern as Severe to step aside so willingly. The journey proved surprisingly short, as Sebastian guided them through the streets and announced their arrival almost immediately. Looking up at the grand estate before them, he expressed amazement at finding such a high-class establishment hidden within a simple post town. Sebastian casually explained that they had reserved the entire place so that their rest would remain completely undisturbed. Considering the sheer extravagance of renting an exclusive noble inn, he could only marvel at the astronomical cost involved. He voiced his sudden concern regarding where his dragon companion would be accommodated, assuming a noble establishment would lack proper dragon stables. His companion gave an immediate, composed affirmation. Gesturing toward an adjacent building, Sebastian explained that they had specially arranged the annex to house dragons comfortably. Astonished by the sheer scale of preparations, Cyril asked if they had actually gone so far as to renovate the facility, receiving another serene smile of confirmation. Turning to the dragon companion, Cyril suggested taking a rest over in the annex. While acknowledging the incredible gesture, the dragon remarked on how remarkably unusual their host was and felt almost overwhelmed by such fancy accommodations. Lightly breaking the brief silence, Sebastian invited Cyril to step inside the main estate. Crossing the threshold, Cyril recoiled in total shock as two long rows of neatly lined maidservants bowed deeply in unison to welcome him. Sebastian guided him further down the grand hall. Cyril observed with marvel as the maids bowed in cascading sequence perfectly timed with his footsteps like a line of falling dominoes. Noticing his guest's quiet pause, Sebastian gently inquired if something was amiss, to which Cyril merely offered a subtle nod of understanding. Walking ahead, Cyril realized that receiving such extravagant pre-compensation instilled a deep sense of obligation to deliver absolute perfection for the upcoming contract. The lavish night behind them, the next morning arrived, and the entire convoy set out on the road toward their ultimate destination. Listened quietly as his companion abruptly shifted the conversation, inquiring whether the young swordsman had ever witnessed a dragon egg hatching. When pressed on whether all of his requests were usually this grand, the noble merely smiled, keeping his focus on the mysterious nature of their mission. Admitting that he had not, the young mercenary noted that normal creatures follow predictable patterns, but the noble countered that dragon eggs operate under entirely different rules. Because nobody can ever truly predict when a dragon egg will choose to open, every moment spent guarding one carries an inherent unpredictability. Noble explained further that even within the exact same species, one egg might hatch in a matter of mere minutes, while another could remain dormant for well over a year. Processing this realization, the young man realized how precarious the timeline of a dragon's birth could truly be. Recalling the giant claw discovered near the young creature's shell back of the nest, the pieces began to fall into place. If that claw belonged to a parent that had perished long ago, an immense amount of time must have passed before the tiny creature finally emerged. Contemplated how a parent dragon would naturally hold deep affection for its offspring, yet circumstances might prevent it from staying to witness the birth. Until the first signs of cracking appear, an egg remains silent, leaving its guardian to wait without any guarantee. Noble emphasized the daunting responsibility involved, explaining that extended waiting periods invite endless threats, from treacherous allies to natural disasters and targeted attacks. Hearing how thoroughly the noble house had to prepare for every worst-case scenario, the young man acknowledged the sheer weight of such a burden. Their journey brought them to the sweeping vista of the dragon capital, St. Simon, a magnificent city carved directly into the grand mountain landscape. Gazing out over the towering stone architecture and bustling streets built for titans, the young warrior felt overwhelmed by his very first glimpse of the legendary metropolis. Marveling at the monumental scale of the city, he remarked on how every street and building seemed designed with immense extra space to accommodate massive creatures. His companion confirmed his awe, agreeing that St. Simon existed on a completely different level from ordinary settlements. As they rode through the thoroughfares, the noble pointed out that St. Simon served as a hub where the world's highest earners gathered. In response, the young warrior inquired whether this grand capital was also where the vast majority of master dragons resided. Confirming the hunch, the noble revealed that roughly 70% of all master dragons were concentrated within the capital's borders. Absorbing this revelation, the young swordsman quietly agreed, realizing that the immense scale and power of the city now made complete sense. He looked out across the bustling dragon capital, taking in the vast, grand architecture that almost gave the sprawling city an strangely empty feel despite its clear prosperity. Pointing ahead, Sebastian noted that their true destination was just up ahead within the district. As their carriage pressed forward, they came upon yet another formidable inner gate heavily manned by guards. Looking out from the carriage window, Cyril expressed his surprise at finding such strict checkpoints right in the middle of the city. Station guards immediately snapped to attention as the incoming carriage approached the inner gates. Recognizing the noble passenger, the guard quickly offered his apologies, prompting Cyril to remark on the remarkably high level of security. Lightly inviting them inside, Sebastian led the group toward a grand inner manor compound. They brought the vehicle to a halt. The dragon asked if she could step down as well, and Cyril warmly agreed to let her tag along. Stepping out onto the stone path, the creature collapsed onto the ground with a lazy stretch, complaining of utter exhaustion and refusing to ride back in the carriage later. Turning back to Cyril, Sebastian formally offered to guide him directly to their primary escort target. As he stepped through the grand archway with the party, his eyes widened in sudden surprise at the grand sight awaiting them inside. Entering the massive, sunlit amphitheater-like chamber, they were greeted by stern-faced dragon knights, standing guard along the upper and lower tiers. Feeling the thick, hostile atmosphere lingering in the room, he grumbled internally, uncomfortable beneath the intense, piercing glares directed at them from every side. The center of the hall, illuminated by striking beams of light, rested the true objective of their mission, a massive, pristine master dragon's egg resting atop an ornate pedestal. Upon entering the inner chamber, Cyril's eyes fall upon a grand pedestal where a singular egg rests under heavy guard. Confirming that this is indeed the egg of the master dragon, he politely asks if he may inspect it more closely and receives permission to proceed. As he takes a step forward, the surrounding guards lock their eyes on him, their hostile gazes creating a suffocating pressure with every stride he takes. Even with high-level approval, the elite sentries remain on extreme alert, ready to strike if he makes a single suspicious movement. Peering closely into the display case, he observes the artifact, quietly noting to himself that it looks surprisingly ordinary. Uncomfortable with the hostile atmosphere, his companion requests to wait outside, to which he readily agrees while asking her to call out if anything occurs. He completely understands her reaction, feeling the intense bloodlust radiating off the elite guards stationed throughout the room. Hostility is so suffocating it feels like being submerged in a scalding bath, tempting him to give up and leave as well. Nearby, one of the sharp-eyed guards catches the brief exchange, stunned by the realization that a human and a dragon were speaking casually to one another. Noticing the guard's intense reaction, he pauses by the pedestal, remaining silent as the tension in the room deepens. He stood frozen in shock as a sudden realization dawned on him, staring intently at the silent, smooth shell of the egg nestled within its display cushion. Clear voice suddenly called out from the direction of the pedestal, addressing him directly and asking if he could actually understand its words. Stammering in disbelief, the young man wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead as he questioned whether the voice was truly coming from the unhatched creature inside. The entity within confirmed his suspicion with excitement, delighted to have finally found someone capable of hearing its thoughts. Quickly voiced its frustration, complaining about the suffocating pressure of the armed guards standing surrounding the chamber and demanding that every single one of them be removed. Surprised by the revelation, he pressed the voice further, asking if it was truly already prepared to emerge. The unhatched dragon admitted it had been ready for quite some time, but the intimidating presence of the surrounding soldiers terrified it too much to break free. Turning back toward the astonished party behind him, the young man addressed his companion directly and asked if all the guards could step outside the room. The request instantly drew hostile glare and sharp scowls from the elite guards, causing the delicate egg to shudder in terror at their aggressive aura. Questioned about the sudden request, he calmly explained that the egg would likely hatch immediately as soon as everyone cleared out. He stood firmly as the young noble paused, demanding concrete proof before taking such an unprecedented step. Cyril pointed out that on their journey over, even while talking with Colette, the egg never once attempted to interfere or interject. He noted that the creature inside possessed an intuitive understanding, a fact that had surprised even him. Persuaded by the argument, Patrick agreed to place his trust in him and ordered everyone present to clear the room immediately. Moments after the guards stepped outside and closed the doors, loud cracking sounds echoed throughout the chamber, stunning everyone. The path now clear, Cyril instructed Charles to enter the reception room alone to meet the newly emerging dragon. The dragon successfully emerged from its shell. Patrick beamed with pure joy, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Cyril. Inside the quiet reception room, the young dragon rested comfortably beside its new companion. Observing the creature, Cyril admitted he hadn't anticipated it hatching so rapidly, realizing it had emerged before they even established proper security. Curious, he asked Colette if she could hear voices from the outside world while still inside her egg, to which the dragon softly confirmed that hearing external chatter prompted her to crack the shell and come out. Listening closely to the newborn creature, he pondered her words as she explained that if she had known someone unpleasant was waiting outside, she too might have chosen to remain safely inside her shell, just like the other egg. Sitting back in thought, Cyril reasoned that a dragon's hatching likely depended entirely on its own feelings. Some were simply intimidated by external pressure, but because no one else could understand dragon speech, nobody had ever realized why certain eggs took so long to break open. Just as these thoughts settled, the door clicked open, and Patrick returned to the room, apologizing for the delay and inquiring anxiously if everything had gone smoothly. Overjoyed by the sight of the healthy newborn resting beside Cyril, Patrick breathed a sigh of immense relief, expressing his deep gratitude and noting that the entire success was thanks to Cyril's help. Looking intently at Cyril and the creature, Patrick paused before asking directly whether Cyril possessed the ability to converse with dragons. Cyril confirmed his rare talent without hesitation, passing along the newborn's message that the other egg had been too frightened of the guards to emerge. Hearing this, Patrick nodded thoughtfully, finally understanding the truth behind the delayed hatching. Surprised by how calmly the noble took the revelation, Cyril remarked on how easily he had accepted the news, noting that such a relaxed reaction was a first for him. Smiling warmly, Patrick explained that it was entirely natural for an elite dragon knight to possess extraordinary abilities, asserting that having such unique skills was precisely what defined someone of top-tier stature. Listening to Patrick's gentle reasoning, Cyril absorbed his words before Patrick added that Cyril's explanation about the dragon's feelings had deeply moved him. Patrick admitted with a grave look that realizing the hatchlings possessed such profound awareness had given him chills, prompting Cyril to echo the sentiment in quiet surprise. He admitted that without Cyril's intervention, they would have remained trapped in worry over why the egg would not hatch, likely surrounding it with even more guards and prolonging its refusal to emerge. Shuddering at the thought of what might have transpired otherwise, he concluded that seeking Cyril's assistance had been the absolute right decision. With matters resolved, he extended a formal document across the table, presenting it as payment for services rendered. Cyril accepted the paper absent-mindedly, only for his eyes to widen in complete bewilderment as he read the figures. Exclaiming in disbelief at the sum of 6 million riels, Cyril looked up to find Patrick smilingly confirming the generous total. Cyril questioned whether the agreed amount was only 3 million. Patrick gently insisted that as the one who resolved the crisis, Cyril deserved this token of their deep gratitude. Patrick expressed a desire to seek Cyril's help again in the future, should the need arise, to which Cyril casually agreed. As they sealed their arrangement with a firm handshake, Cyril realized that forging a strong bond with an influential man was far more valuable than the reward itself. Outside, Patrick bowed low in heartfelt gratitude as Cyril and the small dragon prepared to take their leave. Patrick offered a full escort all the way to Partholon. Cyril politely declined, preferring to journey onward on his own terms. He walked alongside his dragon companion through the bustling streets, noting that since they had traveled all the way to St. Simon, it was worth taking a moment to look around. Reflecting on their journey, he remarked that continuous, overly lavish treatment on the road would have given him indigestion, a sentiment with which his companion softly agreed. Creature chimed in, expressing a firm disinterest in being carried around like VIP cargo ever again, a preference he noted with amusement. Curious about what alternative she might prefer instead of standard VIP care, he gently inquired what kind of special treatment she had in mind. Pondering the subtle distinctions between all the dragons, he reflected on how communicating didn't necessarily mean sharing every inner thought, though receiving a fresh payout certainly tempted him to indulge her slightly. Dragon voiced a specific request for a dedicated, separate space exclusively for eating, prompting a mild surprise from her master. She explained that noisy environments often led to food going down the wrong stomach, confirming his realization that she was referring to the specialized cargo-carrying compartment. Continuing her explanation, she detailed the nuisance of having to regurgitate misdirected food back into the proper stomach and the hassle of cleaning up afterward. Realizing that dining alone in a separate room was far better than dealing with such mess, he readily agreed to build the designated dining area as soon as they returned to Partholon. Crossing his arms with a warm, reassuring smile, he lightly chided her for keeping the issue to herself, encouraging her to rely on him more openly in the future. He offered a quiet word of thanks to his companion, who offered a warm smile in return. As they walked past the grand architecture of the city, Cyril agreed that now that they could communicate clearly, they shouldn't take their mutual understanding for granted. Observing the bustling street, the dragon noted the sheer abundance of specialty shops dedicated to dragon gear, a sentiment Cyril echoed, marking that over 70% of the city's stores were geared toward dragon merchants and equipment. The dragon took in the sights, while Cyril suggested exploring them to find unique gear. Just as Cyril agreed to look for a suitable shop, something unexpected caught his eye, causing him to stop in his tracks. Across the street stood a small, unassuming storefront that appeared noticeably older and much smaller than the surrounding buildings. After staring at the quaint structure in silence, Cyril abruptly announced his intention to enter, surprising his dragon companion. Though his companion pointed out that larger and far newer shops were nearby, Cyril trusted his intuition and decided to investigate. Inexplicably drawn to the mysterious old building, Cyril felt a strange, magnetic pull guiding his steps directly toward its entrance. Heavy boots step across the stone threshold as a new venture begins in search of unique dragon gear. Pushing open the heavy door, Cyril offered a polite apology for barging in, stepping inside alongside his dragon companion. Looking around at the cluttered interior, the dragon creature reacted with mild surprise at the thick layer of dust coating every surface. Deeper within the workshop, surrounded by stacked shelves and endless tools, an elderly craftsman offered a gruff welcome. Cyril and his companion surveyed the chaotic shop in disbelief, wondering how a place so disorganized could hold anything of true value. Observing the aged and scattered tools, he politely requested permission to browse through the workshop's collection. While the dragon shrugged off the mess, he felt a sudden intuition that something extraordinary was hidden within the room. Addressing the stoic craftsman, Cyril inquired if he was the proprietor and mentioned their search for specialized dragon gear. Without missing a beat, the elderly master bluntly instructed him to search through the clutter himself, to which Cyril agreed with a nod. As he pondered where to begin among the endless shelves, a sudden glitter among the dust caught his sharp gaze. Suddenly paused, a sharp throbbing sensation shooting through his lower limb. Noticing his hesitation, His companion turned to ask what was wrong, to which he confessed that his leg was throbbing painfully. Looking down at his boots, he reconsidered the strange sensation. It was not his actual leg that ached, but rather felt like a phantom prickle at the tip of an unseen claw. Quiet realization began to take root in his mind as he contemplated the sudden resonance. He recalled the remnant claw of the original bearwool that he had absorbed while in his dragonkin form. Driven by the conviction that his body was responding to something nearby, he followed the subtle, pulling sensation deeper into the cluttered workshop. Uncovering a dusty crate, he peered inside and discovered a uniquely crafted dragon saddle. The elderly craftsman approached from behind, complimenting the young man on his sharp instincts for honing in on the piece. The artisan explained that the item was a piece of unique dragon gear, a one-of-a-kind creation crafted exclusively for a single, specific species. Prompted by this revelation, he asked if the saddle happened to be forged specifically for the Mu species, sending a jolt of surprise through Balor. Pressed further, eagerly inquiring about the precise nature and special enchantments inherent to the gear. Listens intently as the artisan explains that equipping the gear allows a Mu to store items within its non-digestive stomach without altering its body size or appearance. Upon hearing the remarkable utility of the equipment, Balor's eyes light up with uncontrollable excitement as she eagerly demands to have it. Surprised by her sudden outbursts, he turns to glance at his dragon companion, who tries to compose herself despite her obvious eagerness. The artisan further details how the Mu species utilizes secondary deciding to proceed. The young swordsman asks for the price, only to be stunned when the craftsman quotes a staggering 5 million riels. Shocked by the astronomical cost, he confirms with Balor whether she truly desires the item, recognizing how steep the price tag is. Seeing her hopeful gaze, he smiles warmly and resolves that they have no choice but to make the purchase. He offers his thanks and agrees to the purchase, prompting the shopkeeper to ask if he is truly certain about buying it without test-fitting first. Asked why he feels so confident, he calmly explains that he simply knows it is the genuine article. He admits that the gears seem to call out to him, prompting the impressed craftsman to offer a generous 50% discount, dropping the price to 2.5 million riels. Listened as the old shopkeeper praised his keen eye for instantly spotting such a rare treasure in a pile of junk, even offering to hand it over free of charge. Caught off guard by the merchant's sudden generosity, the young man insisted that taking it for nothing would be going too far. Settling on the discounted price, Cyril handed over the 2.5 million riels, prompting the merchant to confirm the payment and thank him warmly for his business. Encouraging his young dragon companion to try on the newly acquired harness, he watched as she strapped it on and marveled at its extraordinary lightness, barely feeling its weight upon her back. Although he noted that he had only stored a small amount inside her secondary stomach so far and remained uncertain of its full effectiveness, the little creature expressed how comfortable it felt and decided to keep it equipped. Pondering the origin of unique dragon gear, Cyril questioned how such items were created, remarking that most were masterworks crafted by legendary artisans whose work could never be replicated. Veteran craftsmen acknowledged that true masterpieces were like one-of-a-kind paintings, yet explained that while he could not reach that legendary pinnacle, he still possessed the knowledge to forge moderately specialized dragon gear. Detailed by the shopkeeper, the process required feeding dragon remnants, such as claws or bones, to a catalyst known as a dragon vector, which transformed the material into functional gear. Connecting the dots, Cyril realized that feeding such materials to a vector sounded remarkably similar to the nature of relics like the phoenix horn. Impressive though the young man's knowledge was, the craftsman clarified that an item like the phoenix horn was classified as a divine tool, an inherently unique artifact requiring no modifications. Elaborating further, the shopkeeper explained that a dragon's remains hold intrinsic power that can be refined into special tools, though compatible dragons capable of utilizing them remain exceedingly rare, a truth Cyril found deeply enlightening. Listened intently as the old craftsman explained that eggshells are also frequently utilized in specialized crafting, prompting a reaction of utter surprise. The artisan continued to elaborate, comparing the process to how humans process placentas into medicine, noting that eggshells protecting unborn young hold exceptional significance among dragon parts. Pondering the remarkable power hidden within simple eggshells, A sudden realization struck him like a flash of lightning. Deciding it was time to depart, they exchanged polite farewells with the shopkeeper, who warmly invited them to return any time. Leaving the shop behind, he assured the craftsman that he would certainly visit again whenever the opportunity arose. They walked through the city streets. His dragon companion tilted its head in confusion, wondering why they were making such an abrupt departure. He explained his sudden epiphany regarding Lee's eggshell, realizing that the discarded remains of the shell were likely still lying where the young dragon had hatched. The weight of the realization settled in. That egg belonged to an original bearable species, and quite possibly even a master dragon, making its shell an extraordinarily rare resource. Determined not to waste such a valuable item, he insisted on turning back immediately to retrieve the eggshell, feeling strongly that it held immense importance for their future. Several days later, the duo navigated the mountainous terrain, carefully scanning the rugged landscape to locate the exact spot where the eggshell had been left behind. He stood gazing at the majestic snow-capped peaks of Mount Himyar, recalling how he used to visit this place with Louise. Turning to his dragon companion, he mentioned that this was where they had met the princess and Leah, asking if it was her first time seeing the mountain. Recollecting the exact location where Leah had been hatched, he gestured toward a bend in the path ahead. However, his footsteps faltered as a sudden sense of alertness washed over him. Spotting an unusual movement up ahead, he extended an arm to hold his companion back, catching her off guard as she tilted her head in confusion. He cautioned her to stay behind, warning that a confrontation might be imminent, but she protested gently, eager to accompany him. Gently patting her head in gratitude for her concern, he quietly prepared himself to deploy the dragon orb at a moment's notice should danger arise. Peering through the brush toward the rocky clearing, he was surprised to find merely a small, long-eared creature nibbling on something scattered upon the ground. Focusing on the creature's meal, he realized with a jolt of recognition that it was chewing directly on the discarded dragon eggshell. Before he could react, violent, shadowy flames suddenly erupted from the small beast, engulfing its frame as dark energy surged into the air. Watching the terrifying transformation in shock, he struggled to comprehend the event, while his dragon companion recalled the grave consequence of a monster consuming part of a dragon's body. As a massive, shadowy draconic entity rose from the flames, he realized with dread that he was witnessing the birth of a terrifying dragon. Standing face to face with the looming, dark, dragon-like beast, Cyril realized the sheer danger of running directly into such a creature by chance. He clicked his tongue in frustration as he crossed his arms, shielding himself from the creature's menacing aura while the shadowy beast growled silently. Seeing the confrontation unfold, the dragon companion called out in concern for Cyril, who reassured the creature that he was doing just fine. Realizing his human body couldn't sustain heavy damage or win a contest of speed against the dark beast, he resolved to initiate his transformation. Assuming her form, the Dragonkin warrior surged into action, but the shadowy beast moved with unexpected speed, startling her as it launched a sudden counterattack. The creature struck much faster than anticipated, forcing the Dragonkin warrior to barely dodge the fierce blow with a sharp gasp. Though her attack and defense in Dragonkin form completely surpassed the beast without suffering damage, she recognized a critical flaw in the prolonged battle. Observing the intense duel from the sidelines, Cyril caught his breath, acknowledging that he wouldn't last long if this became a drawn-out fight. Acting quickly, the dragon companion tossed a glowing dragon orb to Cyril, who caught the artifact just as Colette shouted to him. Grasping the orb, Cyril felt a surge of energy that provided vital support, allowing him to brace himself and endure the continuing onslaught. He winced in pain as the shadowy shadow monster sank its teeth into his arm, realizing with sharp alarm that the beast had breached his defenses. Recognizing the mounting danger, he called out to his dragon companion, advising an immediate tactical retreat before their situation deteriorated further. As the dark creature charged forward with relentless speed, he scrambled back beside his dragon ally, internally calculating his remaining stamina. The energy granted by the dragon orb would only sustain his dragon transformation for a few fleeting seconds, leaving him desperately wishing for a better strategic advantage. Sudden realization struck him as he surveyed the rocky terrain, his eyes widening with unexpected recognition. Looking around at the steep cliff faces, he identified the exact location, the precipice where he had previously saved the princess. Turning toward his companion, he made a quick, decisive choice. He commanded her to flee at full speed without looking back, intending to draw the beast's full fury onto himself. Though she protested anxiously, asking what would become of him, he cut her off firmly, urging her to escape immediately despite her emotional cries. Once she took off into the safety of the distance, he braced himself, knowing his actions had successfully drawn the shadow creature's full aggression toward him. Shadow monster launched itself aggressively from above, its heavy impact shattering the stone near his feet as he leapt backward to maintain distance. Standing his ground on the edge of the cliff, he taunted the dark beast to attack before triggering his own powerful dragon transformation. Fully transformed into his armored dragon form, he clashed violently against the lunging shadow monster in a high-stakes, mid-air struggle. Taunted his opponent, calling the shadow creature foolish, though he struggled to keep pace on the ground. Taking to the skies had granted him the upper hand. The blinding flash of power, he unleashed a devastating strike that sent the shadow monster crashing to the earth, defeated and motionless amid the rising dust. Reverting back into his human form, he stood breathless on the cliff, a wry smile crossing his face as he admitted to himself that he had overexerted his power. His dragon companion hurried over to his side, calling out in concern to ask if he was unharmed, to which he offered a reassuring smile and confirmed he was perfectly fine. She teased that she only checked on him because carrying a bloody body would mess up her scales, but he simply laughed, pointing out that transforming conveniently healed whatever wounds he sustained. Sudden sound from the remains of the monster caught their attention, causing them both to turn back toward the battle site with curious expressions. As the smoke cleared from the defeated creature's location, for small, neatly crafted shoes materialized upon the ground. Examining the items, he picked up one of the 4 miniature boots, marveling at how the rare dragon egg shell had transformed directly into a set of specialized dragon gear. Holding the small shoe close, he realized that these tiny boots were crafted specifically to fit the young creature back at the village. Exchanging a nod with his companion, he decided it was time to head back and deliver the newly forged gear. As he announced his arrival back at camp, the energetic young purebred creature charged forward with joyful wild abandon, shouting with excitement at his return. Catching her mid-leap, he warmly welcomed her before mentioning that he had brought back a special gift just for her. Setting down the crafted gear, he explained to his companions that these small, delicate items were meant to serve as specialized shoes for Leah, leaving the creature tilting her head in utter confusion. Puzzled by the foreign concept, Leah wondered how to put them on. Realizing that dragons rarely wore footwear, he gently asked her to lift her front paws, and she eagerly threw them up in the air. Carefully slipped the footwear onto her small front claws, observing with satisfaction that the gear adjusted seamlessly to fit her perfectly. Moving on to her rear paws, he instructed her to present her back legs, securing the remaining pieces with practiced ease. With all 4 pieces securely fitted, he declared the task complete, while Leah inspected her newly outfitted feet with quiet wonder. Finally understanding what the items were, the little creature beamed with delight, prompting him to suggest she take a quick test run to try them out. Without hesitation, she bolted forward at full speed, kicking up a colossal cloud of dirt and dust, though he and the white dragon noted that her appearance hadn't visibly altered at all. She sprinted far off into the distance while calling out to him. He stared in mild bewilderment, wondering if the gear had actually increased her speed or if she was simply running with her usual boundless energy. He listened attentively as the excited creature proudly held up her paws to display her new shoes, beaming with gratitude and exclaiming that she did not feel tired at all. Surprised by her reaction, he asked if she truly felt no fatigue even while running, which she eagerly confirmed with a joyful nod. As Leah zoomed past in a cloud of dust, he pondered the mechanics of the equipment, realizing it enhanced stamina rather than speed, operating in the exact same manner as his own gear. He concluded that the shoes provided an indirect boost, allowing her to store energy without physically expanding, much like gaining capacity without gaining weight. Watching the little creature bound across the field with endless vigor, he offered a warm chuckle, glad that she could now run around with such boundless energy. His thoughts were interrupted when the large dragon voiced a playfully boastful comment, about whether his best friend could keep up, letting out a booming laugh. Turning around startled, Cyril asked when Chris had arrived, while the great beast praised him for bringing back 2 fascinating tools from a single expedition. Chris remarked that true treasures in the human world cannot be bought with money, prompting Cyril to sheepishly agree while reflecting on Colette's purchase. Observing Leah frolicking in the distance, Chris noted that the shoes carried the scent of the young creature, correctly guessing that the material was made from her eggshell, which Cyril confirmed. Bringing up a more serious matter, the noble dragon pointed out that Cyril had not yet formed a contract with the little purebred, leaving the young man wondering what he was getting at. He watches closely as Chris points out how the young purebred is equipped with potent dragon gear crafted directly from her own eggshell. Turning her sharp, ancient gaze back toward him, the great white dragon pauses deliberately, setting a grave and expectant tone. She prompts him to consider what extraordinary power might be unleashed if he were to form an official contract, while she is in this empowered condition. He stands in silence, letting the weight of her intriguing question settle between them. Subtle smirk touches Cyril's face as he realizes the magnitude of her hint, noting that bringing up such a topic out of nowhere must signify a momentous turning point. Standing outdoors, Cyril called out to Leah, asking the small purebred creature to step over for a moment. With an enthusiastic leap, Leah bounced right into his arms, affectionately calling him daddy while he gently caught her to ask his question. Curious about her abilities, he gestured toward Chris and asked how she managed her magic. Little creature marveled at the intricate, glowing magic circle expanding across the ground before them. Cyril asked if she could replicate the spell pattern, and Leah eagerly confirmed that she could certainly try. She concentrated intently, preparing to channel her energy alongside Cyril as they stood side by side. As the magical ritual reached its peak, light flared brightly, prompting Cyril to watch closely to see what would happen next. Suddenly, the surrounding companions, including Chris, Leah, and Colette, slumped over and dropped to the ground, unconscious. Shocked by the sudden turn of events, Cyril looked around anxiously as leaves drifted in the quiet wind. Surrounded by his fallen companions resting within a magic circle, he realized with growing apprehension that all movement had completely stopped. He stood wide-eyed, completely bewildered by the glowing spell circle spreading beneath his boots and questioning what kind of strange world he had been thrust into. As the magical energy flickered around him, he gasped in utter shock when a figure identical to himself materialized right before his eyes. Looking at the duplicate, he felt as though he were staring into a mirror, wondering what kind of reflection had just come to life. Without warning, both figures initiated their transformations simultaneously, unleashing a surge of power as they braced for an inevitable clash. Their battle erupted into a violent storm of blows, perfectly matched in strength and skill as every strike met its exact mirror image. Though only seconds had passed, the intensity of the exchange made time feel stretched, neither side able to gain the slightest advantage. Realizing that surprise attacks were completely ineffective against an opponent who moved in perfect synchronicity, the stalemate threatened to go on indefinitely. However, a critical revelation dawned during the struggle. The copy had activated its transformation a split second before him. That minor difference meant the duplicate's transformed state would run out first, leaving a narrow window of opportunity. Suddenly, a sharp impact reshaped the battlefield, catching the warrior off guard just as the fight reached its turning point. He cursed his own carelessness as he felt his defenses crumble, realizing with a chill that he was facing absolute defeat. Hearing a strange voice echo from beyond, he suddenly understood the hidden meaning behind exceeding his own physical limits. Gathering every ounce of power, the warrior released a mighty roar, deciding to burn through an entire second's worth of energy in a fraction of a moment. The resulting clash shook the surroundings as 100 dragon strikes descended simultaneously, creating an explosive burst of force. The dust cleared. The dark duplicate chuckled madly, delighted that the young swordsman had managed to shatter one of its restrictive outer shells. Turning to his human appearance alongside his dragon companion, he was greeted warmly by the dragon, who congratulated him on breaking through the barrier. Looking down at his hands, he wondered if he had truly returned to normal, while his small companions looked on in utter confusion. Reflecting on the trial, he finally realized that the entire encounter was a literal battle against himself designed to shatter his inner boundaries. As the small companions eagerly inquired about what had occurred, he expressed his gratitude before preparing to demonstrate his newly transformed state. Reassuming his powerful dragon-human hybrid form, he explained that he had acquired a devastating finisher technique, though it expended all his energy at once and could only be used in dire emergencies. He examined his clawed hands, realizing with relief that his energy consumption had finally stabilized, allowing him to rest without draining his strength. His enhanced speed remaining completely intact, the severe drawback of his dragon form seemed to have vanished entirely, pleasing both him and his companions. Turning to the small, fluffy creature beside him, he offered a quiet word of gratitude, prompting joyful affirmations from his loyal friends. Great White Dragon observed his remarkable progress, remarking that he had not merely grown stronger, he had truly evolved. Clenching his dark fist, he reflected on the tremendous bond that made this growth possible, realizing he could never have reached such heights alone. Standing resolute among his dragon companions, he swore a silent vow to wield this newly awakened power for the protection and future of all dragonkind. High above the sprawling estate, lush crops of galleon grew steadily toward harvest under the open sky. Standing nearby, Cyril observed the fruit-laden branches with a quiet sense of satisfaction, noting to the small dragon beside him that the harvest would be ready before long. As they stood together, the dragon creature considered expressing gratitude to his human companion for all his care. In turn, Cyril acknowledged how often the creature assisted him with disguises, warmly asking if there was anything he desired in return, perhaps even money. Turning his head back toward the open horizon, the dark creature assured him that simply being able to rest and relax together like this was more than enough. He listened quietly, gazing out across the quiet hillside. The companion continued, pointing out that Cyril was always looking out for others, and asked what he truly wanted for himself. The young man paused, caught off guard by the thoughtful question. Leaning back slightly against the ground, he admitted that when put that way, he supposed he didn't really need anything for himself either. Reflecting on the nature of commerce, he mused that while he would never sell dragons, having funds might be necessary if money could solve problems to help them. He smiled softly, realizing that helping other dragons was the one purpose truly worth pursuing. He contemplated the idea of saving money for such a cause, while his companion watched him attentively. Creature then suggested that since the production of galleon was already operating smoothly, perhaps he should consider launching a new venture. The proposal caught him entirely by surprise. Looking over at the other creatures resting peacefully in the meadow nearby, he began to entertain the idea of building a business specifically tailored to helping dragonkind. Sitting side by side on the hilltop overlooking the vast valley, he resolved to give the proposal serious thought, agreeing that a new journey might just be starting. Sat quietly against the trunk of a tall tree, humming softly as he pondered his next move. Leaning comfortably against the dragon's side, Cyril contemplated whether dealing in dragon gears could be the key to his new venture. Considering his recent encounters, he realized that exploring a new business focused on dragon gear seemed like a natural progression, provided he conducted thorough research first. Reflected on how dragon vectors, comprising animal and plant types used to craft dragon gear, were strictly monopolized by 3 major guilds, making mass production nearly impossible. Chris voiced her amusement, finding his ambitious train of thought genuinely intriguing. While Cyril found the prospect fascinating, the small purebred creature pranced merrily nearby in the grassy clearing. Noticeably shifting his posture, he called out to Leah as he sensed a sudden change in the atmosphere. Questioned whether wild original species of dragon vectors might exist outside guild control, seeking confirmation from his companions. White Dragon let out a hearty laugh, praising her companion's keen intuition and deep insight. Their discussion was interrupted as the dragon alerted Cyril to a solitary figure on horseback approaching across the open field. Watched as the princess warmly greeted him upon her arrival, politely apologizing for intruding on his work. Turning her attention to the majestic white dragon, she offered a polite greeting to Chris as well, who grunted back in calm acknowledgement. It was only natural for the princess to show such deep respect toward the revered creature, and Chris in turn maintained a gentle rapport with her. Formal greetings concluded, she requested that he use his abilities to change her appearance, so she could assume her travel identity. Once transformed into her casual travel attire, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude, prompting him to inquire how long she would be able to visit this time. She cheerfully announced that with no major political duties on her schedule, she could remain for 5 whole days. Balancing her royal responsibilities with her life in the guild was no small task, so he admitted he had been eagerly anticipating her stay. Surprised by her sudden shift in tone, his curiosity was piqued as she reached into her belongings to reveal a large, mysterious object she had brought along. Examining the smooth, oversized shell, he immediately recognized it as a dragon egg, which she proudly confirmed belonged to the rare May species. She explained that since joining his guild as a dragon knight, she felt it was essential to raise her own companion dragon right from the egg. She nervously asked if it was acceptable to register a new dragon under his guild's name. He readily agreed with a reassuring smile. He clarified that while he had to exercise caution regarding new members, dragons were always an exception to the rule, bringing a wave of relief to Jean. Yet, as his gaze fell back onto the oval shell in her hands, he could not help but feel a lingering sense of uncertainty. Breaking the silence, he casually mentioned that some time ago, he had discovered an ability to hear the voice of an unhatched egg, leaving Jean completely stunned by the revelation. He explained that unborn creatures often possessed keen hearing, drawing a comparison to how humans play music for infants in the womb. Embarrassed by her own ignorance, Jean stammered an apology, wondering if such knowledge was reserved exclusively for nobility. Curious to test his theory, he leaned and tore the egg in her hands, softly addressing the sleeping life within to see if it could comprehend his words. A brief moment of quiet fell over them as he focused all his attention on the silent shell. As he urged the creature to answer if it could hear him, a sudden mental shock hit him, a faint cry asking him to stop, causing him to recoil in surprise. Shaken, he asked Jean if she had been the one speaking, insisting that he had just distinctly heard a voice near the egg. Deep within the dark stillness of the shell, a consciousness stirred, weakly echoing words in response to the sound outside. Astonished by the confirmation, he marveled at the fact that the unhatched child was responding directly to his voice for the very first time. He asked if it intended to stay inside longer. The voice conveyed that it was not yet time to hatch, prompting Jean to smile softly and promise to wait for its eventual birth with endless patience. He turned his attention toward Jean as she cradled the smooth, teardrop-shaped egg in her hands, pleading softly that something was amiss. Puzzled, the young swordsman asked what she had noticed. Deep within the shell, the unhatched creature conveyed a distinct feeling of intense heat that had become constant and stifling. Jean shivered slightly as the telepathic voice expressed a sharp dislike for the warmth, prompting her to explain to Cyril that the dragon inside was uncomfortable with the heat. She adjusted her hold and let the cool air reach the egg. The presence inside immediately relaxed, expressing satisfaction with its current temperature. She realized that holding the egg pressed closely against her body for prolonged periods might have been trapping too much heat, a reasoning that Cyril quietly acknowledged. And Cyril offered to tuck the egg back into his inner pocket. The egg began to shake furiously in protest, its telepathic cries echoing its hatred of being overheated until he quickly reassured it. Considering the dragon's preference, Jean suggested either holding the egg lightly in her hands or carrying it loosely inside her bag, an idea Cyril fully agreed with. Apologizing to the egg for unknowingly causing it discomfort, Jean turned to Cyril with a warm, grateful smile and offered her sincere thanks. Shifting the topic, she casually inquired about his earlier conversation with the majestic white dragon, wondering if her arrival had interrupted them. White Dragon interjected calmly, proposing that since the princess was currently on vacation, they should all travel together. Majestic Dragon offered a subtle, knowing grin, while Cyril stammered in utter confusion, asking what they were talking about and where they could possibly be going. Beside him, Jean tilted her head, equally puzzled by the sudden proposal. With grand enthusiasm, the white beast exuberantly announced their true destination. They were heading straight to the origin of the dragon vector. As they traveled, the term vector origin came up in conversation, prompting the noblewoman to reveal that the name was indeed familiar to her. She recalled how the 3 major guilds, after obtaining the dragon vector, took drastic measures to eliminate it from nature entirely, securing complete control over the resource. Surprised that they went so far as to erase the source itself to maintain their monopoly, the young swordsman wondered if castle archives held any records. Meanwhile, she eagerly explained that merchants serving the royal family were always happy to share details with her, driven by her desire to be of help to him. Nodding thoughtfully at her words, he realized how easily rival merchants opened up and spilled valuable information when approached innocently by someone of her status. Their dragon companion joined the conversation, remarking that knowledge of such caliber was truly worth its weight in gold, a sentiment the young man readily agreed with. Majestic Beast emphasized that for any merchant, information is the single most valuable commodity. It's worth scaling with the size and influence of their enterprise. Sensing the quiet exchange, the young woman looked between them inquisitively, asking if something was wrong, though he quickly brushed off her concerns. Dragon quietly advised him to keep her unaware of her own usefulness. The creature pointed out that if she became self-conscious about her role, her innocent interactions with the merchants would change, potentially ruining a valuable source of intelligence. Pondering the advice, he listened as the dragon chuckled, noting that she simply wanted to present useful information to her companion and be praised for it, and that taking that joy away would be unnecessarily cruel. She watched them with mild confusion. The young swordsman quietly conceded that playing such subtle, manipulative social games had never been his strong suit anyway. Pondered how best to handle the situation with Jean, gently placing a hand atop her hat. She froze in complete surprise, her eyes wide as the affectionate gesture took her off guard. In response to his light-hearted mood, he offered a small reward to his companion for her hard work, though Chris immediately chided him, insisting that a royal princess deserved proper deference. Despite her scolding, the dragon huffed with a soft chuckle, acknowledging that he had ultimately saved the young woman's life, while Jean skipped along happily behind them. As Jean protested that rescue wasn't the only motive, Chris's tail inadvertently swept near her feet, catching her entirely unprepared. The sudden cry. She lost her balance and tumbled forward, but he reacted instantly, sweeping her up into his arms before she could touch the ground. Holding her steady, he carefully inquired if she was unharmed, causing her face to flush bright red as she stammered out an embarrassed reassurance. Observing the romantic dynamic, Chris teased them playfully about their youthful romance, but he sternly reminded the dragon that tripping her was dangerous. The dragon continued to burst into hearty laughter at his serious reaction, leaving him to glance back with exasperated amusement. Turning their attention back to the road ahead, he brought up their vague direction, prompting Chris to reveal that a place called Thunder Mountain in Indarine might offer a viable path. Mulling over the name Indarine and Thunder Mountain, he turned to ask Jean if she recognized the location, but she lowered her head apologetically, confessing complete ignorance of the place. He stood listening closely as Chris admitted that even she did not expect him to know the precise location, having kept the secret quiet until now. The White Dragon explained that following her resurrection, she had exchanged information with other dragons, only to discover that the place name she remembered had long fallen out of use among humans. Jean chimed in, noting that regional names and even the royal capital's designation had shifted multiple times throughout history, making old titles easily forgotten. She recounted how the surrounding lands had undergone several renaming cycles over the centuries, changing from ancient roots to its modern title. Pondering the maps, Jean acknowledged that if an ancient name was erased from records, connecting it to a present-day realm would be nearly impossible. Chris confirmed that neither Indarine nor Thunder Mountain rang a bell with any of the dragons she had questioned. With no written records to rely on, the dragon declared that she would personally guide the group along the forgotten path. As they journeyed onward across the open landscape, a small resting point materialized along the dusty trail. Noticing a quiet structure in the distance, Cyril proposed stopping for a quick rest, a suggestion Jean gratefully accepted. The rustic roadside establishment. A cheerful worker served refreshments to weary travelers taking respite under the open skies. Motioned toward an open table inside the quiet tea house, suggesting they take a seat and rest for a moment. Telling Jean to take a seat while he placed their order, his plan was abruptly interrupted when a group of rowdy patrons shoved past, boisterously demanding booze and meat from the shopkeeper. Rather than picking a fight over the spot, he calmly suggested they move to an outside table under the eaves, prioritizing peace over pride despite Jean's hesitation. Rationalized that arguing was simply a hassle not worth fighting over, though Jean reluctantly agreed while holding back her growing agitation. Before they could walk away, the loud group turned their attention toward them, sensing something amiss as one of the men called out with provocative hostility. Crude men insolently invited Jean to abandon her seemingly spineless companion and join them for a round of drinks instead. As he suggested, they just leave the tea house altogether. Jean reached for her magical catalyst and whispered her spell, refusing to let the insult pass. In a brilliant burst of divine energy, she unveiled her majestic Valkyrie form, complete with ornate battle armor and her gleaming staff. Caught completely off guard by her sudden shift, he watched in astonishment as the taunting ruffians gasped upon recognizing her legendary divine presence. The arrogant patrons recoiled in sheer terror, their cocky demeanor instantly shattering as they realized who they had just insulted. She unleashed a burst of radiant power, sending the disruptive patrons crashing backward in sheer terror. Exhaling with a soft sigh of relief, she nonchalantly brushed off her outfit while the troublemakers lay sprawled out across the floor. Cyril offered a polite apology for the commotion, but she warmly assured the staff that everything was under control since she had simply handled the troublemakers who were harassing them. Waitress offered a reassured smile, mentioning that such disruptions were common and that it was no issue at all if guests settled things amongst themselves. Welcoming them warmly, the staff invited the pair to take a comfortable seat further inside the establishment. Settling into their new seats over tea, Cyril admitted how startled he had been and asked her about the mysterious power she had just demonstrated. She giggled playfully, explaining that she had acquired magical items from the royal treasury for self-defense, presenting a sparkling ring and an intricate pendant onto the table. Pointing to the artifacts, she detailed how the Epsom ring could instantly transform into a formidable spear, while the Longchamp pendant materialized into complete magical armor. Cyril gaped in astonishment, recalling that items of such legendary caliber were valued at nearly 10 million riels, overwhelmed by their immense worth. She proudly confessed her desire to possess equipment powerful enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, casually noting that their immense cost rivaled the nation's entire annual budget, leaving Cyril stunned by her sheer determination and staggering wealth. She admitted with a modest smile that she had wanted to try transforming just like he did, relieved and delighted by his warm praise for her strength. Casually adds that she looked beautiful in her armored form, catching her completely off guard. Overwhelmed by the unexpected compliment, her face turns bright red as she buries her burning cheeks in her hands, flustered beyond belief. She stammers in utter disbelief, repeating his words to herself while he watches her reaction with mild surprise. Deep voice suddenly chuckles in the background, teasing him for being such a smooth womanizer as he glances down at the unconscious ruffians, suggesting it is time to move on. Stepping up to the counter, he asks for the bill, paying the 30 riels while assuring the waitress that they need not worry about the fallen troublemakers. The elderly shopkeeper kindly offers her contact card, explaining that her grandfather is exceptionally strong and willing to help if trouble arises again. Hearing this, his companion's eyes light up with sudden realization, recognizing the famous figure known as the Dragon First. Half a day later, having left the roadside establishment behind, the pair continues their journey across the countryside. They arrive at a tranquil, sunlit lake surrounded by mountain peaks, confirming that they have finally reached their intended destination. She listened as Cyril confirmed they had arrived at the area known as Aniray. Turning to him, she recalled that another name had been mentioned previously and questioned him about it. Before Cyril could answer, a dragon abruptly unleashed a massive blast of fiery breath, engulfing the landscape in a violent blaze. Reacting instantly to the sudden eruption, Cyril pulled Jean close to shield her from the searing heat and shockwave. As the flames rapidly cleared and evaporated the surrounding water, Cyril checked on the situation while Jean stared in disbelief at how the lake was completely drained. The lake's waters gone, a dark cavern entrance stood revealed along the rocky shore. Looking upon the newly exposed opening, Cyril recognized it as Thunder Mountain. Standing before the cavernous opening of Thunder Mountain, Lady Mornier called out in alarm as a mysterious shadow emerged from the dark depths, catching Cyril's immediate attention. Curious paper-like constructs fluttered into the air around them, prompting the young swordsman to ponder whether these folded figures were a form of dragoncraft. Observing the creature's human-sized scale, he recognized the entity guarding the threshold as an ancient gatekeeper. Clarified to his companion that by human standards, this construct was a specialized dragon gear rather than a true monster or dragon. Realizing the target was not an authentic dragon, Lady Mornier immediately prepared to take it down, rallying her power to strike. As the swarm of paper constructs charged forward, the youth unleashed a devastating 9-finger flame shot that incinerated the enemies instantly before checking on his allies. She marveled at his immense strength even without transforming. He gently cautioned her against rushing in recklessly, noting that paper was inherently vulnerable to fire. Scanning the dark mouth of the cave, he observed that no further threats were emerging from the shadows. He asked if they were clear to proceed, and after receiving approval from the White Dragon, Lady Mornier eagerly offered to accompany him inside. Concerned about the dragon's massive size fitting inside the tight passage, Cyril questioned how Chris would follow, only for the majestic dragon to effortlessly shrink down to a compact form. Having transformed into a miniature, winged form, the dragon hovered gracefully, leaving Lady Mornier utterly enchanted by its adorable new appearance, while Cyril looked on in bewilderment. Proudly declared this small form to be its avatar, puffing out its chest with immense satisfaction. Introducing itself grandly as Chibi Chris, the creature offered a formal greeting, much to Lady Mornier's polite delight and Cyril's mild exasperation. Observing the creature closely, Cyril noted that despite resembling a young phoenix-type dragon, there was something undeniably distinct about its nature. Giant Dragon urged Cyril to take the avatar with him into the cavern, explaining that while the manifestation would only last about an hour, it possessed all of its knowledge and memories to guide them. Cyril mused over the strange biology of dragons, comparing their physical shedding and avatar creation to human skin hardening, while Lady Mornier remained puzzled by his explanation. The avatar cackled pompously and demanded worship as the child of God. Cyril advised Lady Mornier to simply ignore the miniature beast's foolish antics. Perched comfortably atop Cyril's head, Chibi Chris accepted the young man's trust, opting to ride along rather than walk on its own feet. The avatar settled. Cyril confirmed that having its guidance and wisdom during their search would be more than enough help. The full-size dragon gave a final instruction to burn the avatar once it began to fade, a task Cyril readily accepted as they prepared to move forward. He stepped forward into the cavern alongside Lady Mornier, urged on by the tiny dragon perched atop his head, who eagerly signaled for the pair to advance. The natural light faded behind them. The young swordsman observed the engulfing darkness, noting that carrying a torch would have been wise. Without warning, the miniature companion burst into bright, radiant flames, startling the noble woman beside them. Concerned by the sudden blaze, she frantically asked if the creature was unhurt, but the dragon calmly explained that conjuring fire was as natural as breathing. Questioned if he could consume fire as well, the small spirit admitted he could not, yet proudly declared his status as an immortal entity impervious to burning. Relieved after dispensing with the threat, she accepted his heartfelt gratitude, beaming with renewed confidence as he trusted her to take the lead against small groups. Continuing down the winding passage, they suddenly found their path blocked by a solid rock wall, forming a quiet, enclosed chamber. Upon closer inspection, a mysterious glass jar rested atop a stone pedestal at the center of the dead end, leaving them uncertain of its purpose. Recognizing a hidden barrier, the dragon avatar instructed him to perform a ritual, and as his blood dropped onto the pedestal, a massive surge of spiritual energy erupted around them. As the ritual triggers, a massive surge of water violently erupts from the stone pedestal, inundating the cavern chamber. The young noblewoman gasps in utter shock, her feet submerged in the rising torrent, while the young swordsman remains remarkably composed despite the sudden deluge. Panicking as the water rapidly fills the narrow space, she cries out that they are going to drown. Unmoved by the commotion, he calmly turns to her and assures her that everything will be just fine. He offers a gentle smile, pointing up at the tiny white dragon perched comfortably atop his dark head, as relaxed as ever. Dark-haired youth reasons that their companion would never intentionally put them in harm's way, pointing out how unbothered the small creature appears as they wait. Translating the dragon's silent reassurance, he He tells Jean that their guide confirms there is no danger, leaving her stammering in hesitant relief. Suddenly noticing a change in the water's movement, the young lady gasps in amazement as the flood begins swirling into a tight vortex, draining directly into the small pot on the pedestal. Curious about the magical phenomena, she asks if he can explain how the artifact works, to which he readily agrees. Clarifies that the capacity of the pot is directly scaled to the magical power of the user, making its container size proportional to his dragon companion's enormous spiritual reservoir. Elaborating further on the ancient trap, he explains that anyone attempting to enter without sufficient power would trigger the defense mechanism and drown, but their friend's vast power easily absorbed the entire flood. As the last drop of water drains into the pot, a heavy rumble echoes through the chamber as a massive stone doorway slides open in the cavern wall, revealing the hidden path forward. Suddenly felt a sharp movement beside his ear as the small dragon gasped in alarm, sensing something amiss in the subterranean air. Before he could react, the creature fluttered frantically off his shoulder, leaving him confused as to what had triggered such a sudden panic. Reaching up to touch his bare shoulder, he realized with a shock that his companion had vanished entirely into thin air. Glancing around, he discovered the ancient cavern had transformed into a sterile, brick-lined labyrinth, prompting him to call out for his missing companion in vain. Realizing that even the ancient magic had shifted unexpectedly, he determined that finding the others was his immediate priority. Approaching a stark fork in the stone passageways, he pondered whether to navigate the confusing maze or attempt a more direct, brute force escape. Sudden movement in the dark corridor caught his attention, raising his hopes that someone was approaching. A familiar figure turned the corner and called out his name in sheer relief upon spotting him in the dark passage. She expressed her overwhelming gratitude, explaining how frightened she had been when they were separated in the shifting structure. Instead of welcoming her, he fixed her with a cold, suspicious glare, silently questioning the true identity of the person standing before him. He stood resolute as the young woman wearing the cap panicked, desperately insisting on her identity as Jean and asking what was wrong, even as she prepared to offer her true name. Unswayed by her flustered reaction, he coldly rejected her claims, declaring her an imposter and demanding she reveal her true identity, leaving her utterly stunned. Dropping her innocent facade, the mysterious woman allowed a sinister smirk to cross her face as she questioned how he had seen through her act, to which he slyly confessed it was nothing more than a hunt. As the smirk crossed the impostor's face, a sudden surge of air forced Cyril to brace himself, shielding his eyes with his arm as the entity vanished into the dark alley. Standing alone in the narrow passageway, he watched the creature flee into the shadows, leaving behind nothing but quiet drainage. He recalled the fake Jean from moments before, realizing that despite her convincing appearance, her vocal resonance carried the unmistakable tone of a dragon's speech. Because he possessed the rare ability to comprehend dragon speech, he could discern the fundamental difference between human vocalizations and dragon speech purely by sound, instantly exposing her facade. Gently resting a hand against the cold stone wall, he reasoned that the mysterious entity was bound to reappear. Just as expected, two identical maidens suddenly rushed toward him, both calling out his name with identical urgent expressions. Two maidens immediately began pleading their case, each accusing the other of being the imposter and begging him not to be deceived. He stood silently with his arms folded, staring down at the pair of identical maidens who were kneeling on the stone floor, puzzled as to why two duplicates had appeared simultaneously. Watching them closely, he realized the trick was remarkably clever, acknowledging that the deception was well executed enough to fool almost anyone. Reflected that under normal circumstances, anyone faced with two identical figures, both claiming to be authentic, would be easily confused, yet his unique talent ensured he remained unaffected. He stood resolute, unbothered by the sudden duplication of his companion before him. Both copies pleaded for his aid, each calling out his name with equal desperation. Without a second thought, he struck down two of the impostors, leaving the true impostor reeling in disbelief at his unwavering choice. Real Jean smiled with absolute confidence, praising his sharp perception while the last duplicate realized no trick could fool him. She marveled at his effortless ability to see through the illusion, and with the threat resolved, they agreed to search for Chibi Chris. Suddenly, the small winged creature landed directly on his head, proudly declaring its presence, explained that it had been present the entire time, rendered invisible during the trial, and unable to offer guidance. Creature teasingly noted his earlier surprise, expressing total faith in his capabilities. He continued forward, questioning how the rules of the trial adapt based on the number of participants present. As the winged companion flew overhead, he pondered what challenges would await a solitary challenger. Listened quietly as Jean and Chibi Chris reflected on the cruel nature of the illusion. The dragon spirit confirmed that the trial forced challengers into an impossible dilemma. Faced with illusions of two loved ones, they were forced to choose to save only one. Continuing her thought, the young noblewoman noted that it was no different from being forced to pick between a parent and a child. She shuddered, lamenting how heartless such a test truly was, while the young warrior remained quiet beside her. Turning directly to him, the small dragon posed a provocative question, asking whom he would choose if the choice were placed between herself and Jean. Without a moment's hesitation, he stated simply that he would choose both. When the creature insisted that such an outcome was forbidden and that a single choice was mandatory, he stood firm, refusing to accept those limits. Inspired by his unwavering conviction, Jean declared that she too would strive to grow strong enough to save everyone. The small dragon chuckled softly, calling him quite greedy for refusing to compromise. Elaborating on his mindset, the young swordsman explained that if people were equally irreplaceable, compromising from the start would only ensure failure when an opportunity to save everyone arose. One had to aim to save all of them without hesitation. Pondering the nature of the trial, he wondered silently if his answer was technically incorrect in the eyes of the test creators, realizing how fortunate he was to not be facing this challenge alone. Suddenly, an intense shift in air pressure made him freeze as the small creature stepped forward, her gaze sharpening with unexpected intensity. To their total astonishment, the dragon companion announced that she would consider his unyielding answer a passing grade. Before they could process her words, a radiant light enveloped her body, prompting the young warrior and Jean to gasp in utter shock as a massive transformation began. She explained that the scenario had merely been a trial, surprising the young man who had assumed it depicted a solitary dilemma. Creature insisted that such tests were necessary to reveal a person's true heart rather than rehearsed answers, prompting him to sigh over the cruelty of the test. Delighted by his entertaining reactions, she promised to bestow her treasure upon them, suddenly unleashing a blinding burst of light that forced the pair to shield their eyes. The brilliance subsided. They found themselves transported inside a damp, cavernous hollow, stunned by the sudden relocation. Recognizing the familiar surroundings near the mysterious vessel, the young swordsman realized they had returned from the illusion as the small dragon perched comfortably atop his head. Pondered whether everything they had experienced was merely an illusion, while his companion apologized for not anticipating that the trial would unfold in such an unpredictable manner. Reassuring her that surviving the ordeal unharmed made everything fine, he was met with an energetic nod of agreement from their dragon companion before they continued forward. Merging into a vast underground chamber, the companions marveled at the towering, luminous ancient tree standing before them, recognizing it as their ultimate objective. Examining the massive flora, she observed its otherworldly aura, while the young dragon proudly declared it to be the legendary dragon tree itself. As they scanned the surrounding area, he admitted to searching for the entity responsible for the trial, suspecting it would reside deep within the heart of the sanctuary. He paused as Catherine questioned the trial they had just completed, asking if he was referring to the insolent illusion that had tried to deceive him. Before he could fully answer, an ethereal voice echoed out, asking if they were speaking about it. Recognizing the unmistakable sound of a dragon's voice from earlier, the young swordsman turned around to demand where the speaker was hiding. The voice calmly replied that it was right before their eyes, though Catherine admitted she couldn't see anyone at all. Spectral entity manifest as a glowing white dragon explained its true nature. It was a thought form, an artificial entity created as a guardian ghost to protect the sanctuary. Hearing the word ghost sent Catherine into a sudden state of panic, as she recoiled in fear and apologized for her outburst. Observing her dramatic reaction, he chuckled softly, amused to discover that she possessed such a glaring weakness for supernatural specters. The apparition chuckled mischievously in response, praising his composed nature. Dismissing the supernatural distraction, He focused back on their original purpose, reflecting on how curiosity about the dragon's identity had brought them here. Turning his attention toward the towering dragon tree, he contemplated their reward. While promised a great treasure, taking the entire colossal tree was impossible, leaving him to ponder how best to claim his prize. Realizing that harvesting a section of the outer layer would suffice, he approached the massive trunk and carefully peeled off a strip of the dragon tree's bark. Holding up the radiant piece of timber, Catherine observed that the bark could be forged into valuable dragon gear. He agreed, noting that an artisan could craft extraordinary items if provided with such a rare material. Thoughtful smile crossed his face as he envisioned the possibilities, wondering if he could use the bark to craft custom, specialized equipment tailored specifically for dragon companions. Without warning, the solid bark began to liquefy right in his hand, leaving him gasping in shock while Catherine and Chibi Chris cried out in utter disbelief at the unexpected transformation. As he watched, the liquefied bark settled upon the pedestal and rapidly solidified into a detailed figurine shaped like a small dragon. Holding the newly formed creation in his hands, he realized it matched his visual design perfectly, proving he could now craft dragon gear himself, as his companion marveled at the achievement. The guardian entity reached out. The crafted vessel began to resonate deeply with the thought-formed spirit, providing a physical anchor for its ethereal presence. Spiritual energy condensed into a majestic, towering dragon form right before their eyes, startling both onlookers. However, a strange instability flickered across the entity's face as light particles began drifting off its newly formed flesh. The entity gasped in disbelief at possessing a tangible physical body, while the small dragon companion chuckled at the bizarre spectacle. Pointing eagerly, the small dragon called out that the guardian's spiritual disguise was peeling away, leaving the entity stammering in confusion. The majestic exterior continued to flake and fragment like a shedding shell, exposing the awkward truth underneath. As the entity panicked over its dissolving exterior, Cyril and Catherine could only watch in stunned silence at the bizarre turn of events. As the majestic white dragon turns to address them, the group gasps in disbelief. The creature marveled at having a physical vessel once more, wondering if it was revived from its past existence, while the companion struggled to comprehend how a ghost dragon could inhabit such a large, unfamiliar species. Turning her attention to the energetic beast beside them, the young woman eagerly points out that it belongs to the Jormungan species. Cyril muses silently that it is his first time hearing that particular name. Moments later, the white dragon tilts its head in sudden realization, startled to comprehend that it is actually holding a conversation with a human. Continuing its thought, the guardian dragon explains that because it was tasked with protecting this sanctuary, it was granted the ability to communicate with intruders, recalling how it had spoken during the trial. Cyril realizes the voice during the trial was merely a mechanism created to convey words. However, the noblewoman beside him casually reveals that she has been able to talk to dragons since birth, leaving the others in complete astonishment. Staring at the noblewoman in utter disbelief, the white dragon mutters that her temperament is quite different from what it had envisioned. Looking gently towards Cyril, the dragon admits that it finds his calm presence far more comforting to listen to than the energetic noblewoman. Shifting the conversation back to the black beast, the group learns it is a species adept at transport, closely related to the Midgardsormer, much like their companion Colette. These massive creatures serve as dragon carriers, giant airborne vessels capable of transporting numerous smaller dragons directly onto the battlefield. White Dragon instructs the young noblewoman to open the hump on the beast's back. Nodding in understanding, she approaches the creature to examine its structure. She marveled as the transport hatch on the dragon's back swung open, revealing a cavernous storage compartment inside. The design confirmed its purpose, perfectly suited for carrying other small beasts into battle. Estimating that the space could carry around 20 small creatures, Cyril listened as the white dragon spoke up with a sudden request, asking if it could claim the fallen dragon carrier's body for itself. Majestic white beast set its terms firmly. It would yield the physical body on the condition that the newly awakened dragon join Cyril's guild and work alongside him. The agreement was sealed swiftly, with the dragon declaring its willingness to join regardless of its own initial desires, catching Cyril and Jean by surprise. Realizing that expanding their roster would significantly broaden their operational scope, Cyril agreed to welcome the dragon and prepared to bestow a proper name upon their new companion. Proposed the name Patricia, a suggestion that resonated deeply with the dragon, who accepted the fitting title with joy. Stepping onto the glowing magic circle, Cyril inquired whether forming an official contract was possible while the white dragon remained in its small, chibi form. Requested a single drop of blood from Patricia to complete the bonding ritual, but the dragon quickly ran into an unforeseen obstacle. Bending down to examine the situation, Cyril confirmed in dismay that no blood was coming out from the dragon's body at all. He realized that because the vessel was a temporary body created from dragon gear, physical blood could not be drawn, leaving them unable to complete the contract. He stared down in mild surprise as the blood ritual failed, but the white dragon quickly reassured him that another method existed to seal their bond. The creature then boldly declared with sudden enthusiasm that the two of them must share a kiss to finalize the contract. He turned to the dragon in sheer disbelief, stammering and demanding to know why a kiss was somehow required, while the others looked on in flustered silence. Beast authoritatively insisted that since ancient times, a formal vow between a man and a woman always required an act of intimacy. As he pondered the bizarre requirement with deep reluctance, Patricia gently spoke up, admitting she did not mind at all and asking if he truly disliked the idea of kissing her. He let out a heavy sigh and firmly refused, offering Patricia an apology while the white dragon aggressively chanted at him to stop complaining and do it. Instead of taking offense, she leaned in close with a soft expression, quietly confessing that she was actually grateful to him. She explained that he was the one who had given her a new body and brought her out into the world, gently pressing a tender kiss against his forehead to express her thanks. The instant her lips touched him, the magic circle beneath their feet burst into a radiant light, signaling the contract's unexpected completion. He held up his hand and watched the lingering magic settle around them, quietly accepting that their official bond had just been established. He stood muttering under his breath, repeating that Patricia was indeed a dragon, trying to process the magnitude of the moment. Reassurance followed as he felt a new surge of strength coursing through him, prompting Patricia to check if he was all right after establishing their new connection. The sudden puff of smoke, a life-size paper doll materialized beside him. He stared in astonishment at the replica, while Patricia marveled at how identical the clone looked to her dear friend. Surrounded by multiple paper duplicates, Patricia pointed out that while he had created afterimages before, these new clones possessed independent physical mass, confirming the unique nature of his newly unlocked technique. As he attempted to maneuver the duplicates, he found controlling them surprisingly difficult, stumbling as the paper figures moved clumsily around him. Patricia giggled playfully, expressing full confidence that he would master the technique in no time. Although the attack power of the clones was modest, they agreed that the ability offered tremendous tactical value for feints and surprise strikes. Patricia admitted she didn't fully grasp the inner workings, but expressed her heartfelt gratitude nonetheless. Examining the nearby foliage, Patricia pondered whether dragon gear, crafted from the surrounding dragon trees, could be used to equip his paper duplicates with actual weaponry. He tested the idea by channeling energy into the paper vessel, but realized that unlike Patricia's unique body, the clones couldn't hold complex forms or equipment on their own. They agreed it was a shame, recognizing how formidable armed duplicates would have been. Shifting tactics, he decided to test an offensive elemental combination instead. Unleashing his 9-finger flame shot directly at one of his paper duplicates, a bright burst of fire engulfed the figure. Their absolute astonishment, the paper duplicate stood unharmed within the blazing inferno. Despite being composed entirely of paper, the clone remained completely unburned by the surrounding flames. Realizing that his paper clones shared the same fire immunity as himself and Chris, he eagerly called upon Chibi Chris to assist with further testing, while Patricia looked on with excitement. Readied himself, as the small white dragon eagerly hissed, signaling the start of their joint training test. Splitting into paper duplicates, he surged forward with confidence, eager to see how his new magic would mesh with Chris's elemental fire capabilities. Leaping across the rocky terrain, the dragon launched a series of tracking flame shots that landed with precise impact. Observing the dragon's remarkable growth and mastery over the technique, he ordered his clones to pounce directly into the target zone. Sudden explosion rocked the clearing, causing Lady Mornier to cry out in surprise as dust and debris burst upward. Apologizing immediately for startling her, he caught her securely, while she expressed her relief and gratitude for his quick reaction. Meanwhile, the small dragon proudly hissed in satisfaction, pleased that the explosive combined tactic had yielded such successful results. Reflecting on the successful demonstration, he remarked that having confirmed the utility of his new paper clone ability, it was about time for them to head back, while Lady Mornier praised the seamless combination of their efforts. Turning to the majestic white dragon Patricia, he asked if she could leave the area from here, seeking clarification on her presence and form. As they discussed the situation, Lady Mornier questioned whether Patricia had been instructed on what to do, pointing out that such instructions seemed like meddling in someone else's business, which Chris also found to be a notable problem. Chris explained that dragon gear can be equipped and unequipped at will, prompting him to ponder how Jean, who could not understand words, could still perceive Chris's distinct personality through their interactions. Directing his query back to Patricia, he inquired if she could unequip herself for a moment to demonstrate how the gear transformation worked, to which she calmly agreed. The burst of magical force, the large dragon reverted back into its compact dragon gear form, landing softly before them as they marveled at the successful transformation. He emerged from the dark cave mouth alongside his companions, stepping back into the open air as the dragon affirmed their progress with a satisfied grunt. Majestic white dragon welcomed them back warmly, inquiring about the success of their harvest, to which the young man gladly confirmed that the smaller dragon's assistance had proven invaluable. Declaring its work complete, the miniature dragon let out a sharp chuckle before vanishing, leaving both the young warrior and the noblewoman amused by its peculiar behavior. Turning his attention forward, he summoned Patricia to emerge, calling her forth into the open air. Emerging in her full, magnificent dragon form, she marveled at the bright sunlight after being confined for so long, while the seasoned dragon laughed boisterously at her reaction. Curious about the dragon's insights, he questioned if there were greater expectations or possibilities to consider. The dragon enthusiastically explained how absorbing the dragon tree could allow a human to master every form of weapon, truly becoming an unstoppable force. Pondering these words, he asked if absorbing the legendary dragon tree was truly achievable, to which the dragon affirmed that the possibility indeed existed. As the image of the towering dragon tree filled his mind, he wondered aloud whether he could harness parts of his own body to forge dragon gear, receiving confirmation that even such a feat was attainable. Considering the limits of his dragon power, he noted the impossibility of mass-producing gear this way, while the dragon cynically remarked on how humans often trade parts of themselves. Paused as the dragon recounted a touching tale of a woman selling her own beautiful hair to aid her husband, realizing that the concept sounded familiar. Reflecting on the idea of sacrificing a piece of oneself, he remembered that common folk often grew out their hair, specifically to exchange it for coin, a practice he had momentarily forgotten. Reassured that such a method could indeed function, the young man cheerfully resolved to make another attempt and head back directly to the location of the dragon. Standing before the towering expanse of the dragon tree, Cyril considered absorbing its essence directly into his own body. Chris laughed boisterously at the thought, questioning if he truly believed he could pull off such an impossible feat. Turning back toward his dragon companion, Cyril asked if she would accompany him once more into the depths of Thunder Mountain. She agreed without hesitation, ready to venture forward by his side. Sensing an unusual hesitation, the dragon noted that it was rare for Cyril to be so vague, as if he were concealing something from her. He simply asked what she meant, maintaining his composed demeanor. Cyril paused for a moment, wondering if it was merely his imagination playing tricks on him before deciding it was nothing. Turning back to the group, he insisted that they all move forward together, prompting a cheerful call from their companion. Addressing the rest of the party, Cyril instructed them to wait behind while he and Chris proceeded. Catherine acknowledged his command gracefully, and with a shared nod, Cyril and the dragon set off. As they walked, Cyril noticed a slight shift in Chris's demeanor and asked if something was wrong, while the small dragon companion looked on in quiet curiosity. Chris brushed off his concern, reassuring him that everything was fine. Cyril quietly accepted her answer, though a lingering sense of mystery remained. Arriving back at the monumental site, Cyril looked up at the massive silhouette of the dragon tree, contemplating their next move. Observing Chris's quiet silence, Cyril pondered the dragon's behavior, confident that there was a calculated reason behind the quiet stillness. Gazing intently at the colossal tree, Cyril wondered if there was something more hidden within the dragon tree structure, his sharp eyes searching for any subtle anomaly. He paused as a strange dragon's voice echoed in his mind, distinctly separate from his companion's presence, prompting him to glance toward the towering flora. Looking up at the colossal structure, he reflected on himself, his dragon companion, and the mysterious entity known as the dragon tree. As he stared at the giant trunk, a sudden realization struck him. Despite its impressive title, it was fundamentally just a tree. He pondered why he had accepted without question that a plant-based structure was considered the source of all dragon vectors, questioning the very name given to it. Seeking clarity, he questioned his small dragon companion about dragon vectors having both plant and animal types, confirming that animal origins existed alongside plant ones. Sudden revelation dawned on him as he looked back at the grand tree, piecing together the true nature of what lay beneath. Determined to unveil the truth, he activated his transformation, leaping into action to unleash a force capable of exposing both types residing in the same place. Ground cracked violently under the sheer impact of his strike, shattering the terrain around the massive root structure. His eyes widened in shock as the shattered earth revealed a colossal dragon skull, with the tree growing directly out of its head. He realized the true ancient arrangement. Originally, the tree was in the water, while the dragon resided within the earth, known together as the earth dragon watergrass. He concluded that the source of all dragon vectors was one and the same. Noticing that the creature's faint breathing gave away its hidden presence in the quiet forest, his companion praised his keen perception before he decided to dig further into the earth. Examining the newly revealed form beneath the roots, he estimated that the dragon belonged to a size class between small and medium, marveling at its beautiful structure. Staring up at the colossal tree anchored directly into the creature's head, he realized with amazement that the dragon was still alive, prompting a hearty chuckle from his companion at how wildly overgrown it had become. Reflecting on the mysterious nature of his ancient ally, who didn't even require food to survive, he turned his focus now that he understood the entity took the clear form of a dragon. He pondered the possibility of forming a direct contract with it. Uncertain whether the target was truly an animal, a plant, or a blend of both, he wondered if cutting into its surface would yield sap instead of blood. Resolving to proceed despite feeling a slight twinge of guilt for disturbing a sleeping beast, he decided to use the same method he had previously employed, approaching the ancient slumbering mass with steady determination. The calm breath. He placed his gloved hand firmly onto the creature's petrified brow to initiate the ritual. As energy surged through the connection, his companion cackled with delight at the successful bond, while he felt a brand new skill settle into his mind. Eager to put his newly acquired power to the test, he plucked a strand of his own hair and activated his crafting technique, manifesting a finely crafted dragon saddle instantly. He examined his newly crafted creation with deep satisfaction, noting how seamlessly it had formed into a saddle tailored specifically for Balor species, much like his previous success with Patricia's vessel. As he pondered the implications, he realized that transforming his entire body into a weapon human was no longer mere fantasy, though he questioned why he would ever need to go to such extremes. Determined to test his abilities further, the young craftsman resolved to return and attempt creating gear directly from a dragon, reassured by the fact that his own hair would quickly regenerate using minimal energy. Shortly after, within the town of Poivresel, a shopkeeper warmly welcomed a customer entering the dragon tool shop known as Shadow Roll. Stepping inside, he was immediately recognized by the clerk, who excitedly called him by name. He quickly identified the man as Enrique Nadal, the store clerk who had assisted him when purchasing bedding for Louise. Enrique began showering him with praise, marveling at how his remarkable exploits were already the talk of the town, establishing his young guild as an undisputed first-rate organization despite having just started. Clerk elaborated that their business had seen a massive influx of customers seeking to purchase the exact same equipment he used, as aspiring dragon knights eagerly sought to emulate a top-tier figure. Finding the overwhelming praise slightly embarrassing, the dark-haired youth listened as Enrique mentioned that demand for gear related to the mushhushu species had skyrocketed, leaving him curious about the sudden trend. Enrique explained that seeing him flawlessly manage trained dragons and complete solo contracts had turned him into a local attraction, inspiring a rapid increase in knights striving to accomplish similar feats, which made him realize the full extent of his influence. Inquiring about the purpose of his visit, the shopkeeper updated him on Colette's continuous mining work before catching himself and politely apologizing for rambling on. Reassuring the clerk, he offered a polite apology of his own, clarifying that he hadn't come to buy anything today, but rather wished to present a new creation for inspection. Presented the custom-crafted claw gear to Enrique, who closely examined the unusually shaped piece in surprise. Explained that he had crafted the claw specifically for this May species just the night before, recalling his journey through the snow. After returning to the base, he had surveyed his companions about what gear to produce, but only Emma provided a clear and practical suggestion, while others offered vague ideas. She had admitted that after every life-or-death battle and injury, she constantly wished for a tool exactly like this one to aid her. During those extreme life-or-death struggles had naturally allowed her to recognize precisely what equipment was missing from their arsenal. Turning back to the clerk, he explained how he built the handmade claw around that design concept and asked if it could be put up for sale in the shop. He suggested setting the price around 500 riels. Enrique hesitated, noting that for a consumable battle item, such a price was surprisingly low. Enrique pointed out that buyers might doubt the quality of an overly cheap item they trust with their lives, proposing instead to raise the price to the standard market rate of 1,000 riels, to which he readily agreed. Leaving the sales arrangements in Enrique's capable hands, he departed, only for the clerk to rush up to him a few days later with news that a major guild customer had bought the claw. Enrique enthusiastically revealed that the item was so well received that the buyer placed a massive bulk order for 200 units, leaving everyone stunned as he inquired about the production timeline. As he awaited a timeline, Cyril raised a gloved finger to his chin with a nervous grin and a bead of sweat on his cheek, quietly realizing that things were about to get exceptionally hectic. Standing outside the bustling workshop, Cyril concluded his explanation to his assembled dragon companions, laying out their next steps. Curious about her specific role, Colette leaned in close to inquire what task he required of her. He instructed her to take the dragon gear crafted at Partholin to the shop known as Shadow Roll, retrieve their payment along with necessary ores, and prepare for one final directive. Continuing his explanation, he mentioned that he planned to fashion new gear for her as well, though it was largely for appearances. He added that word from the shop suggested she had become quite the local celebrity, leaving Colette utterly bewildered as she questioned what he meant. Perplexed by the unexpected news, she voiced her utter disbelief at why she would attract such attention. Overhearing the exchange, Chris burst into amused laughter, remarking how ironic it was that Cyril himself was famous, yet remained the only person entirely unaware of it. Irritated by the teasing laughter, Colette lunged forward and wrestled with Chris, demanding a full explanation, while Chris pointed out how obvious Cyril's legendary feats were to everyone else. Watching the chaotic scuffle from the side, Cyril remarked that it looked like simple play fighting between good friends, content to let them settle it themselves. He playfully mused that their tussle resembled the affectionate bickering of a couple. Colette immediately recoiled in flustered embarrassment, vehemently denying his claim. She let out a frustrated groan of embarrassment, her playful struggle making the white dragon laugh at the sheer absurdity of Cyril's comments as he gently urged her to calm down. Redirecting her focus, she inquired about their earlier topic regarding her sudden popularity, prompting Cyril to explain that dragons capable of working independently without a dragon knight were exceptionally rare, naturally drawing public attention. Realization suddenly washed over her that she had effectively become the public representative and primary figurehead for their whole group. Considering her newfound status in the spotlight, Cyril suggested equipping her with specialized equipment focused on stylish presentation rather than pure functionality. Delighted by the prospect, she giggled eagerly, fully embracing the idea of getting dressed up in custom equipment. Then asked what aesthetic she preferred, reassuring her that he could craft a highly precise design tailored specifically to her preferences, just as he had done previously. She contemplated various options, holding her head as she struggled to figure out what design would suit her best. Admitting her nervousness at being watched by everyone, she confessed she couldn't decide on the spot, which prompted Cyril to present a new concept tailor-made for the guild's figurehead. He revealed his vision to incorporate the prominent motif of their guild's official crest directly into the design. Explaining how the gear would project the crest vividly across her body, Cyril won her immediate approval as she marveled at the stylish idea. She was not the only one enchanted by the idea, as Chris immediately voiced her own enthusiasm to try on matching gear. Cyril listened thoughtfully as the rest of the companions expressed their sudden interest. Inspired by the concept, Leah excitedly asked for a piece bearing her father's mark, while the smaller dragon softly chimed in, wishing for gear of her own. Recognizing their collective excitement, he agreed to forge custom equipment for everyone, though he gently cautioned Colette that her gear would no longer be entirely exclusive. She quickly reassured him that she did not mind in the slightest. The creatures eagerly chanting for matching sets, he smiled warmly and gave his final approval to begin the project. As he observed the overwhelming joy among the group, he made a mental note to deliver Louise's gear a later time. Leah excitedly called out to her father to show off the amazing news, her companions equally thrilled beside her. Watching Leah and Chanel prance around in high spirits, he felt a sense of satisfaction at their genuine happiness. Turning her attention back to practical matters, Chris inquired about their overarching plan moving forward. He pondered their upcoming business strategy, suggesting that focusing on dragon weaponry would be ideal since weapons are consumable items that ensure continuous orders. Agreeing wholeheartedly, the dragon pointed out that weapons crafted by someone who truly understands dragon needs would easily dominate the market, reinforcing his decision to meet the stable demand. He listened intently as Chris pointed out that once they seized the market share, most guilds wouldn't be able to oppose them. Acknowledging the strategy, Cyril resolved to give priority to sending high-quality items to Lindworm first. Amused by his relentless pragmatic edge toward humans, Chris burst into quiet laughter, praising his companion's sharp focus. Providing high-performance equipment meant the survival rate of dragons in Lindworm would rise significantly. The only ones who stood to suffer from this shift were the human leaders of Lindworm, which, as far as Cyril and the dragons were concerned, was nothing but good news. Several weeks passed in the bustling city of Ponregal. With his decision firmly set, Cyril poured all of his energy into manufacturing dragon gear day and night. Sitting together at a quiet outdoor cafe table, his companion looked on in complete awe, admitting that his progress was nothing short of amazing. Throughout the surrounding streets, dragons of all shapes and sizes could be seen comfortably wearing custom-crafted harnesses and armor plates as they walked. Observing the street, she noticed that every single dragon was wearing his gear. He smiled at her keen eye, explaining that by flooding the market with items tailored directly to dragon needs through Shadow Roll, performance across every guild had visibly improved. She beamed, delighted that quality craftsmanship was being rewarded. The knowing expression, Cyril added that flooding the market was not the only maneuver he had executed. Surprised by his hint, she leaned in, asking what else he could have possibly done. Revealed that he had distributed his gear to dragon rental locations entirely free of charge. Dumbfounded by such a bold tactic, she asked in disbelief if he really handed them out for free, which he calmly confirmed. Went on to explain that when rental dragons gather at guild sites, they naturally engage in small talk, constantly comparing their riders' competence and sharing complaints or praise about their equipment. By equipping these creatures with superior gear, word of mouth spread effortlessly among the dragons themselves, turning their daily interactions into an unstoppable marketing force. He relaxed at the outdoor cafe table, noting with satisfaction that current sales figures were already far surpassing the initial cost of his promotional giveaways. His companion commended his shrewd business foresight. Their discussion was interrupted as little Leah came bounding down the street, gleefully shouting greetings to her master as she returned. Welcoming the creature back, he noticed the stick of fluffy cotton candy in her paws, while the young knight nearby questioned whether he had truly sent the small creature out on a solitary errand. Clarifying the arrangement, he explained that he had instructed the merchant guild to tab any purchase made by a dragon bearing their crest, allowing Leah to buy sweet treats completely on her own. He reasoned that with the steady profits from gear sales, establishing an automated system was far more efficient than individually asking every companion what they desired, prompting admiration from his listener. She marveled at the concept, remarking that allowing dragons to go shopping independently was an unprecedented feat unique to their guild. As they conversed, their attention was drawn to a figure passing along the cobblestone street, leading a massive velour dragon. The young knight scoffed haughtily and brushed past without a word, leaving the lady bewildered while her companion recognized his fellow knight. Observing the passing beast, he pointed out that the dragon was equipped with a specialized saddle he had crafted, prompting his companion to ask if he had integrated specific feedback into its construction. Detailed the design, explaining that the custom harness stabilizes the rider against sudden movements, thereby drastically extending the cruising range the velour species excelled at. Listened calmly as his companion expressed delight at his clever strategy, though her mood quickly shifted to annoyance as she remarked on how petty Louis was for grudgingly using Cyril's gear. Gently stroking the small, fluffy creature in his lap, Cyril reassured her with a smile that it was completely fine, as the dragon was the true beneficiary of the specialized harness. The cunning smirk, he reasoned that if they ever became enemies after Louis grew completely dependent on the equipment, cutting off the supply would inflict maximum damage. The young knight clapped her hands in delight, utterly charmed by his dangerously strategic mind. While the little creature happily nibbled on sweet cotton candy, Cyril pondered how this deal secured a steady stream of income while quietly planting a metaphorical, slow-acting leverage within Lindworm. Sitting together at the outdoor cafe table, Cyril concluded that the outcome of his dragon gear sales had exceeded even his grandest expectations. Across the rolling fields of the Partholin base, Cyril stood quietly overlooking the expanse. Louise approached him, calling out to her master to inquire about his task. He explained that he was simply surveying the grounds to scout out the property. Reflecting on their newly acquired land, Cyril noted that about half of the base remained in unmaintained ruins from its days as an old manor. Louise pointed out how deserted and quiet it felt, but Cyril revealed his intentions. It was high time they built a proper dragon stable, starting with one for Patricia. Turning to him with a tilted head, Louise admitted that she actually quite enjoyed the current setup as it was. Her sudden confession caught Cyril by surprise, prompting him to ask why she felt that way. She explained that because the current stable was so tightly packed, snuggling up against Patricia's big, soft body every night felt wonderfully cozy. Cyril chuckled warmly at her pure and fond description. Smiling at her fondness for Patricia, Cyril suggested that once the new stable was completed, Louise could simply move over there as well, so they could continue sleeping side by side. The idea struck Louise like a revelation, wide-eyed as she realized she hadn't considered that possibility at all. Suddenly, Louise perked up her ears, sensing familiar footsteps approaching along the path. She announced that Colette had returned, prompting Cyril to look back in pleasant surprise. Eager to welcome her back, Cyril invited Louise to hop onto his back so they could go meet their returning companion together. As Colette trudged up the path carrying her heavy travel gear, Cyril greeted her warmly. Weary from her journey, Colette softly announced her return home. Handing over a pouch containing 10,000 riels earned from the day's work, Colette accepted Cyril's thanks. Observing her slumping posture and exhausted expression, Cyril gently asked if she was feeling all right. Colette admitted that undertaking both mining and transporting dragon gear simultaneously had thoroughly drained her energy. With a timid look, she asked if it would be all right to take the following day off to rest. She received permission without hesitation, as Cyril readily agreed that she should take a well-deserved break and refrain from pushing herself too hard. Observing her departure, The dragon companion remarked on how hard Colette worked and how desperately she needed rest, a point Cyril could only quietly agree with. Before he could finish contemplating preparing a hot meal for her, a sudden explosion rocked the valley nearby, calling both of them to immediate alert. Sensing imminent danger, Cyril urged Louise to fall back while he sprinted toward the source of the commotion, preparing himself for a confrontation. Formidable pride of monstrous lions stood before them, led by a massive Nemean lion, prompting Louise to express grave concern over their sheer numbers. Recognizing that the alpha lion was the true threat, Cyril unleashed his 9-finger flame shot spell to scatter and neutralize the lesser beasts surrounding it. Following his lead, Louise channeled her power into a devastating 9 Heavens flame dragon technique, engulfing the fiery battlefield in a surge of magic. Concentrated inferno obliterated the pride, leaving the valley scorched and silent as Cyril let out a long breath of relief. Expressing her gratitude, Louise acknowledged how formidable the lightning lion had been, while Cyril agreed that it had put up a fierce fight. She explained how she had spotted the creatures while out on patrol, and Cyril commended her for managing the dangerous situation so capably. He sighed as he weighed their options, realizing how severely short-handed they were regardless of whether Colette or Emma came along. Leaving the bustling stalls of the Poivresal Dragon Market behind, the door chime rang softly as they stepped outside into the quiet street. Jean observed that none of the dragons in the market seemed to catch his attention. He agreed, acknowledging that the local markets in Poivresal were now completely exhausted. He turned to Jean and asked if any of the creatures had caught her interest, but she pondered for a moment before admitting that none had. He pointed out that given his growing reputation and the guild's current standing, their roster was simply too small, offering to introduce him to a specialized breeder. Curious, he questioned her about the breeder, to which she explained that there was one in St. Simon with close ties to the royal family. Jean explained that the most intelligent and powerful dragons rarely reached the open market, usually traded directly within the courtyards of St. Simon to exclusive connections. Reflected on her words, understanding that dragons often appear ordinary at birth before their true capabilities bloom, much like how high-tier gear is kept within trusted circles. Realizing the strategic advantage of contacting such a breeder, he politely asked for an introduction, prompting an enthusiastic response from Jean as she promised to introduce him to the premier breeder linked to the royal family. She exuberantly detailed how this master breeder custom-designed everything from specialized dragon gear to the stables themselves to ensure the optimal environment for dragon laying. She listened attentively as the conversation turned toward dragon gear designed to help dragons lay eggs. Although details remained unclear, the concept was intriguing enough to consider further. Pondered if gear capable of altering a dragon's physical biology could really be crafted, while his companion clasped her hands in excitement at such a wonderful possibility. Turning toward Chris, they sought guidance from the noble dragon, who assured them that achieving such a feat was indeed possible. Lightheartedly called out the dragon for taking a roundabout way to answer, but Chris merely laughed, noting how quickly he caught on. Chris explained that for a dragon that isn't a master dragon to lay eggs, 2 methods exist. The first involves utilizing what humans call unique dragon gear. Reflected on the unique gear he had previously acquired for Colette, realizing that such items alter physical biology and are far too complex for him to forge himself. He admitted that locating a legendary dragon gear fitting their needs seemed nearly impossible, and she agreed that it sounded completely out of reach. Prompted by his inquiry about the second method, Chris proudly boasted that in this current era, she is likely the only soul who possesses knowledge of it. Noble Dragon revealed the second option clearly. They simply needed to obtain an item known as the God's Droplet. Chris elaborated that the item reactivates a biological organ that has lost its function, prompting him to turn to Jean to ask if she knew anything about it. Listen carefully as the conversation continued, processing the revelation that the artifact could essentially restore a dragon's innate biological ability to lay eggs, a fact confirmed firmly by Chris. Jean acknowledged the immense difficulty of tracking down an item of such caliber, revealing that the first step requires searching for a rare material known as totem. Impressive as her knowledge was, she admitted with a subtle blush that while totem is worth roughly its weight in gold, its true value depends heavily on the context. Considering the immense market value of a master dragon, Acquiring a substantial amount of the metal felt surprisingly reasonable to Cyril as he contemplated the investment. He asked if Toten was difficult to obtain, and she explained that since it lacks practical everyday uses, tracking down a large stockpile would take some time despite not being overly scarce. Determined to help, she promised to procure the metal if given enough time, prompting him to express his gratitude for always being able to rely on her, which brought a delighted giggle to her face. Excited to get to work, she abruptly rushed off to make the arrangements, startling him into reminding her that her aristocratic disguise was still active as she scurried away. Bidding them farewell, she assured them that while it might take a little time, they should look forward to future updates as she departed gracefully. Jean gone, Chris turned to him with a knowing look, assuming that he intended to have one of the guild's dragons lay an egg once the quest succeeded. Sudden question caught the young man off guard, forcing him to realize in mild embarrassment that he had been so swept up in the heat of the moment that he hadn't actually thought that far ahead. He stood quietly as the white dragon burst into boisterous laughter, pointing out that laying an egg is likely a grueling ordeal that no dragon would willingly volunteer for. Unfazed by the doubt, he assured her that there was no reason to worry, revealing that he already had a specific candidate in mind. Surprised by his confidence, the dragon questioned if he truly had someone selected, though he quickly acknowledged that, for the moment, they still needed to confirm if the process was even possible. Their next steps set, all that remained was to wait quietly for Jean's report amidst the tranquil, mountain-lined. Arriving at the dragon gear shop, Cyril gave his dragon permission to rest outside before stepping through the doorway into the establishment. Inside, Enrique greeted him warmly, welcoming the young master into the shop while Cyril apologized for the unexpected visit and inquired about business. Cyril explained he wanted to check on the sales of the custom gear he designed, only for Enrique to reveal that the entire previous stock had already completely sold out, leaving the young craftsman pleasantly surprised. Enrique noted the overwhelming demand and customer inquiries, prompting Cyril to request permission to look around the shop for further inspiration. Cyril explained his desire to inspect other gear to improve his craft. Enrique shared troubling news regarding current dragon market struggles and failing deals across the industry. Enrique elaborated on how rare it was for trade deals to fall through so frequently, leaving Cyril listening intently to the unusual state of affairs. Shop clerk then suggested that according to some rumors, the situation was actually Cyril's fault, catching the young man completely off guard. Enrique clarified that Cyril's exceptional care and high-quality gear for dragons made buyers realize other sellers weren't treating their dragons properly, causing clients to reject inferior arrangements. A wave of realization washed over Cyril as he processed the unexpected impact of his standards on the broader market. Contemplating the clerk's words, Cyril marveled at how his personal dedication to dragons was inadvertently reshaping the entire dragon gear industry. He offered a warm expression of gratitude to Enrique, who cheerfully responded that he was more than happy to have been of help. Stepping away, he pondered if continuing to refine his dragon care techniques might inspire others to treat their own dragons with far greater devotion. Emerging outside into the bright alley, he noticed a commotion gathering around his dark dragon, who was lying lazily on the cobblestones. As he greeted Louise, the creature let out a contented sigh upon sensing its master's approach. His errands completed, he suggested returning home, prompting the beast to let out a massive, sleepy yawn. Noticing the strange gazes of the onlookers, he asked if she had slept well, while wondering why everyone was staring so intently. It quickly became clear that the crowd was fascinated by the fancy, frilled sleep mask resting snugly over the dragon's eyes. Creature giggled happily, proudly wearing the gift from her master, and wondered if their next destination was Partholon. Turning back with a cautious look, he inquired about the identity of the calm-looking stranger who had stopped them. Listened calmly as the gentleman introduced himself as Caesar Santana, a representative of the Cheek Pieces firm. When Cyril correctly deduced that his work involved dragon care, Caesar praised his sharp intuition. Caesar explained that his company supplied provisions directly to the Dragon Knight guilds. Cyril found himself wondering what business such a supplier could possibly have with him. Expressing subtle confusion, he noted that he couldn't recall doing anything to earn the man's gratitude. Caesar admitted there was no direct connection between them, yet insisted on continuing his explanation. Representative detailed how various guilds had recently begun upgrading the quality of their dragon food. He deduced that this widespread effort was intended to appease disgruntled dragons across the region. Caesar credited Cyril directly for sparking this change, addressing him respectfully. Hearing this, he realized the shift stemmed from the conversation he had shared earlier regarding dragon welfare. Caesar elaborated that since ordinary people cannot comprehend dragon speech, a dragon's discontent is usually expressed in silent protest, leaving handlers to rely on guesswork. However, improving food quality had proven to be a straightforward solution that kept the creatures content. Knowing that well-fed dragons would tolerate harsh conditions and work with greater enthusiasm, Cyril felt a quiet warmth inside at the thought of having helped them. Taking advantage of the moment, Caesar offered a gift of their firm's highest-grade dragon feed. Turning toward Louise, he asked for her opinion on the offer. To Caesar's surprise, the dragon communicated clearly that she considered the food delicious. While Louise maintained that her true preference was a soft, fluffy bed, she conceded that enjoying good food was a welcome treat. Seeing her satisfied mood, Cyril absorbed her thoughts with a knowing glance. With a gentle nod, he graciously accepted the generous gift on Louise's behalf. Caesar bowed slightly, offering his heartfelt thanks before taking his leave. Paused as the merchant hesitated, curious about what additional proposal was about to be made. Listened carefully as the merchant offered to supply highest-grade dragon food free of charge on a regular basis, immediately sensing that there had to be a hidden motive behind such generosity. Quickly realized that using the food would serve as powerful promotional material for the firm, especially given how much public attention Louise's distinctive gear had already attracted. Merchant cheerfully acknowledged his sharp intuition, confirming that public word of mouth from such a prominent figure was the ultimate advertisement. Graciously agreed to the terms, expressing his gratitude as the merchant bowed and promised to deliver future supplies directly. The business concluded, Louise eagerly dug into the feast, thoroughly enjoying the premium quality meal provided. Turned to Chris to inquire if she ever felt the desire to partake in a meal, but the great dragon calmly explained that without digestive organs, food held no appeal or purpose for her. Watched as the other companions continued to devour their portions with unrestrained enthusiasm. Inspected the dish more closely, acknowledging that the highest-grade dragon food truly lived up to its title, closely resembling an exquisitely prepared human meal. Marveled at the sheer scale of the portion, 4 times larger than average, just as Leah leaped up affectionately, calling out to him with joyful energy. Took a bite of the food offered to him by little Leah, thanking her warmly as she giggled with joy. As he chewed the morsel, his expression suddenly shifted from casual enjoyment to utter bewilderment. Noticing his sudden hesitation, Leah innocently asked if he enjoyed it too, prompting him to quickly brush it off and assure her that it was delicious. Encouraging Leah to eat to her heart's content, he then turned toward his dragon companion, who noticed his lingering unease and questioned what was troubling him. Confessing that the dragon treat lacked any taste to a human palate, he learned from the dragon that the food contained subtle flavor profiles far beyond human perception. Contemplating how certain flavors remained entirely beyond the reach of human senses, he listened intently as the dragon confirmed the nature of their perception. Looking up toward the open sky, the dragon posed a reflective question, asking him what color he believed the sun truly was. Explaining that while humans see the sun in one way, dragons perceive a broader spectrum including blues and purples. The dragon drew a parallel to show that taste operated on the exact same principle. Curious about the reverse scenario, he asked what human seasoned food tasted like to a dragon, prompting his companion to recount an experiment conducted long ago. Upon hearing that consuming human food was equivalent to tripling every intense seasoning at once, he shuddered in disgust, newly appreciative of simply being able to enjoy a proper meal. Contemplated how delicious the dragon food seemed, realizing it was a pity for them to eat straight from the packaging, and wondered if he should soon craft dedicated tableware as proper dragon gear. Hearing his thoughts, Chris praised the splendid idea with great enthusiasm. White Dragon excitedly suggested displaying the crafted gear in front of merchants once complete, letting out a laugh that left Cyril completely bewildered as to why. Next day arrived, bringing a fresh morning across the landscape as they prepared to set off. Suddenly, Katrina bowed her head deeply, apologizing profusely with overwhelming remorse. Startled by her sudden emotional outburst, he urged her to raise her head so they could speak normally, begging for her forgiveness in return. Hesitantly bringing up the subject of Toten, she admitted that things had not worked out, leading him to resign himself to the fact that such a rare material simply did not exist within the kingdom. Panicking at his misunderstanding, she quickly corrected herself, blurting out that the truth was that Toten actually did exist. Confused by her contradictory statements, he stared at her, questioning what she truly meant. Standing beside Cyril outside, Lady Mornier hesitantly brought up the topic of the Toten they were seeking. Though kingdom records and her father's ledgers indicated a reserve should exist, a thorough search revealed none remained. She went on to explain that because the material was so rarely utilized, no one kept track of when or how it disappeared, whether siphoned into the black market or simply discarded. Cyril could only sign softly, realizing they were left completely without a lead. Deeply apologetic for having made grand promises earlier, she bowed her head in shame. Seeing her distress, Cyril gently told her not to worry about the setback, reassured her that such mix-ups happen all the time, even within ordinary households, which caught her completely off guard. He elaborated by describing how someone cleaning an old family storehouse might throw away a tattered, seemingly useless item, only to discover later that it was an irreplaceable treasure. She listened wide-eyed, asking if such things truly occurred. He added that valuable items often resurface because family members unaware of their true worth dispose of them without consulting the owner. She agreed, noting that similar valuable pieces were occasionally presented to her father. Cyril emphasized once more that such oversights happen everywhere, urging her not to let it weigh on her mind. Relieved by his kind words, she smiled warmly and offered him her sincere gratitude. Though he offered comforting words, Cyril pondered their predicament, considering whether he should consult Chris instead. Just then, Lady Mornier suddenly gasped as a forgotten memory struck her. Surprised by her sudden outburst, Cyril watched as she excitedly announced that she did know of a place within the realm where Toten could be found. When he asked if a substantial quantity could be extracted there, she confirmed it with confidence. The location in question was the abandoned aniray mine, an estate belonging to Baron Burke, known to be the most accessible source for acquiring Toten. Cyril repeated the name, Baron Burke. Lady Mornier hesitated, looking downward as a shadow of doubt crossed her face. The soft sigh. She explained that Baron Burke was a particularly difficult individual, causing Cyril to inwardly panic as he realized he had dampened her mood once more. In response to his query about the Baron's nature, she clarified that he was the stubborn sort who would fiercely resist if anyone clumsily tried to pull rank or force authority on him. She sat dejectedly in the quiet air, revealing the true root of the heavy mood that had weighed on her all day. Though she possessed the royal standing to demand obedience when necessary, Cyril understood that such leverage would completely fail against a man like Burke. She admitted that even subtle, indirect approaches had yielded no results, prompting Cyril to suggest pivoting to an entirely different strategy. Uttering the nobleman's name to himself, he suddenly caught a faint thread of memory, sensing that the title sounded strangely familiar. Pressed further, asking if there were any additional details available about Burke, though she cautioned that her knowledge remained limited. She noted that the Baron resided in Rabaul. The name of the distant region sparked another jolt of recognition within him. A sudden burst of clarity. His eyes widened with excitement as the missing connection finally clicked into place. Blurted out the unexpected revelation that Baron Burke was actually Catherine's pen pal, leaving her in complete shock. Reasoning that this unexpected connection might make their endeavor possible, he suggested using it to their advantage, though Catherine remained utterly baffled. Presenting their predicament at the Mornier household, the group laid out the situation, asking if Cyril would be willing to negotiate with Baron Burke on their behalf despite the sudden nature of the request. The graceful smile, Lady Mornier unhesitatingly agreed to the plan without a single objection. Startled by her immediate consent, Cyril asked if she was truly comfortable with such a sudden turn of events, which she calmly confirmed. Considering that a simple letter might not suffice to convince the stubborn Baron, she enthusiastically declared that she would accompany them to Rabaul herself. Deeply grateful for her extraordinary cooperation, Cyril asked if they could set off immediately, and she assured him that they could depart without delay. Noticing the massive beast stationed outside the estate, she curiously inquired if the dragon belonged to them and expressed an eager wish to ride it. Readily reassured her that traveling by dragon was far more pleasant than an ordinary carriage ride, bringing a delighted smile to her face. Excusing herself to prepare for the long journey, she asked them to wait briefly while she readied her belongings. She looks on with wide, astonished eyes as Cyril remarks casually on how clearly defined the dynamic between her and Baron Burke has always been. Relieved, the young noblewoman confesses that she was on the verge of giving up, while Cyril simply smiles, noting how smoothly everything turned out. Clasping her hands in sheer delight, Catherine praises him warmly, marveling at how effortless he made a ray of hope appear. Stepping outside to behold the magnificent white dragon, she gasps in pure wonder at the incredible sight before her. Continuing her praise, she marvels at how extraordinary Cyril has become, admiring Patricia, the sole living specimen of her rare dragon species. Cyril explains how Patricia's unique body-shaping abilities, combined with his custom dragon gear, allowed him to construct a fully functional living space right inside her hump. Observing her excitement, Cyril thoughtfully asks if remaining standing for the entire journey will tire her out. Realizing that their journey to Rabaul will take some time despite Patricia's steady pace, Catherine looks around the room, suddenly noticing the complete absence of chairs. Apologizing for the oversight, Cyril calls out to the dragon directly, asking her to construct some seating for their guest. Acknowledging his request cheerfully, Patricia instantly morphs her flesh, growing a comfortable, cushioned armchair right out of the floor to Catherine's utter bewilderment. She beamed with delight, clasping her hands together in sheer admiration as Cyril confirmed that the chair had indeed been created just now from his command, finding the entire display truly amazing. Observing her enthusiasm, the companions commented on how excited Lady Catherine seemed, though one noted it was completely understandable given her unique background. She explained that for someone who was sheltered and raised inside a noble household, every single thing surrounding Cyril felt extraordinary and thrilling, leaving him to wonder if that was simply how life worked for her. Suddenly, something outside caught her attention, prompting Cyril to peer alongside her to see what was happening. Across the open terrain ahead, a pack of Tony Bin wolves kicked up dust as they charged directly toward them. Reassuring her, Cyril nonchalantly observed that Patricia stood out quite a bit, though the young noblewoman gasped in alarm at the sight of actual monsters. She anxiously questioned if they would be all right. Their companion warmly assured her that there was absolutely no need to worry. Cyril reminded her that Patricia was not their only ally, knocking on the interior wall to signal their other reliable companions. His call, the hatch burst open as Emma and Louise leapt out into action, ready to engage the oncoming